be creative. I've talked about, you know, ensuring that whatever content you are releasing or you are bringing forth, either through social media or through public speaking or through creative handworks, how do you explore purpose through that? Now, one of the biggest questions that's been asked, I had that question in my mind too, was what is purpose? How do you fulfill purpose? What does it mean? So many other aspects of that. One of the easiest ways I answered that question for myself was through creativity. Because, I didn't have to find out and start. I listen to people, of course, talk about purpose and everything, but knowing that I'm a creative person, knowing that my initial design was to be creative, then all I just need to do is stay within that aspect and explore the possibilities under it. And that's what brought me into the space of data science, because I love research. I do a lot of research personally. I love to know new things, learn new things. And going into the line of research, I noticed that one of the most critical aspects of research is data analysis. I was like, since this one thing is really, let me apply myself in that area. And that's where I found myself in. Now, for me, my own purpose, if you ask me what's my purpose in life, or what was I born to do in this life, I will just simply tell you I was born to create. It's as simple as that. I will not tell you I was born to be the richest man or build this. No, I was born to create. Now, what I now create is now determined by how I apply myself, how I learn, how I engage in all every single experience I have, how I apply everything. Because knowing that my purpose is to create, I could decide and say that, many people do that. The people that are waging war currently, one of the things they are creating lots of destruction, they are creating mayhem, they are creating a lot of, disasters in people's lives. They are creating something, really. That's the truth. They are creating something, but you can see the impact of that creation in other people's lives. Now, I'm choosing that, for my own purpose or for the aspect of purpose I want to go into or I'm looking at, is I want to create and I want to impact people's lives. In what area? Now, bringing it back to all the things I mentioned, your skills. What are the things I'm learning? Your experiences. What are the things you're exposing yourself to? Your talents. How much of yourself have you discovered? Your desire. What drives you? Have you really brought these things out? The problems you see around. Bringing all these things together. And I started with, when I started, I said that everything all began, after becoming a Christian, and I asked myself, what next? And the truth is, many Christians nowadays, they see purpose as a mysterious, thing that you have to receive via a dream or a revelation or something, really, and not as Christians. Many people do that. But I dare say, if you're having problems with exploring purpose or discovering purpose, try creation, try creativity. Just try it. You will discover that you will find a whole world of things to explore. You will never get tired of it, and you will keep on. Somebody said something, I think it's a book now, Hoshika. He said that you can't really say that. She said as I am, like I can't even say I've fulfilled purpose, because there's always something coming up, always something, and that's the way it is. Creativity never ends. Creativity always continues, especially if you are someone that has really devoted yourself to that aspect of life, that you want to be a creative person. And if you live in that life, in that framework of creativity, saying that you want to be a creative person, you want to explore that aspect of yourself in terms of creation, and you really, really devote your person to it, then purpose won't be an issue. Now, I'll be rounding up now, saying that whatsoever area of your life, whether business, whether skills, whether whatsoever area, please apply creativity, because without creativity, stagnancy, is bred. But as long as you can create consecutively and continuously, then there's no limit. Thank you very much. And with that, I'll be handing up the mic to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David, and I saw something on the group earlier today where someone talked about people being here to listen, not just listen, but to learn. There's so much to learn from. And I have been wowed from the rehearsals to today, to all the things I see on the chat. I would say kudos to everyone. All right. So, I don't know if people have read or heard of books like The Art of Power or The Art of Seduction. Today, I will be talking to you about the art of financial literacy. It's never too much information when you're being educated about financial literacy. So I'm going to tell you a story. And it's a story where you have to listen. If you have sisters who are making these mistakes, if you have parents, a couple of people are young here, if you have parents who are making these mistakes, or if you as an individual is making this mistake, the ball is in your court. All right. There's this lady who had a very good job. She worked in the United Nations, and she was earning maybe what is equivalent to 3 million a month today. So, single mother, she had a child, just one child. And they lived in an apartment, flat. She was paying very comfortably, and they were living life easily. I mean, she was working in the United Nations. You know what it means to be a United Nations staff. All right. At this point, her child is going to what we could say is the best school, or was the best school in Nigeria, Corona School. That's the primary school the child was going to. She's paying the fees, they're living life very easily. But at this point, every family member comes to her house on her payday. At some point, at 1 month, there's always a family member who comes to stay and takes money. This child grew up knowing every family member in the family, because every family member has come to their house at one point in time. Every family member's child has stayed there for holidays and all of that. At this point, this child is the youngest of his peers. So even if his cousins are coming to stay in the house, he's the youngest. And these people are just taking money. This woman is actually living a comfortable life. It's not a problem, actually, because she's making the money. She's probably making 3 million, and then family members and everybody is taking 1.5 in a month, so it's not really a problem. As time goes on, this child graduates from primary school and then goes into secondary school. The mom is still doing things she's doing for the families and friends, and everybody is happy with her. And then secondary school comes, this lady loses that job. Now, losing the job, I mean, United Nations, you're not just going to lose a job and your life is going to be over and it's going to be the worst thing that has happened to you. Nope. There's a structure. Depending on the number, she had worked in this company for 14 years. So they owe her compensation. They paid her money in dollars. The equivalent of that dollars back then was about 10 million naira. And at this time, dollar was 50 naira to 1. So in today's money, 50 times 28 gives us 1,400. Dollar is 1.4 today. So in today's money, 28 times 10 is 280 million. I mean, you would want to resign and retire quickly yourself. I mean, it's not a bad thing. So that's a reputable place to work. Now, at this point, 280 million in dollars. This woman is still living life the same way she was living life. Families, friends, the mantra then was always family comes first. Invest in family. You can never go wrong if you invest in family. And remember, she had just one child. So she's training other people's children. 280 million every single week. The child is seeing the mother just going to convert dollars into naira. You convert dollars to naira today, you spend, it finishes, you convert dollars to naira. That money lasted for roughly 5 to 6 years. And now she's at rock bottom. Rock bottom, she can't afford to pay for the flat she's living in any longer. Her son has finished school, yes, roughly, because the child was in secondary school, 5, 6 years. So to enter into university now, she has become flat broke. And this child stays at home for 6 years because the child could not go to school for fees. Not like the child wasn't passing or anything, didn't go to school. Cousins that were being born after you are eclipsing that child and going into school. The child is having girlfriends, girlfriend would come. You know how it is that a guy is dating younger girl. The younger girl will finish secondary school, she will pass out, and she goes to university, and you know that kind of relationship cannot last, because all of a sudden it looks like the guy is not ambitious or anything, but the guy can't open his mouth to tell everybody what's happening. And now you would wonder that these family members that she had been training, I mean, where are they? Can't they just say, okay, let me pay these guys first fees and everything? Anyways, they become homeless, and no family member is there to say, okay, come and stay with us, come and do this, come and do that. It was friends. Now, there are so many lessons to learn here, not just finance. It was friends who she also helped in the past that gave her an accommodation to stay with her son. And then, eventually, that person says, okay, you can't stay with them again, and then they relocate to another state to go and stay with another friend who offered them. It was so bad that they had to go to another state to stay. At this point, the child is growing, going into his 20s. He hasn't still entered university. And this is a child, somebody said he finished early. I thought that child finished early, but this guy finished early. As in this doctor who just spoke. But anyways, this child finished school. This particular child finished secondary school 15 plus. And now in his 20s, he hasn't still entered university. So what this child does is he now teaches himself the course he wants to study in the university based on the books that the children who are living in that house bring home. So that's how this person chose a course and started doing the course on his own. You look at the test papers the person brings home, taught himself the course through the years. As in, this child stayed at home for 6 to 7 years. So somebody who did that course 4 years has graduated, and you had access to all of these test papers. All right, at some point, somebody else comes up. One of the people the mom used to give money, not a family member now, an outsider, because she was benevolent, people on the streets where they lived. So somebody from there now said, okay, I'm going to pay these guys fees, and brought the guy back to Lagos, Unilag. And then would write post-dated checks for every month, so that you don't have to, that time there were no alerts, you couldn't just send money like that. So the person has to come to the bank and collect money. So wrote post-dated checks for 2 years and says every day of the month, come and take. No need to come to the bank, just go and withdraw this check. But on the month of February, normally the checks are end of the month, but February, this person will give the check and date it February 10th. And then this guy asks, why do you do that for February? And it's like Valentine's Day. So this speaking will be carrying chick go out of Valentine's Day. And then this person finishes with the first class because he has taught himself the course and he did not have time to waste while in the university, and the person looks really young. You can't tell the person's age. As in, so while in the university, you know how girls like brilliant boys, and then they're always like, this guy's always acting mature and everything. So he was a very bad guy in terms of chicks. But as he's doing the chicks, he's still looking at time, saying, there's no time. I cannot spend time in this place. Anyways, from what he learned at this point, goes to NYSC, does NYC in Lagos, and at this point, they had come back to Lagos, but they were living in a face me, I face you, 5,000 naira per month. That was the rent, 5,000 naira per month, and he's doing NYC and he's paying. At this point, Jonathan was the president and you had to serve in a school. So this person comes to school, does this NYC in a school, and that is where the person now says to himself, that what am I doing here? People talked about creativity and all this kind of critical thinking. The person looks around. The teaching profession is not really the profession where you have all the money in the world. You have a mother to take care of. People are staying in face me, I face you, and you need to make all these things happen. This person was serving in the school, NYC Copper, serving in this particular school, and then starts to do home lessons. So that's where everything changed. The doctor who spoke said, find yourself. Now, what I'm going to say to you is, there are lots of young people here, and from that person's story, what I learned from that person's story is, there's always time to begin investing. If you only start now, there's always time. Because what we would hear back then is, if I had known, I would have started early. Somebody who is 40 is saying the same thing. Somebody who is 30 is saying the same thing. Somebody who is 50 is saying the same thing. But trust me, when it comes to investments, it's never too late to start. So back to the story. This person looks and says, okay, what are we going to do here? Starts doing home lessons. Back then, NYC used to pay 19.8, and then the school was paying 25k. So that's roughly 45k coming in. You have a 5k rent to pay normally. And then this person starts doing home lessons. Find yourself. That person knew that the person had crazy charisma, crazy charm. And the way you could charm those Unilag girls back then started to charm the parents in these very rich schools. And this person speaks very well, not like the regular teacher that we see today. Speaks very well, dresses very well. So they approach this person, can you do lessons and everything? Long story short, this person has 5 lessons that are paying 100k each as a copper. As a copper. As a copper. 500k per month. People are not earning that today, but this person is earning it back then. And then the person says to themselves that they have to find their priorities, because at this time the money is just there and the person doesn't know what to do with it. 500k, 2 months here, millionaire, something you never saw coming as a teacher. But what did this person start doing? The person did not elevate their lifestyle. The person maintained it. Still pay your 5k rent, and then start saving for a bigger place to remove the person's mother. I'm sure that if that guy was alone, he would stay that place longer. But because he wanted to remove his mother from there, used the first 1 point something million that the person made, took the mother out of there, put the mother in a flat on the mainland, and then restarted. He did this and came down to zero. Like, you have to know the people who are worth it in your life. He had saved but used all the money to relocate the mother and came down to zero. At this time, NYC is rounding up. The person has started becoming more experienced in this teaching job and everything. And then starts all over again. Bam. As you're going up, your value is increasing. A person, as an individual, you should know your value. There are lessons to learn here. You should know when you have grown. You should know when you have developed yourself. You should know when you now have more to deliver. So at this point, it's no longer charging 100k. Sometimes I look at the story and I say, was this person blessed to have just found themselves in that school that's paid that much for lessons? But I know the person's story. That person was strategic from NYC. Well, before going to NYC, maybe the person knew he was going to serve in Lagos, and Jonathan had put that role. The person went to that school to beg for letter, to give NYSC, to post them to that school. So that's strategy. Nothing happens by chance. You create what you want to happen. So just so we know, it wasn't by chance that the person got that school. Okay, so now this person is now earning, I don't know, you might be surprised why I know the figures, but I follow the person's story. So at this point, the person is now earning 704,000 a month. And then the person starts to save 500k monthly for 4 years. Steady. You know the touch arm. I remember one day they just called the guy randomly that, we are going to Dubai, we are going to Dubai. The guy said, how much is it? Do you know what it means to hear that you're going to Dubai today? And the person says, I'm going with you guys. Because the money is just there, alright? But traveling and things like that is a new experience. You're learning things. This person will go to the Dubai, while others are going on tour. They want to tour sites, they want to go to... the person went to the Burj Arab, whatever, that place. The person went there, but that was all. Every other place the person will go to were schools in Dubai to go and ask questions, to go and learn things. What they are doing here, that person will take back. Creativity, find yourself. Now, the person comes back, 500 a month, 400 for 4 years. It's now time to go into investments. The person remembered that there was one time, you remember that person that used to give him check that time. So the money just used to be in the bank. And then one day he went to withdraw and realized that there was like 3,000 naira on top of the money he's supposed to have. So he goes to the bank and asks them, how did this 300, did somebody pay 3k? They say no, that's interest. And he's like, oh, okay, so if you put money in the bank, there will be interest. And that was just savings account. He now said, okay, that interest is what you'll be using to buy data. BlackBerry phones had just come out. Data was 3k. So he said you'll be using that 3k. Again, like I said, you might just be wondering, how you know this person's story like this? Everything. I was following the person's story. So 3k interest. And the person started to think that if bank can be paying 3k for my interest, there are other things that interest can be paying if I just have enough money in the bank. Can pay for rent, can pay for trips, can pay for the Nike shoes that the person likes to wear, can pay for the gold chains that the person likes to wear. Okay, so this is how we'll now start putting money into the bank. So that knowledge, the person went to the bank and asked them, how do they calculate how much I'm supposed to know in this interest? So how do I know how much I'm supposed to earn? And then the person brought out knowledge, seek knowledge. The person brought out biro and pen and did the calculation. He's like, this thing is simple interest now. The same PRT over 100 that people just use to get score. Ms. Alma Pettis always used to talk about solving for X in life. Say, so this thing that we just used to say, simple interest is easy, let's just do it and pass. It's a real life situation. So the person will go back and sit down, 500k times this, times that. Are you serious? Okay. The banker, as he was about to go out, the banker called him and said, come, that simple interest is the small one. No? Compound. You've not seen compound interest. The guy sat down again. He said, you see this 500? He said your first month, money will be 500 and one thing. You put it back again, you put it back. Okay. So, that's the least, and I want you to know that that's the least form of investment. Simple interest compound. Because your money is still in savings. That's a savings account. Now, the things that the banks won't tell you is, they won't call you and say, look, there's a better one. No. They want you to just figure it out on your own. Since I figured out simple interest, the person say, okay, I will help you with compound. To that guy, Abby. So the guy is still, the guy is still growing knowledge, read books. So the guy is still reading, and the person hears about fixed deposits. The person knows that I'm not touching this money. And they say fixed deposits gives 10%. Savings was giving, I think, 3 to 5%. I know this person's story. I said, the person used to send me daily group chats. So, I was giving like 3%, 5%. So, it went to fixed deposits, 10%. 10% was big in the person's eyes. When you're earning 3.5 and you're now getting 10%, and the person said, that's fixed deposits. Okay, so on your 500k monthly, you're getting 50k. So 55, and then compound interest is doing its work. Doing its work. This person had gotten to 3M net worth when he entered fixed deposits. He did, or she did, or they did, whatever the gender. The person did fixed deposits till it went to 9M because the money was working aggressively. Set the mother up with a crèche. She had always wanted to do that. Set her up with a crèche. That's multiple streams of income. That one is bringing multiple streams of income. I'm dropping some key terms that I know you must have heard it, but you need to see it in effect and really understand how it works. It's not just theoretical. When crèche is paying the rent for the house at this point, so that's not a problem any longer. Okay, so 9 million, as at 9 million, that's when MMM came to Nigeria. That scam, MMM. As this person is going to work every day, the colleague will say, I just did yesterday. They gave me 30. MMM was giving 30% returns. This person is on 10%. You can see that 30% is going to enter anybody's eyes. Say, and this person is very careful. But the person that you're entering, you saw when the person did his own MMM and the person got paid. Trust me, MMM did not break everybody. MMM made people rich. The things about this pyramid schemes is when you enter, the time you entered. So this person did, this guy would you say, hey, if I just do this whole money times 3. 9M is 27M, just in case you people don't know. Just in case you don't know the statistics. So, the person would look here again, this person has done. Have mentors. This person called one of the parents in the bank, in the school where he teaches, because the person just be teaching in the class and be asking, what does your mommy do? Mommy say, what does daddy do? That is a banker, okay. Daddy that is a banker in the afternoon after school. Please sir, the person will say, that has a problem that is a money issue, that is looking for where to invest, this, that. But that person is thinking of going to MMM. That person said, and you know the thing about pyramid schemes at that time, you couldn't explain it. You couldn't explain why it was wrong. You couldn't explain why it was bad. Now we have experience. MMM was like the first one that really gave people. So the parent could not convince the guy about why not to do it because people were getting paid. But he just knew that something was wrong. And he said, I don't think you should do this thing, no. But there are some things in the bank that pay. It's called a high yield account. It's not going to give you 30%. MMM is 30%. Nobody is competing with MMM. But this one will give you 13.5. This person is on 10, no? 13.5. Be patient. Don't be greedy. They say you can't cheat an honest man. You can't cheat somebody who just wants to jump. So 13.5. Are you seeing the art of investments? The topic, I don't know if I told you, I did. I mentioned art of seduction, art of war, art of investments. See how I'm making investments so sexy, right? Okay, so 13.5%, this person has climbed from fixed deposits to high yield, 13.5. And then one day, let's say fast forward, 9M has grown to like 14M. One day, he's standing with another colleague who they say is a very shrewd businessman, a teacher. Yes, a teacher, yes. He's standing there, and you know that people always say that guy lends people money. He has so much money. He lends people money, he lends his colleagues money, and they pay him back with interest. This particular person now, people have started, somebody said if you have money that you don't need to force it, it will just be smelling on your body. So this person is not doing too much. He used to come to work with staff boss. He's not trying, but people will just smell it and say, please borrow me. This one, he used to borrow people money, no interest. But this guy, so two of them are standing one day, and that person say, come, you are darling, do you know how much is to be made here and this, that. But this person always used to hear how people talk about him. People used to talk so badly about him, that he's ruthless, he will collect his money, and people don't like that. So they did not like him. And these people are like, the interest guy is like maybe 5 years older than this person. But he started early. And if you see this guy, this interest man, he doesn't have a car, doesn't dress well. So when this younger man came and they will say, Iyere has money, the person will be looking at Iyere and be like, how? Has money die? What was learned from that guy was he had his own passion. Find something that motivates you to keep making that money. He was a teacher. He doesn't believe in anything. But when he married his wife, when you see that wife, when she comes and they say Iyere's wife is around, the first day you see that woman, you'll be like, how? Every summer, this woman is going to Dubai. She's going to the US. Iyere is in Lagos doing home lesson. And then this guy looked at this guy and was like, when they did their wedding, do you know what it means for a teacher to do his wedding in Eko Hotel as buffet? That serve yourself, a teacher, serve yourself by the pool and everything. And this young guy says, this is the way. When you see the way, you don't criticize. You don't criticize, you follow. This guy, he will borrow you money. You borrow money from him, he will lend you money. At the end of school, he will come and tell you that, please, are you going to Osaka? Let me follow you. You be the one to carry. You will not pay transport to carry. You will buy fuel in your car. You carry. He will jump there. Someone will say, don't carry here. He should spend his money. What is that here? And this young guy is looking at him that, this is the way. So that young guy, at this point, 17M. Some of his mates, because he had a network, have a network. Some of his mates, as at 3.5 million, that time, Toyota Camry Muscle, second hand clean was 3M. His mates, as at 3.5, they've gone to buy Toyota Camry. They moved to Lekki. They moved there, they are staying there. But this guy, he stayed on the mainland. He used to enter staff bus to go to work and come back. He did not buy Muscle. He did not buy BBL. He stayed. All right. It gets to a point where they are doing something. And he says, he just called his. When you have money, you have private banker that you'll be talking to. They don't go to the bank. I'm on duty with EA called his private banker. Okay, so what's happening now? I heard that the percentage is going. People will be talking things and you'll be like, he said the percentage is going down. He's like, please, what are you talking about? He says he's talking about something called treasury bills. Treasury bills. Treasury bills then was 17%. It wasn't 13.5 on high yield. Treasury bills, they told him was 17%. So he told the guy that I was on duty with them that day. We were three. So the guy and Iyere, so they were talking. So the guy told Iyere just told him that treasury bills, this, that. That guy said, if that thing is 17%, I am going to go and move my money from high yield. I said it's 17%. Check this. The next day. And that guy, he doesn't procrastinate. He does not procrastinate. So immediately he heard it. He didn't come to school straight that morning. He went to the bank. Oh, please, I had treasury bill. They say yes, 17%, one thing. This guy moved his money to treasury bills, climbing the ladder diligently. Discipline. Every month, lesson money was still going there. What did this guy used to do? He will buy Nike shoe because he needs those shoes to to go from one physical house to lesson, and still be looking good. Because the children you are teaching, they are rich children. If you don't dress well, they are going to abuse you, they won't respect you and all that. So, all he's spending his money. Was the day he took a picture of all his Nike shoes and sent to me. And the Nike shoe just filled everywhere. That time, BlackBerry, that was what, people used to do that. So that was his own Nike shoe, just Nike everywhere. And I was like, wow. And I was like, wow. All right. Develop yourself. People were doing courses in Unilag, they'll part-time, they'll do a course, and when you come back, you tender the paper, nothing. This person looked and said, what's the best course I can do in this mile? You don't stay stagnant. You don't do that. While people were paying 150K, 200K, I really don't know the amounts. I don't know the amount those people were paying. Their story is not the guy's story. But he knows that was what so 150K, just look at it, that 150K that you can just pay now. This guy did his own course in the UK, £3,000. Invest on yourself. Quality. Now you work the money. Or now the guy work the money. So, did his course, £3,000 in the UK, finished with a distinction, came back, the company promoted him above all the people that have been doing 150K, 1 and this guy just entered not too long. Alright. They now start coming and chasing you. Please, we want you to be deputy head. So many people were pressing phones before I was talking, now they are looking at me and saying, there's something to learn here. Okay, so he came back and they came, we want you to be deputy head. You can't be a teacher again because he's doing great things in the classroom. He's creative. What he learns in Dubai, he will come back and be teaching the children. And then they're like, this guy, we can't lose him. We want him to be deputy head. The guy refused. Premature promotion. They will make you deputy head. You will not be able to go and do home lesson again. All of a sudden, you are sitting inside school. The children will start saying, the deputy head is my lesson. I said, this guy, they look me. I said to me, say, the deputy head is my school. This guy turned down the promotion. Turned it down. They will invite him. Send email, so you've been invited to the head office for interview for deputy head. You will not go. Just leave me as a math teacher. Won numerous Teacher of the Year awards, numerous back to back, because this person was fantastic in the classroom. And then one day the CEO called him and said, Daniel, why don't you say, we've invited you for a couple of years, you're the model Teacher of the Year, why wouldn't you come for interviews and everything? And the person said, am I talking to you as my CEO or am I talking to you as a mother? And she said, which one do you want to choose? She said, I want to talk to you as a mother. He said, I'm not looking for position. Position is something that can always come. That I know I'm good at my job, but I want to be a millionaire teacher. People asked him that and said, why is your hand not millionaire teacher? He said, did you tell you I'm a millionaire? But he told the CEO, I want to be a millionaire teacher. That I want to be a teacher who has millions. It's not about position. That CEO held that thing till the day the person wanted to, when they were doing his send-off, and she said it, that this is a young man who knew what he wanted. Anyways, when this person goes to home lessons in the rich houses, this person taught celebrity. Remember I told you the person had charisma, right? Charisma, charm, and you're teaching in school where you have access to these people. So, taught a celebrity son in the sake of his son. Taught a telecoms person's granddaughter. Every time the person enters the elevator, I want to teach you something new now. Anytime the person enters the elevator, there's a mirror in the elevator. So once he enters there and the door closes, the person will face the mirror and be like talking to himself and be saying, you're a millionaire teacher. You're a millionaire teacher. And be telling the person's self that you're a millionaire teacher. So the investment we are on at this point is treasury bills, 17.5. Alright, moving, they go into COVID. COVID comes and treasury bills. Anybody who was in business at that time, treasury bills became 3%, everything crashed. And they were saying that you go to the bank and the bank will actually be advising you to go into business. And I'm like, and the person is like, this is what is making people get scammed. Like, people are looking for legit things to put money. What? And then the person calls another of their rich families and says, what can we do? Have people you can call. Have people who are way above you that they cannot be envious of your tiny change. People who are way above. Don't call people who look and say, is it me that will make this person rich? Or is it me that will... Your money is tiny where they are. So what can we invest in this that the person says, go and buy foreign currency. Put your money in foreign currency. At this time, dollar was 457. And then this person invests everything in dollar. 457, dollar rose up to 18. Let's just say this person invested 1 million. 457 by 18 is like 3 point something, 3.5. So 3.5 times 1 million means that if the person invested 1 million, the rate of the dollar has already made the person's value 3.5. But this person didn't invest 1 million. All right. That is, you've climbed another step. Be knowledgeable. At this point, cryptocurrency came out. Cryptocurrency was worth 9 million in Naira. 9 million in Naira. Today, cryptocurrency is worth 140 million. If you bought one cryptocurrency at 9 million, that thing is worth 140. But anyways, cryptocurrency was, Bitcoin, better still, was 9 million during COVID. Person just say, let me dabble. Good thing about cryptocurrency, learn this fractionalization. You don't have to have all the money in the world. You can have a network and say, let's put money together. Even if you don't, the way apps are built today, you can just go and buy a fraction what your money can afford. So, yes, the person did not think it was safe to just buy crypto with 9 million. This is not tangible. Now, in everything I am saying, you should be able to see that there are level of risks to this investment. These things I'm telling you people are things that people will come and talk to you about and just be saying, oh, there's high level risk, there's one thing, but I'm trying to paint the picture, be an embodiment of it. So this person looks and says this thing is high risk. If I put 9 million here and this app just disappears tomorrow, who do I want to hold? So the person did not put the whole money, but he just put small for the sake of knowledge. Now, another thing you need to learn, not even looked at this trigger since I've been talking, real life experience. Another thing you need to learn in life is, anything you learn, teach it. Anything you learn, share. Somebody talked, was the penultimate guy, he said, sometimes you will call people in university just to teach them and learn from them. As you're talking sometimes, new ideas and things. So, while he was doing this, we can never neglect the place of multiple streams of income. So now, you're a teacher, this person is a teacher. The only thing that most people do is home lessons as a teacher. But no, this person would look and say, what can I learn and teach? To now keep it in the profession, because remember, this is a profession that really doesn't make so much money. But this person has to look and say, what can I do? There are so many professional exams. There's IELTS, there's SAT. This person was teaching in a primary school. Their own children don't even write that exam. But this person is like, there are people who are writing these exams every day. There's the IELTS, people who want to japa. There's this, and then this person just goes to do the exam just to know how it is. And clears the exam. And it's like, okay, I know how to teach it now, and starts teaching it. And starts posting about it online. Remember that course the person did in the UK for £3,000, finished with a distinction, top of his class, started teaching that. You are teaching physically small children, you're teaching online. Now, this person is widely regarded as the father of online teaching. Because as at 2017, way before the pandemic, in the classroom, this person would bring his laptop, connect it to the smart board, and bring teachers in from Italy. That time, the only tool then was Skype. I don't know if you know Skype, but people really know Skype back then as things that long distance people used to communicate. Creativity, innovation. Now, there's a difference between creativity and innovation. Creativity is that you're the one bringing it to life from scratch. Innovation is that you're using something that already existed in a different way, in an innovative way. But people always mistake creativity and innovation and interchange them. So this person is a very innovative person, more innovative than creative. Because if I look at that person's life, that person has used things that existed mostly in a different way. So every other person had a smart board in their class, but they use it as projector. Just to, the lesson plan, okay, this is what we are doing. But this person used this smart board to connect with classrooms from abroad. So sometimes teachers from Italy will come and be talking to the children. The children will go home and be like, do you know what this teacher did today? He brought a teacher from France. He brought a teacher. And then this person's legend starts to grow. This person is posting this thing on social media. Microsoft is coming and calling and saying, can we work with you? So app is saying, can you be our ambassador? Things that teachers don't experience in their life. This person is experiencing these things by just being innovative. This app is coming and saying, okay, in the US, when you come, we want you to give a training, this, that. So this person has already started dabbling into online teaching before the pandemic came. If it was in a type of country now, that is the person that would have actually invented online teaching. But sadly, it's not that kind of place. Anyways, pandemic came and online teaching became a necessity. But this person was 3 years ahead. While teachers were still scrambling, Microsoft is paying this guy and saying, we want you to do a training for the whole world. As long as you're a Microsoft innovative educator, Microsoft is paying attention to this guy and saying, we want you to come and share your online teaching skills with the world. So app is saying we want you to be an ambassador and multiple streams of income. Unbelievable. There was a day that this person, I saw this person was toasting a young lady. And then this person said, I'm making so much money, I don't know what to do with it. I'm looking for who to spend it on. And I looked at this guy. I said, I'm here. Come on. I'm thank us. I said, that was a wicked line. That girl never looked at anybody else. Do not look for anybody else. That's just an aside. But anyways, the long and short is, find yourself. That person found himself early in the profession, not necessarily early in life, because he was not a young boy any longer. He has spent so much time at home. He has spent so much time, but in the profession, the person was just 3 years, 4 years when the person started doing crazy things that people that are 30 years and 20 years in profession haven't done. Now, this person understood how money works. I said to you, if your parents are still making this mistake, if you are still making it, if your sisters are still making this mistake, you need to know how money works. Money, some people treat money like a girlfriend. They shower so much praise on it. They have it, they are worshipping it. Money will leave you. You're a simp. Money wants to be treated as a slave that will be working day and night while you are sleeping. You're checking. Are you working? You're on your app. You're checking. You that I put here. Have you multiplied? You put money in the basement. Let it be reproducing. Like I said, I will give you real life demonstration of this. So monies, you are putting it in different places and saying, I want you to do this at this percentage. I want you to do this. You're going to multiply at this rate. This rate I'm telling you now is the percentage that investment is giving you. So one investment might give you a higher rate, one might give you a lower rate. That's called diversification of your portfolio. Now, stocks came out 2022, MTN. You have to be able to reason and know that there are some stocks that will not fail. There are some stocks that will not fail. MTN is one of them. Dangote Cement is one of them. There's a new stock that's going to come out very soon. You will look for me. I will try and ask the guy when it has come out to tell you people. But anyways, MTN stock came out 169 naira. This person ran around telling everybody, buy this stock, buy this stock, buy this stock, buy this stock. So people say, okay, I will think about it. I will. Remember I told you this person doesn't procrastinate. Person does not procrastinate. Person at that point, the person was neck deep in different investments. So one quality of a wealthy person, not rich, the person doesn't really have cash lying around. Say plenty cash like that. No. A person who is not a rich man's son or something, say you're the one working for your money, you hardly have, because it is a slave. You can't leave money just chilling, just chilling. No. Money has to work for you. So at the time that thing came out, the person just had minimal cash, or cash that the person thought was minimal. Because when the person went to one of his mentors' houses and said, this MTN stock that came out, what do you think about it? I'm planning to buy. The person told his nephew, say, sure, you can see this teacher. You can see this teacher. This teacher is here, you'll be pressing Edward. Somebody said, be careful of what you consume on the phone. You see so many people that are pressing phone. What are you doing? You're watching Sabinus. You're watching. You will find this guy at home back then. You're watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. On TV, DSTV. No, everybody has gone to buy smart TV. You will use data to watch DSTV. When you can have normal television and just pay your 19K subscription that will take you to the year. You will use data of almost 100K before you can watch it. This person is watching his DSTV on his TV that is not smart. And he's watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. People are wondering, what are you watching in Keeping Up? These people are dumb. These people are... Do you know how much they have? Do you know that they are telling you how they make their money on their shows? One Kardashian back then had like 5 different... Chloe takes Miami. The same Chloe that took Miami is taking LA. The same thing she will do in LA, she's doing it in Miami. She's making money, diversifying, and this person is just watching. That these people have so much money, but they don't stop. People always use Dangote as an example. The Kardashians are people who did not stop. This person is always wondering that, how can I be in my profession and also not stop? What can I create? What can I invest in? Because those people have investments. They don't talk about it on the show, but if you research them, they have investments. So MTN comes out and he says, can I buy this, that? He says, look at your mate. I'm looking at that, I'm not his mate. Don't be fooled by the young face. So how much are you going to invest? Play, very flippantly, person says 3 million. That is we don't really have cash like that. Okay. MTN was 169 per share. MTN rose up to 800 naira as of last week. That is times 5. You can see all the times 5 that this person is telling you. Invested here times 5. Invested here times 8. Even if it is 1 you are putting in all those places, do the math. But this person know they put 1. Today. Anyways. No, I'll still come there. You found the X now. When this person was younger, to go back, when this person was younger, at the time they had started having money problems and everything, accommodation. When you ask the person, what do you want to be when you grow up? The person said, I want to be a landlord. People will laugh, people would. They didn't know what the person has seen. When you've been homeless before, you want to be a landlord. You want to be a landlord so badly. Okay, so while at work, knowledge. While at work, one day, this person is at the photocopy machine, photocopying worksheets, and somebody else comes in and says, Lagos State is doing one mortgage thing, Lagos Homes. But when I get home, I'll talk to my wife about it, and the person just drops the paper. And then this young man pays the paper. I say, what's this? Percentage, that person did the math. How much will I be paying per month? 36,000. Knowledge. That Lagos State scheme, once you pay the first 170,000 naira, they are giving you the key to the house. Then you start paying the balance. 36,000 per month. This 36,000 that one person will use to go and buy data, buy one thing. This person is paying for house. People will say, I can't live in that area, this, that. Today, you are still paying rent where you are. This person knew that he was not going to live in the area, but he should have property. You cannot be in a state. When you read the book, Richest Man in Babylon, it will tell you that in the state where you are, own a part of wherever you are. First apartment, the person was paying. Another thing about growth and investment, when it comes to real estate, don't wait till you have it all. Don't say, I want Lekki, I want to. Start where you are. Start where you are. That was the first property. Second property, you get to the point where, you have now moved from somewhere else, you are now Surulere, you want to afford this one. If you were waiting to say, I want Lekki first, you won't have that first one that you can now sell to add to start this one's journey. Long story short, this person has an apartment. Lekki Coastal, everybody shouting, hey, he gets one there. He gets. But this person still stays on the mainland. People in Lekki are paying 30 million, 15 million for rent. This person is paying 1.5. Those people that are paying 15 million, I always say, how do you want to save? You don't work in an oil company. Your father is not the richest man. You're trying to impress who? If you need to impress, then you don't have the swag. You don't. And this person had learned it from Unilag that he did not have car, but these girls were chasing him. It's not really about the car. It's something else. It's substance. Our doctor was asking me that, what content are you creating? If women say quality content, they hard. It's not hard. It's not car. I remember that guy in Unilag. He used to wear t-shirts that they would write things, nothing do me. Too fresh. One day he was walking on the streets, Nike shoe. He wore white Nike, white ice creams, t-shirt that was wild. He was walking, and two guys in a car say with a feel you say, I wish I was in your shoes. Somebody said something, the previous guy was saying things that can have two meanings. He wish he was in my ice creams, literally. He meant it, but then, now you see this guy was so fresh that he doesn't form. He will go and line up in campus shuttle. He doesn't even need friends to say we have the car, we are going to Zulua. No. This person studied biochemistry. So if you know how Unilag works, you will do, see me that say I won't talk long. You will do your courses in Unilag and then go to Ijaraba to do some. That's how biochemistry works. When it's time to go to Ijaraba, hey, my guys, see you. The person will go and stand in campus shuttle queue. While you guys are hustling for ride, it is girls that have rides that would drive. They will shout the person's name. They will shout the person's name. The person is on the queue. And the number on the queue is looking at who this person would leave the queue. It is girls that would drive him to Ijaraba and bring him back. While other guys are trying to impress, chicks were trying to impress him. Humility. They are not forming words. But it got to the point where you have to draw the line. If you have this thing, she knows that you're not forming to her, but she says she wants iPhone. It's not hard. Take. You have to be worth it. It's not just anybody though. But if she knows that you have the capability, and when women know, I'm talking to a lot of women, so I should stop saying this. I'm just telling you what you know. I'm preaching to the gospel. I'm preaching to the choir. But when women know that you are capable, it's not difficult at all to be in their good books. So the guy in the afro is like, please come back to the investment talk. Please come back to the investment talk. Okay, now in terms of investments, you have to get to the point where you can take risks too. Now, if you listen to this story, there are the parts where risks were taken, the cryptocurrency, the stocks. Those are the things that can fail. They are not guaranteed. But if you hear where the person invested the most, you will see that it is the safest investments. So you have to diversify your portfolio because you can either go big or go home. If you're playing it safe all the time, your money will not move exponentially. It will just move at a regular rate. Do you know that I got to the point where the person will not know how much the person is worth? You just want to check and be like, oh, is that where we are now? Okay, like really. That is how it works when you diversify and take risks. If you keep playing the safe ones, you will know where you are. Every time you will know that this is this, that. No matter what you do, man or woman, no matter what you do, try and own real estate in this Lagos. The advice I'm going to give you is very soon people will not be able to afford rent the way this thing is going. Don't wait till you can buy in Lekki or Ikoyi. Buy the one that you say, if worse comes to worse, I can come and have somewhere to put my head first. And the thing about life and the way the psyche works, once you want to start living a certain lifestyle, your body opens up and attracts opportunities for you. It is if you can recognize those opportunities. Another thing is time. A lot of people are young here. I lost 7 years, so I came into the game desperate. I was a hustler. People on the street, it's me already. people in the staff boss, they'll be saying, David is a hustler. From the name, you can tell the celebrity I was talking about. David is a hustler. They say, look at David. You think that David does not have 100K in his account. They say, come rain, come shine. David goes for lesson every day. As some people are going home, do you know that? Sometimes I just play it out and reason. Back then, we'll be on the staff bus going home. I'll stop at Lekki, obviously, to go and do home lessons and everything. Some of my colleagues will just go home, go and sleep and come back. But they were living so far. They were living so far that before they get home, sometimes, like when we come in the morning, I'll be like, sometimes they'll say, oh, there was traffic on Terminal Bridge. I'll be like, so when did you get home? Some people will tell you 11 a.m., 11 p.m., 11:30. And I, who stopped to make money, if you know how the island works, you really hustled on the island, you will know that if you leave island around 8 p.m. and you're going to something like Sule, you get home in like 30 minutes. 8 before 9, you are home. But imagine somebody who has left the island around 3:34 that we've closed from work. You will now start journeying. Terminal Bridge from beginning to the end is blocked. This person will go home exhausted. Some of my colleagues were having white hair at a young age. Because the worst thing that can make you age in Lagos is traffic. Mostly if you are the one driving. This person knew all this and wasn't going to drive and do all that. No. Person will come fresh in the morning, steez, enter the classroom, go. The person will go home after work, do like 2 lessons. By the time you're done with 2 lessons, it's 9 p.m. Enter your downfall, just make sure you're not entering one chance. There was one guy that said, oh, look at me, I did that thing well. You want to enter downfall, you see the driver wearing pure white BYC shirts. Just be going. The people that you want to kidnap are in front. Because why would downfall be wearing clean white singlet and say, enter? No. You can go. You have to be street smart. Because in the world we live in today, there are people trying to take what you've earned. Do you know that when we were talking in the bus that time, I'm talking about stories, say, some people say, I had one chance yesterday. Yeah, you have to always learn from every experience, first hand or second hand. This person will ask, what did they do to you? I say the raw pepper in my eye, they took my phone, they took my ATM, this, that. The modus operandi was always the same. And this person thought to himself one day and said, do you know that if you enter one chance and these people take your ATM and they see your balance, you're not going home. You know how they'll do that, and they'll call and say, oh, the pin worked. Oh, they'll just say, you see that guy, hold that guy. But it's real, it's not even funny. Like, that was the fear in my mind that, if this people see my balance, they're not letting me go. Because you cannot withdraw it in one day. And that's facts. Ayama. Bam. And it is facts. As in, it is on 100 because there are limits to withdrawals. And this person knows what's in there. If you go physically, you still have limits, you cannot reach it.
Yeah, that's how much.
So you can see that the level of fear is different. People will say, come out, 11 p.m. I cannot be outside past a certain time. Drake in one of the songs say, meet me at the lobby because I'm not just anybody. I cannot be found in certain places again. No? Do you know that it got to a state that this person will be in, maybe flying to somewhere and be wondering, have I updated my will? If something, because you cannot work that money for somebody else in the bank that will just, you have to put your affairs in order. What do I tell? Because I do online, I'm a facilitator, I'm a hustler, I'm still a hustler. I say I'm still the guy that you can stand next to at a bus stop, waiting for bus. I can be in an Uber, I can be in a Range Rover. Anyhow, because I learned back then that when you have a car back then, as a hustler going for lessons, if you are stuck in traffic, you can't make your lessons. I used to have Okada people on standby. I used to have Okada people, but do you know that I developed myself to the extent that, you see that telecom manager, where I worked, the school I worked, they have different branches. Ikoyi, Bagada, this, that. I worked in all of them. So I met one of their child at Bagada, mainland, right? But I got transferred to Lekki. You can see the distance. But I was so good that this person said, you are going to continue. I said, coming from Lekki, Third Mainland Bridge. Meaning I have to leave at 3 o'clock, Third Mainland Bridge. Kelly, please get good one, make a post for you now. So, leaving Lekki, I started giving excuses that I can't make it work. The woman laughed, billionaires. Don't mess with billionaires. The woman laughed. He said, this lesson, you will do this lesson. I'm going to tell you stories about knowing your value. Now, she said you will do this lesson. Okay. She said, what are we going to do? I said, okay, I'll try one day. Let's try 1 week. Let's see how it works. And I left very early. Left work very early. Try this, that. I got to the house at around 7:30. I was exhausted. I got to the house was at Bagada. I was exhausted. I couldn't function well. The child was tired. The child had waited for me. I told the woman, I said, ma, sure you've seen. We've tried. This thing can't work. She said it will work. Next, she said she will tell her driver to come and wait for me in a Range Rover. Say, maybe you came by public transport, everything. Now let's try Range Rover. Bringing me from work, we just start leaving. We tried it, we moved. Back. That day, came maybe around like 7 still. It still did not work. I said, ma, you know, she laughed. She said, David, do you know who you are talking to? Okay. Value. She says, David, on the days we're having lesson, billionaires, don't mess with them. She said, on the days we're having lesson, that ride will still come and wait for you. We'll take you to Federal Palace Hotel. My son, they will bring him from Bagada. One car will bring him from Bagada. Another one will bring him. You guys will meet at Federal. Every day of lesson, this man was booking hotel room. When you have value, they will chase you. They will chase you. They will pay you. So I'm not even struggling. I don't have a ride. But I'm moving first class. So we go there, and it is working in terms of time, but the boy doesn't like the food that they are serving. Ajebo boy. He's eating, he's puking, and I'm looking at this mad food, and I'm like, God damn. All right. Now, this one's taking you there first class. You are eating the food, so it's not like you're going there as a slave or you're... No. She needs to make you family. She said, all right, we have figured the most important part out. She started to book Airbnbs in Ikoyi that were paying in dollars. When you go there, there's a standby chef. There's everything on top lesson. You'll be asking yourself, is it the same lesson? I used to ask myself, that one woman, she told the people 5 people were paying me 500k, this, that one woman, primary school Pekin, was paying me 350k 2 days a week.
How many hours?
No, do you know that I met a girl, she was worth $1 million. I didn't know the kind of person I was chatting with. She's not a mentor, I'm older than her. So I didn't know the kind of person, she's very influential. I didn't know. I was telling her my story. She kept saying, I'm so sorry, but your story is so touching. Can I post about it on Twitter? I said, no problem. I did not know. We hadn't met physically. We were talking on phone. I saw her on Instagram. I slid into her DM. She gave me phone number. We talked for like 3 hours. So as I'm telling her, she's saying, do you know that as I was talking to this girl, she posted my story on Twitter. My story was on Instablog. I have the thing saved. When people read the story, when people were commenting on the story, nobody believed the story. You would have a blessing that nobody would believe. People were saying, oh, this girl has fallen in love with a scammer. Because she said, oh, I just met somebody and this guy just blew my mind, this, that. They said, he has not told you what he's doing. That when he tells you the real thing you do, you will know that this guy, as in, nobody could believe. But the people that I have lived the life with, that have seen everything, they just say, come there, is this you? Say, Mike, it's not me. It's not me. But I saved that thing for posterity. As in, I tapped myself on the back and said, well done. Now, opportunities. At some point, I lost my mom, right? And where she was laid to rest is a private vault at Ikoyi here, not regular cemetery. At the time, amen. Now, do you know that, again, I went to ask people, say, please, I want to bring my mom through. Just as in people who I was teaching, they just sympathize with me and say, oh, this young guy, you lost your mother, only child, everything. I said, okay, where can I lay her to rest? Somebody was like, But there's this place he went to like 2 months ago. It's not him, he cannot afford it. So this man is working in Shell. He cannot afford it. So every day I still look at it like he was just being humble. But I was like, he cannot afford it. I was like, I said, where is this place? He said, somewhere at Ikoyi, this, that. I went there. That place, your president has a vault there. Those places are called vaults. They don't call it burial ground or anything. You buy a vault. Your president, your previous governor, the lady who died in the Sosoliso crash. If you think the name of the place, do I need to call the name? No. But anyways, dignitaries are buried there. It is dignitaries who are buried there. When I googled the place, they say the opening speech was, all fingers are not equal, even in death. As in, that was the first line I read. I was like, what? They say all fingers are not equal. That place is the richest place in Africa. As in the most expensive place in Africa. They say all fingers are not equal, even in death. People are buried there. People that are living, many of them can never reach those heights. Luckily, there are levels, obviously. It's not like it's the same price. I did not pay the same price. But there is a place that is now reserved, like a GRA, where it doesn't have a price. When you come and tell them what you want to buy and what you want to build, people build gates and things in that place. So your president and all those people, they are undetermined. But what am I saying? To talk about what I'm saying, when I went there and I bought the plot, I bought the cheapest one at the time, obviously, where my hand can reach. I bought it. As I was making payment, I just heard somebody saying, that's the other guy wants to resell his own. No? This, that. They used to buy and resell here. Okay. I now asked the guy, how much did that person buy when he bought? The person said 750K. That time it just came out. In this life, try to always be in the place that you hear when the thing just comes out. 750K. As at the time I was buying, it was in millions. Under 10 million. Under. But to think that something that started at 750K, somebody can now, I told myself, I'm going to buy 2. Lay her to rest in 1, keep 1 for sale. Under 10 million, that thing is worth 50M today. I remember when I told my mentor, say, I'm at this side, I just called her. My mentor said, David, this one is too much. Dead body, that's. Now, is there anything? Is there anything you will not take? They say this one is too morbid. The man called his wife. He said, David will not kill somebody. That David has bought. At that point, I looked at myself and I say, you be hustler. You be hustler. The aim and the goal was to get to the point where you don't look rich, but you are, actually. Because a lot of people are investing in looking rich. And what my mom always used to say was, don't go broke while trying to look rich. In anything you do, don't go broke while trying to be rich. So this story, rumor has it that it's about me. That's what the rumor. Sometimes I hear people talk and they're like, this guy, this guy. I'm like, man, one day we'll get to that level. Just to buttress, to digress, integrity, that the penultimate person talked about. He mentioned the lecturer's name, and I know that woman. I told her I had a lot of charisma in the university, so even lecturers, and I was mature, so I could talk and everything. Lecturers were like water in my hand. And when you are brilliant, what I learned, even when I became a teacher, I saw it. When you are brilliant and you are fine, it's easy to pass more. As in, if you just write something, you just say, is it not this guy? He knows it, he was just distracted. So, but in my first year, like he said, like life is, look, stories, nothing really changes. My first year, I got 3.72 because of one course that I had an E, zoology. No, chemistry, organic chemistry. I did not know chemistry. So, what happened was, we did that course, I had an E, a 4-unit course. So that thing, I had A, brought my GP down. So next semester, that first one was organic chemistry. Next semester, we are picking courses, biochem. I'm like, okay, so we are done with general courses. Now you are picking. And I had some girls that obviously I used to gist with and they were brilliant. I wanted to be friends with brilliant girls. So when we now got there, they now got gist information that we are going to do another 4 units chemistry. This one is inorganic. We did organic, inorganic, 4 units. I didn't know. So me, I was just coming and say, I've picked my courses. Say this way, you guys will hear it. I just saw that they had someone looks on their faces. I was like, what's happening? Say, David, we are doing another 4 unit course. So, and I looked at it. My morale just went low. Critical thinking. I went home that day. That was the day I discovered, or that was the day I keyed into networking, even though it didn't have a name, networking and collaboration. I went home, I was so down. And a mentor of mine who had just finished, always have a mentor in your life. A mentor of mine who had just graduated from Unilag, chemistry itself, came and he told me, what's happening now? I told him, say chemistry, this, that. he now saw me struggling. I was trying to learn this thing. He said, this thing that you are struggling to learn, he said you're taking so much time. He said you can go to school tomorrow and find somebody who knows how to do this thing that will just teach you in a few minutes and you would have saved time. Oh, this guy said this thing and I'm like, God damn, how can people be so wise? Like, I didn't think about it myself. I went to school and those girls who were doing all those things, they were very brilliant. They were already on first class GPs. But they were my friend. I would have been on first class GP if not for that course. So that was when I created a clique. We were 4. B-E-A-T, beats. And that time Beat FM was reigning. So B, Badaro, AGK, Afsat, Turner. Me, 3 girls. Me, 3 brilliant girls. When we were reading, I just apportioned. So what we started doing was the courses that I know, botany, marine. For me, I don't courses that you have to read, not solve. Read at my own. Don't give me physics. Don't give me. So read. I will read everything. I made myself have value. Like those girls did not need me. They didn't need me to succeed, but I made myself valuable. Like if we are talking about it till today, because I pay homage. Till tomorrow, the last message I sent to Hafsat, I kept saying, I will just say thank you very much for everything you did for me. Till today, I said, Hafsat will be like, do you know that it was you who made us always read? Because you will come and be asking us random questions and everything. And when they ask me, so my own marine and all those kind of things, marine, botany and all those things, I will read them and just tell them, you guys don't need to read. Once we are talking, but you see that chemistry, you guys are going to put me through. So talking about that lecturer, he said, I started looking, I said, you have to use your charm, everything you have. But I'm a diligent person. I will copy notes, I will do homework, I will do testing, do best way I can. So that woman sees you in class, that woman sees you. She knows if you're active in class and those kind of things. She will give you classwork. Based on what you, like a secondary school teacher, she will give you classwork, you people will solve it and mark it there. So in class and everything, I would just try my best and get everything. But I knew that I wasn't strong in that course. So I now plotted. I went to buy gifts, put money, everything. I didn't really have money at that time, but did everything. I went to Unilag, entered all the swag. My friends used to tell me that there's something that used to stand me out that they notice. That we might just be gisting, but once we want to enter maybe a club or where they say you just turn your swag on. I turned my swag on, entered that woman's office. He said, the woman refused one thing. For me, she collected it. But before I would leave this thing, she got herself back and called me and said, she can't take this thing. I was like, why did you not run out? As in she got herself, you will know that I had hit her with the charm. Say, no, don't look at it like that. No. I said, it's just that you know how to teach. So when I entered, she said, I know you now. You always do your homework. You know that no one pays attention to this. She said, I know you now. You always answer questions. I said, just take this gift. If you know the true story, tell me, hear me. If you know the true story. But as I was about to leave, she said, no. She said, when you finish the course and you pass, then I can collect it. I said, God, I could not put her into work. Collected my gift, went, struggled, got people to teach me, my colleagues and everything. Long story short, I had a B. That's my proudest B in a 4-unit course. When I saw that, I thought they used to paste it. When everybody have checked their own, I tore it, I kept it in a folder. I have that thing from Unilag. I have it to show you how I cherished that B. And then I went back to the woman. She was pregnant at this point. Went back to the woman, told her that the gift was for her, that it was for her baby and everything. She said, have you graduated? Have you finished your course? I said, yes, I passed. So yeah, with all this, like I said, have a goal, be ambitious, because in the arts of financial literacy, there are ladders to climb. Don't try to jump. It is people who have tried to jump that everything fell out of their pockets. All the things they have acquired, it fell out of their pockets. If you're climbing cautiously, you can't dupe an honest man. If you're climbing cautiously, relentlessly, consistently, you cannot amass wealth if you're not consistent. Warren Buffett said he started earning money from childhood and started buying stocks, consistently, and he hasn't stopped till today. The story of this guy, I told you, like I said, I always aspire, I want to be like that guy. The guy. Please. So, the long and short is, if this guy could do it as a teacher, his salary, that was never mentioned, his actual salary when he started was 80K. 80,000. A lot of people say, oh, hey, that guy started at 80. But was that what he was taking home? From the story I told you, was that what was coming home? No. The last figure I gave you was 704. Yes. At the last count, at the last check, let's say at his last check, at his peak, what he brought in a month as a teacher who was earning at that time 140K was 1.6 M. In a month. With this, with that, I would like to hand over the mic, to pass the mic over to the next
speaker. There are some people you wouldn't like to speak after they've spoken. because you are going to struggle. You either try to joke around a bit so that you can at least help yourself. But then, Mr. David, I know you don't know me right. But I know you. Actually, it was someone sent me a video of yours on Instagram. No, not just now. When you were talking about this 20 days of eloquence. So I messaged you there, then we're now on WhatsApp. From there, we now exchange messages on WhatsApp where you sent me a link. Yes, so that was how I got to know you. Alright, so it's actually a great privilege to at least to have collected the mic from you after I've gotten to this place by you. Thank you very much for that. So I've tried to make some feeble efforts to continue from where you stopped, and let's see how the flow is. So this afternoon, I want to briefly talk about the castration of a continent. Yes, castration. You heard that very well. So the castration of a continent. There's a Kenyan proverb that says that if you are milking a borrowed cow, try as much as possible to keep your eyes on the gates, because the owner can show up at any point in time. And because you are milking a cow that is borrowed, whenever the owner shows up, there could be a problem. Aside from the rift two of you will have, another thing you will experience at that point in time is the fact that the source of your milk, or your acclaimed or professed source of milk, is going to be taken away. So when I talk about the castration of a continent, what do I mean by that? Who is being castrated, and then who is castrating who? And what is castration itself? Castration means when the reproductive organ of someone, either a human being or an animal, is being cut off, either partially or fully, either painfully or through a surgical means. But at the end of the day, the end is that reproductive part of that animal is being taken off. Now, metaphorically, it is also possible that the reproductive part of a particular company can be cut off. It is also possible that the reproductive parts of a country can be cut off. It is also possible that the reproductive parts of a village, of a community, of a continent, of a nation can be taken away. Why it is taken away, it is because so that it will not be able to reproduce its kind anymore. Now, in the olden days, when the farmers then still use yoke to farm, where they use bulls to farm, one thing they do is that when you have a bull is a male cow, bull is a male cattle. Now, when you have a bull, and then you want the bull to be able to have enough strength to plow, to be able to pull the yoke that is yoked with or yoked to. One thing they do there is that they try as much as possible, or what they do is that they just castrate the bull. Once the bull is castrated, once the reproductive organ is being cut off, either surgically or either manually or however they choose to do it, the thing here is that bull will not be able to reproduce anymore. It doesn't matter how many times you try to have a sexual intercourse with a cow, it's not going to reproduce because the scrotum has been cut out. Now, as a result of that scrotum being cut out, one thing we'll discover is that the animal will now start growing bigger and stronger and more powerful to be used for just one purpose, labor. But for it to reproduce its kind is now impossible. And there is no surgery that can allow that to be worked back into anymore. You cannot castrate a bull and say, okay, maybe tomorrow we'll try to uncastrate. You cannot uncastrate an already castrated animal. Maybe with this new advent of some science and whatever we have now, maybe that can happen. But in those days then, it's not done. When we now look at Africa as a continent today, we realize that we are becoming a metaphoric bull that is being castrated. And on a daily basis, if the male is being castrated, which means the female, the cow, are being milked on a daily basis. Who is milking who? In castration, we have full castration and we have partial castration. But any of this is to cut off maximally the ability of that animal, of that country, of that person to reproduce itself, so that it can just do one thing alone, walk like a bull, like an animal. So the thing here is that it is not all destruction as we know it today. It is not all destruction as we know it today that is violent. Some are even celebrated. They celebrate them. Some are genuinely celebrated because like they castrate a nation and then the nation is still being celebrated. Take a look at this, for example. Let's go to the nation of Libya. Libya, for example, it was said that their previous president, Muammar Gaddafi, was, when Gaddafi died, if you were born when, I believe everyone here should be born when he died, I think, here, so, but then, when he died, I celebrated it, that wow, they've killed this wicked man at last. But then, as time goes on, started reading news, started trying to criticize the news we were told then, now realize that the man, like Libya was castrated. Whatever it is we believe then, and whatever it is we believe now, is Libya as a nation now better off after his death? The answer is no. The nation was successfully castrated. But as at when it was castrated, every one of us, maybe majority of us, celebrated it, myself inclusive, because we believe that the devil is gone. So castration sometimes can even be celebrated. After a nation is being pulled down, we even celebrate it because it's not looking like what it ought to be. To us, it's a victory that we are celebrating. But one thing is sure, that Africa today is gradually becoming a bull that is being castrated because this quiet castration has taken away the best of us. Now, how about we now come to the castration of talent from Africa, which is now the new system, which means that on a daily basis, on yearly basis, monthly basis, weekly basis, every minute, Africa is being drained. Is being drained. Look at the best engineers. Look at the best doctors. Look at the best people you have there in Silicon Valley. Look at all these guys. Majority of them are black. look at some of the stuff we have today, which is being invented, even the topmost of them, most of these things are done by black. We as a continent, we are contributing maximally to our own castration and the milking of our cows. However, one thing we must understand is that castration is what we are celebrating. And we are celebrating it because it is done to us, number one, out of sheer wickedness and out of greed of us as a people. So one thing we understand here is that individual, because of that, individual is now succeeding. You see people out there, they are making good money for themselves, but collectively, we are impoverished. We are poor collectively. But individually, people could be making some good sense, making good money, but then collectively as a nation, we are poor on a daily basis, and then collectively as a continent, we are poor. We have over 1.4 billion people in Africa, which mean that Africa is a fast-growing continent. When you look at the level at which people are giving birth in Africa today, and the level at which people are giving birth in Europe there is decline. In Africa, there is like an uprising of the population. You now realize that why is it that the little population is now controlling the larger population? It's because a lot of havoc has been done to us mentally that it will take almost a lifetime to recover from. And for them to be able to keep themselves going, they need some manpower that will work. If you are here during the time of Professor Pat Otom yesterday, he said that there were growth, development, industrialization over there in the Western world. And they needed people to do this work. And because people are needed to do this work, they came to this place. Then to enslave people, pick them up from this place to take them there. And up until now, it is still happening. I used to work for a company whereby they get people to travel abroad through the healthcare route. And one thing they do is that at the point of interview, you will see where people are being subjected to some kind of molestation, or maybe let's use the word abuse, to some kind, like you are not there yet to just interview you to know how you can in quotes go there to go and back sheets, like they will put it then. But realize that the tone of which this other person, this agent is trying to interview this person is not good. And because of how desperate we are to leave this nation, we just want to get any way out, to go out there, to go and be successfully castrated. They come to this place, give us a program, then we bought into the program. Having bought into the program, they come here, they harvest the best of minds, they take them out there. And then we are waiting for the residue to be able to come out to reproduce. To reproduce what? The best of us have been taken. When you go back to the time of the slave trade, for example, during the slave trade, see, Africa is in a whole lot of trouble. That is not just now. During the time of slave trade, they did not just come for all of us. They came for the ones that were strong. They came for the ones that were intelligent. They came for the ones that were physically fit. They came for the best of mind, people with skills, the welders, the blacksmith, the goldsmith. They came for those ones. They were taken. Now, if they successfully took the best, which of them do we now have left behind? According to history, history told us that over 12,000 ships were departing from Africa to the Western world almost every year. 12,000 ships will depart. And these 12,000, I'm not saying 12,000 ships that will just take like 15 people. 12,000 ships that can take over 1,000 slaves. They come here, they pack them, they take them there. Now, if they've taken the best of us, which means we have the, in quote, feeble ones left behind. The feeble ones who were deceivers, the ones who were liars, and then the corrupt king or the elders who were the ones that, of course, sold their own brothers to them. Which means that the generation that gave birth to us today who are living in Nigeria are the, in quotes and unquote, are the corrupt ones who were left behind in those days. Probably the ones who were able to escape, the ones who were able to, the ones who were very lazy at that time, the ones in quotes who were lame because they didn't need somebody who cannot walk well, or the ones who were sick. So these could be arguably the ones who were now able to give birth to the generation we have today, which means that it was transferred down to the fathers of our fathers, down to our forefathers, down maybe from our ancestors, down to the forefathers, down to our own grandfathers, down to our fathers, down to us today. So the greed is embedded in everyone. And at any slight opportunity, an African is disposed to sell his or her brothers, sell him out there to be castrated. It doesn't matter. Once you can go out there and then you get the money back, everyone is cool. Somebody was talking about the other time that a boy said the first thing he wants to do is Wala Mufechache. That he said Wala, that like the boy was asked, okay, what do you want to do? He said Wala Mufechache. Now that was what that boy said. Now to you it's just a boy. Now you will now be more surprised or shocked if I tell you that we now have association of Yahoo parents. Parents whose children are into cyber fraud. They come together to have prayer meeting, like you don't get. Yes, now. I'm even surprised that you are shocked, that you don't know. Like they come together to have prayer meeting. Yes, now. It's not, my dear. It's not conscious anymore. They are now conscious. So they go to some white churches to get. There are these churches that do. They mix things for people. So they go to those places, put themselves together and organize it for their children so that the money can. You get what I'm saying? Can be coming. Now, that child here says, "Wala Mofesha," say, I swear, I want to do fraud, cyber fraud. Now, you now be shocked that even the parent himself or herself is into trying to even blame his own children or child who is not willing to go that line. Which means that we are now willing to do anything for money, even if it is going to mean that we are going to lose our reproductive parts, to surrender ourselves to being castrated. And on a daily basis, we are being castrated. Sometimes it's willing. We are willing to allow them to do it to us. And sometimes it's not even willing. But sometimes it's out of, I don't have any choice anymore. Then we just allow them to do it, to carry it out, and then off they go. So collectively, individually, because of the best we have in medicine, in engineering, in doctor, in tech, in IT, in AI, individually people are succeeding. But collectively as a nation, we are poor. And it's as if we are taking one step forward, 5 steps backward every day. We move forward by 1 step, then we take 5 steps backward. So Africa is not losing its average minds, it's losing the best of her mind. Another thing is the partial castration, and that is the dangerous middle. It's a partial castration, which is actually a dangerous middle because Africa is not weak. Africa is not empty. Africa is weakening. We are not empty. Look at the bright minds we have here. Look at the people who have come here to speak so far from day 1 down to day 5 now, down to the 5th day we have today. Look at how people have come to share like a particular something wonderful about their lives, about what they believe, about where they want to go, about where they want to be, about what they are doing, about what they would want to do, about what they've done, even for us as a nation, or the contribution people have contributed towards this cause. This is what people have been. So, but then it's as if all this effort that people are putting in is just towards castration. As soon as that thing is getting ripe, when it gets to a particular level for reproduction, they just rip it off, and then they have it ripped up. They go to the other country to go and have them developed over there. And the symptoms is that we consume what we do not produce, and we produce what we do not and cannot consume, and don't even want to consume. Almost everything in Africa is being imported. Somebody was speaking, I think it's 2 days ago, that they are even importing fish. They are importing fish. Oh, it's like the one we've now exported and now coming back to us now. So and then you are like, sometimes you find it hard to like say they explain Nigeria to you, and you say you understand. That you understand is because you don't understand. Because if you understand, you don't understand. So that is a place where we are producing what we don't want to consume, what we cannot consume, and we are getting from outside what we cannot produce. And there is no way a begging bowl in this world where we are today will be a way to success. Never. Because at any level of favor you get, you lose some sense of freedom. Every nation out there is not joking out. At every level of favor they give you, you lose some sense of freedom. If they give you something, what are you giving us? You could see that maybe you hear in it that okay, maybe 200 of US military persons are here. They are here to combat the Fulani herdsmen and all of that. We thank God for their life, but we know what is on ground. The other day when our president went to UK and then the governor, the king of UK said in his speech, he said something like Nigeria they carry last. That single last thing alone, we know what went down before that thing came out of him. See, we are living in a world whereby begging bowl in 21st century as a nation is not the path to prosperity, because at any level of favor you get, you lose some sense of freedom. Your ability to negotiate on the larger table is being reduced. They reduce it maximally until you can do little or nothing anymore. There is a table of civilization in the world, and it is not all the nation of the world that is allowed to come to that table to dine. You are either coming here to serve the people eating on that table, or you are not there at all, or you are coming there to pack the plate after they've discussed. And that is where Africa belongs. We are either there to serve them, to prepare the table for them. And then what are these tables? Our mineral resources, they are the tables. Our human resources are the tables. We prepare those tables for them. Those ones come to the table to eat, and then when they are gone, we now come back to there to pack the plates and even wash those plates and even tell them thank you for coming, or thank them for banking with us. So we are creating what we cannot. We are consuming what we cannot produce and producing what we cannot consume. And also we also have a problem of we import solution almost on a daily basis. We outsource thinking, so we import solution in the sense that at some point somebody, I don't know how true that is, that even the matchbox is what we import as a nation. I'm still finding it difficult to believe that. Some people say even down to toothpick. Toothpick, they just put some farmers together. It's what they can do, for crying out loud. Hausas, the northern part of this country, they have this thing they call pako, and we back with pako, just like a chewing stick. All those things can be filed into because if it is edible, if it is clean enough for them to brush their teeth, which means it is medicinal for that thing to become a toothpick. But we say no, we have to travel over the sea and then make it something like a businessman for them to now tell, okay, I have a container coming on the sea. What is inside? Toothpick. And I'm like, okay, how proud are we to say that? Yes, individually we are making that money at some level, but then sometimes it's absurd to how we try to castrate ourselves by ourselves to make sure we make that money. It's not adding up at some level, and it's not making sense anymore. So it's high time we rise up to responsibility to know that some things are not worth it. That the future of our country is at risk, and if we do not rise up to responsibility to do something, then something is going to happen to us. Another thing is that we struggle to build lasting strength. That is the struggle. We struggle to build lasting strength. This particular government will come. It will build this one to a particular level. Now, the debate is now that this coastal road, that they should make sure the current president wins the forthcoming election, so that the person coming in later will not abandon the project. And you're like, if we are struggling at this point, then where is the continuity? If you look at in the developed nations, whenever any government is coming in, you continue. It doesn't matter the party that wins or that loses. You continue from where the other person stops. You continue from where this, but here in Nigeria, no, we struggle to maintain legacy. It's as if we are quarreling with good things in this nation. So aside from the fact that people outside are castrating us as a continent, we ourselves are opening the legs to make that castration more smooth and more possible. So the seed exists in this nation, but the seed bearers are on a daily basis disappearing. We have the seeds here, and the seed are existing, but then the seed bearers are exiting and disappearing on a daily basis. Now, there's now a global reality. And what is that global reality? The global reality is that the world is taking chance on Africa. They are banking on our inability to think, to do whatever they are doing. It's not as if, it's not like a hate. Because out there, see, we believe that the sky is wide enough to allow all the birds to fly without them having to collide with each other. That is the truth. But also know that in the game of life, there are also hunters who are hunting for the bird. Even though the sky is wide enough for those birds to fly without without clashing at each other, they can equally fly. They will not clash. But there is an hunter back home whose lunch, breakfast or dinner is dependent on how many number of birds he can hunt down. So we are in a game. We are being hunted down, and sometimes we don't know. We are careless while we are in battlefront. And how careless are we? It's because of how we manage our own resources. The human resources, how do we manage them? The mineral resources, how do we manage them? The education, how do we manage? Sometimes we don't even care. If I should ask the majority of everyone here now, the course you put in for, is that what you were given? Probably no. Even sometimes we say that they gave me. Because you know it's not yours. They gave me. And because they've given it to you, you have to do something with it. So, on an average, every Nigerian is creative. Because even though you were given that course, but you were still able to make out something out of that course, it shows you are creative to some extent. The creativity is there. Yes, we have an environment that does not want to deduce that creativity to make it something worthwhile. However, we must know that when it comes to us as a nation, we must try as much as possible to stop that castration. Let us close our legs. Because if we don't close the leg, they will milk us. If we don't close that leg, they will castrate us. And at the end of the day, when we are being castrated, we cannot produce anymore. We cannot produce anymore. Because every animal is naturally will produce its kind. So if we as a country, we are already corrupted, then what kind are we going to produce? We will produce a corrupted kind. But if the best can come back, if the best can say, okay, this country remains my country, regardless, we can still make it work. And of course, we need to come to a level where we believe strongly, strangely, that Nigerians still have what it takes to become great again. Because if you look at the trajectory the world is taking, and if you look at the value we as Africa as a nation or as a continent, we are still holding together, you will realize that to a large extent, yes, we are currently not in the best state, but to a large extent, we are the savior of the universe. To a large extent, we are the savior of the world because population out there is going down. Population in here is going up. If we can only know how to utilize these things together, to know how to take, for example, during the COVID-19, you will, I don't know, but it will interest you to know that the COVID vaccine was produced in Africa, in South Africa. You only go there to package it in America, or maybe in Europe. But it was produced in South Africa. The question is this: why didn't they enforce it? If what produced it is yours, then tell them to either cock it here, or brand it here, or package it here. Don't allow them to take it over there. It was even at some level, because of where it was coming from, they say, okay, no problem, we are not going to take the vaccine. They say, okay, no problem, don't take the vaccine. But your people are dying. The level at which people are dying here is, to some extent, is minimal compared to how yours are dying. But then, I don't know the negotiation they entered into. They now pack the whole thing, move them abroad, just to go and package them in bottles and syringes to come here to give it back to us again. How? So if not until we look for a place, a common ground, where we have something to leverage upon, where we can say this one is not living in this place until this one comes to this place. Just have to create a narrative, either by our music, either by our play, either by our song, either by everything we do. Let's just make sure we do something to have a leverage over these people. If you now also look at the level at which the other nations of the world are now beginning to embrace our language, Pidgin, for example, you will realize that there is boredom out there and joy is in Africa. Take, for example, when you now look at football club like Sevilla, for example, have some, I think, 2 Nigerian players who were there, Ako Adam and AGK. These 2 guys are performing excellently well, but the time they will have the most engagement on their post is whenever they post a Nigerian guy, and whenever they now use Pidgin as the caption, because Nigerians want to see their own. So almost every football club now wants to have a Nigerian there, because they know once a Nigerian is there and then he's being treated very well, his people are coming to back him up. So at some level there is boredom out there. Sometimes you listen to a white person music and you're like, okay, is this one beats? But let them bring in Afro, for example. A white man does not, he doesn't even need to know what Burna Boy is saying. He will just start shaking his head. They don't need to know it. They don't even want to know how Dusi Oyekon is singing that song. But once the beat comes in, everything changes. They don't need to know how Nathaniel Bassey is speaking that Akwa Ibom song. Once the beat comes in, the whole atmosphere changes. There is boredom out there. Everywhere is boring. But the joy that comes from music, that comes from either our Christian music, either the Afro type of them, there is joy that comes from all these things, and the joy still live here in Africa. It is time for us to know that we have leverage that can be worked upon. We have leverage that we can use. We have something we can use to negotiate, to sit together on the table of meaningfulness, and then we have our part from the world. So, as people now recruit talent from the world, every country of the world, they will recruit their own talent to benefit them. Just like we go out there, we get what we call expatriates. If you watch Governor Amuneke's skit very well, that's Kevin Black. If you watch most of his skits, sometimes you realize that the guy is trying to expose a particular aspect for our government, of our politics, of the dirty things we do. There is this skit whereby in that skit, a military person arrested a man holding a kitchen knife as a weapon. While the man was under arrest, they were dragging him away. Another guy was coming with a gun. Like in quote, it was a man who was dressed as kaftan. He was wearing kaftan, so which means you know where they are coming from. Let's not mention where they are coming from. But then he was wearing a kaftan with a gun, like of course, on him. The guy was not arrested, but somebody holding a kitchen knife was arrested for possessing maybe a harmful weapon. How about this one? He said, no, that one can go, that they are only using that one maybe to watch over the animals. How? But at some level again, there was another skit where in that skit, they just arranged one albino to become an expatriate, a white man, give him the job, then of course give him the money. And at the back, they collected the money from the expatriates. See, we are having a very wonderful nation. But one thing we need to look into is how do we ourselves perceive Nigeria? How do we perceive Nigeria? If we perceive Nigeria as a country that is without redemption, trust me, we are without redemption. If we perceive Nigeria as a country that is without help, that can never be helped, we can never be helped. The truth there is that our fathers who have gone before us, they can only do worse. But if this country at all have a hope, the hope is on we who are still young to redeem this nation. Because our elders have eaten and dined the people out there, and then sometimes they cannot help it. They cannot help it. They just have to do what they need to do so that their tenure can pass while they move away. Because they've dined where they ought not to dine, and then they cannot help it. So nations of the world are recruiting Africa, not for charity, not because there are jobs there for people who are the best. No, they are not doing it for charity. They are doing it for their own self-interest. They want to better their economy. They want to better their health sector. They want to better all the sectors of their country. So they must do what they need to do so that they can get what they need to get. And another thing here is that the strong nation attracts and keep talents. US, for example, UK, for example, New Zealand, Finland. All these nations will attract the best of talent and use them for their own glory, and use them in ways that benefit them, and use them in ways that serve their own glory. That's why sometimes you come to America, they'll tell you, this one is African American. This one is Asian American. This one is Jewish American. Now, what is the narrative that is being created there? Let's make it look to them as if they are still back home. But let us sell our identity to them. A few years back, a building was burning in France. An immigrant, is he from Senegal or Congolese? But an immigrant, a black guy, he was able to, with bare hands, climb the story building, rescue the child. Now, this guy wanted to make a joke about it. Trevor Noah, he said that when the guy was on the floor, he was an African. Immediately he climbed up the building to rescue the child. He became French. When the people will publish it, they didn't say an African immigrant climbed the building to save. No, they said a French man climbed that building, which automatically they gave him French citizenship. To the young man, it was a reward. Everybody wanted that reward. But then we know something was cut out of that place. His blackness, his Africanness was rid of, so that a picture of him being a French man doing the savior could do the same thing. Trevor Noah said that if at the point where he was on top of the building, he just released the child from that place, an African man released the child. But because he didn't release the child, he was able to come down with the child. A French man or a French American rescued the child. Why not just leave him for who he is? He's an African. If he's a Jew, he's a Jewish man. If he's a see, at some level, you need to understand that there's a difference between Japa and relocation. There's Japa, there's relocation. Even from the word Japa alone, you know those that thing is meant for. Take, for example, Anthony Joshua Anthony Joshua has left UK, has gone to Dubai. Newspaper said he has relocated. He didn't say Japa. Now, your older brother, my elder brother, what did he do? He Japa, he didn't relocate. Japa is that this person is escaping something. There's something after him. He's escaping that Nigerianness in him to travel out. So if you look on Japa, it's like he escaped. But for somebody who has something to offer, who is traveling there to go and stay for some time, they said no, he relocated. Take, for example, Pastor Sam Adeyemi of Nigeria. What did he do? He did not Japa, he relocated. But for my elder brother, my uncle, who is currently there, he Japa. See, they give these things name to attract the people they want. Most of Nigerians cannot relocate. Most of them can Japa. And because the most who can relocate, you cannot cajole them to make them to make them misbehave, or you cannot massage their ego to make them cough out money for what. So because of that, you use a different language for them. Oh, they relocated back to abroad. But for the ones who are desperate, who want to live by all means, those ones will Japa, because the Japa sends a message of desperation to them. I must escape something. I said yesterday that whenever you bet a language, you bet not just words, but habits. You bet not just words, but behavior, both the good one and the bad one. The day that word Japa was used, a lot of things were betted. Desperation was betted. I have to escape something. But when you hear the word relocation, it comes to you with ease. Just try yourself. Tell yourself, okay, move Japa. There's something that comes to your mind. I have to escape something. But if you use the word relocation, it comes with ease to you. So people need words to massage, like they need words to massage something in you, to make you behave the same way they want you to behave, to relax you, then cough out whatever it is they want to cough out of you. So there's relocation for the rich, and there's japa for the poor. So for Anthony Joshua, he relocated from UK down to Dubai. But for our people coming from Nigeria, they said no, they are japaing from Nigeria going to UK. Castration comes in so many ways, and this global reality is that it is going to weaken and exploit the system down to its barest minimum. And when a nation gets to a place where it can't bear it anymore, at that point in time, we are dead. When you have citizens who are in their ripe age, like us, in our 20s, in our 30s, mid-30s, maybe 40s or early 40s, and we're already getting tired, that nation is dead. Because when the chiefs are down, it is not the fathers in their 60s that will stand there to go and debate for you. No, it is we, the younger ones, that will say this country belongs to me, and we are still here together. See, travel out if you must, relocate if you have to, but I want you to understand that don't jackpot because of daily bread. If you want to relocate because it is part of your purpose, because it's something you must do, it's something you have to do or must do to help you become something worthwhile or to help you achieve more of your aim in life. Because when you relocate because of daily bread, that daily bread is what you're going to be looking for, and sometimes, most time, they may never have enough. So if you are relocating, let it be on purpose. I'm relocating from this place to this place because it's going to help me get this, get this, get this, get that. But if you are relocating because of daily bread, you will look for that daily bread over there, and you will be desperate for it. And at that point in time, whenever you get to the embassy, a lot of things go because you just want to relocate because the daily bread here is not enough. The point I'm making at is this: we have a country we love so much. Every one of us here like Nigerian. Every one of us here. Sometimes the beauty, even the joy of we communicating to each other as Nigerian, we can't find it over there. Yes, we have community of black over there, but sometimes everything is just regimented because while you are speaking to this person, is checking his time because he has shift somewhere. But here you are after your 9 to 5, you can still sit around and even gist sometime. Sometimes you even have time to message people online, and people will still be there to reply you. But sometimes you have friends abroad, they'll tell you, you can message me from this time to this time. It's not forming. The young man has shifts. Sometimes we think, oh no, don't mind them. They have arrived. He did not arrive anything. The young man has shifts. As he's leaving this place, he's going there. From this place, he's going over there. I was working on something some time ago for people who want to study abroad, and then I saw a guy's picture. A very young man. The guy just slumped at his workplace and he died. It was later his friends were like, the guy has a lot of multiple shifts. Shift 1, shift 2, shift 3, shift everywhere. The goal is that, yes, we have a country that doesn't give a hoot about what happened to anybody. But I still believe that God rules in the affairs of men. As much as we continue to become responsible for ourselves and then for our nation, there will always be a way for us out of life, through life. I'm not saying that, I'm not talking about luck or chance, no. Talking about life is because you will hold life to a level. Life will tell you, see, let's just allow this one and go. It will get to that place in life. You will disturb life and knock at that door until life itself will say, you see that one, open that door, just let him go. Nigerian, we have that spirit. You need to know how people are laboring abroad. If they can do that there, if they bring that same spirit here with an atmosphere that is conducive to pay back their hustle, their labor, it means that this country can still become better. All these are not evil. Maybe the white people coming here to pick people from here to go there to go. It is not evil. They need people to do the work, and they've seen a market where that work can be done. It's not evil. But then, what is the culture critic? the culture critic here is that it's now become a norm whereby you now see people now celebrate departure once your visa is given. Oh, hallelujah to the Lord. I was in a church one day when a woman was giving testimony of how he has been wanting to get her visa application for so many years, how much she has spent. And it was everybody in the church, we were all happy. But I was like, okay, is that how bad this nation that somebody is willing to spend, like, to sell everything and just escape? That woman was in her 60s. She was in her 60s. She was in her 60s. Was it 60s or even 70s? But she was like, just let me leave. She just wanted to leave. And I believe by now she has left. So it has gotten to that level where anybody just wants to leave. But I want to say that while we are leaving, the people we are leaving to go and meet, they are coming to this place to come and get something done. Which means there is something here. We just have to look for it. I was discussing with a man one day, an Indian. So he was asking me a question. I was expecting him to have known that thing he's asking me. Although it was an interview. So, no more like an, but then at the end we're just to exchange views to see where we can work together. So it was just like an interview for me and him. And so he was asking me something. What he was asking me, I know if I tell my fellow Nigerian, they won't buy it from me. So okay, no problem. I sold it to him. To him, he was very happy. And to us, there is just anything that anybody can just do. But because it's coming from him as an Indian, even that day, before I went for the meeting with him, I asked our GPT, so I said, see, I'm going to meet an Indian tomorrow. For this, for that. How do I approach? No, I said, I'm going to meet a white man tomorrow. Indian to be precise. How do I approach him? ChatGPT says something. He said, don't look at him as an Indian, look at him as a professional. The skin does not matter. He's a professional like you. Because if you consider the skin, the sense of superiority will step in. And you could even price yourself lower than what you should. So forget about the skin. But then Indians love you to look at them eyeball to eyeball when communicating with them. But make sure you are blinking. Don't just look at them like this. Yeah, and also be nodding too. When you are nodding, either this way or this way, and also be blinking. Because if you are too straight, they could just be, this one will be a psychopath. We can't work with him. He's too strong. So but then what he was asking me is it's just a normal thing. Just bring people together, put a white man there, talk to them. But while I gave him that strategy, I felt bad. To me, it's looking as if, although money will be made though, but then it's as if I was selling out my people. But then my people will not listen to me because we are fellow black. But if the same thing, even something of a low resolution, come from a man who is light-skinned, they will listen to him. So how do we get to this place? It's because we've opened our legs as a cow, ready to be milked, and as bulls, we've opened our leg, ready for castration. And on a daily basis, we are being castrated. See, out there, whenever I want to have anything to do with any white man, as long as it's, even though anywhere, everywhere, it is professional. It is not white, it is not a racial thing. Discuss with them, eyeball to eyeball, everybody flow. If it works, you are fine. If it doesn't work, and then everybody goes. And if you are coming to a negotiation table, this is where Africa is missing it. Africa is coming to the negotiation table to go back home with something. Because we believe that we have something to lose. But a man, the most powerful man on the negotiation table is the one coming with nothing to lose. Is ready to go back home without any deal. Which means he's not desperate. Whenever Africa is coming to any table, we are desperate. We are desperate. So sometimes also we measure success by exit. We measure success by, even some of us sitting down here now, you are waiting for that day you go to Canada and do a video using a white door. Maybe the goal is still there. Because if you travel out and they've not seen a white door behind you, you say, no, now it did not travel. Maybe you went to Lebanon. But if you have really gone to Europe, not America, you must snap or do a small video using a white door. Huh? No, there's these things that come with the door there. and once Nigerians sees the door there, they know this one is the white door there. If I see now, I could tell that this picture, this white door is Nigerian. I don't know, but we have a way of knowing that this white door is not here. It's this white door, you know, Tioki Okuni. Yes. So we have a way of, like, I can't tell you the metrics I used to know it, but I just know that once I see that particular white door, it's not from this place. It's special. Everything there is, the wall, like you will see the way they paint wall in Nigeria, white. But if you see white wall there, you will know. So sometimes we celebrate exit. Once we get there, if it is during winter, we wait for that time where everywhere is looking like, okay, now this is the right time for the photo shoot. Go out there to take photo. I'm not. It's not an attack on anybody. I'm just saying how we are being wired unconsciously, and how we ourselves, the part of us over there, is like trying to prep us, prompting us to see Omo, you are there, nothing is happening. You really want to know something happening? Move, just come over. So we are being prompted to, we are being taught that anything African is inferior. This movie, somebody was like, see, if you want to put a people in chain, first thing you must just convince them that there's nothing for them to gain. And with that, you can arrest them so deeply that they will just lose their sense of reasoning. Just convince them that the chain is the most beautiful thing they can ever have on earth. They will willingly enter into it, have themselves fettered, and then you can take them to anywhere you want to take them to. So we seek also for validation abroad. We seek for validation abroad. Sometimes we have fallen into that victim before, where I was telling somebody, I said, see, I have one event I want to organize. Help me look for a white speaker. And of a truth, I needed a white speaker. At some level, I said, even if his English is not correct, but once he's white, bring him on board. See, it pains me that sometimes we know the truth, but we still have to go through that length to deceive ourselves, so that we can be able to bring out money from our fellow self to do business. It's not comfortable. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I was so desperate for a white speaker that, see, just get me any white man. How much does he want to pay? How many does he want to take? Say this amount, don't worry. The people who believe his skin is superior will pay for his skin and not me. That is it. And sometimes whenever these white guys are on board, what are they saying? Like, what are they saying? Sometimes it's even you. I will tell them, see, just work with this script. Don't say anything outside this. Just say this thing and then off your camera and then just go back. See, it's that terrible that you have to deceive your own fellow brothers before you can sell something to them. And sometimes they tell you, they say, the guy said that for 30 minutes he won't take more than £500 or £500 or dollars for 30 minutes. And what he's going to say is still me that will give it to the person. But then we have a market whereby it's open to we having this kind of nature that is open to we deceiving each other before we can get that thing done. So because I have something like a premonition or like a perception of you that, okay, it's possible he deceives me. Therefore, until I see a white man, I won't believe he's real. So of a truth, if this conference is international, then let's see a white man on the flyer. See, sometimes you realize that you will see some event flyer, and then on the event flyer, they will put this country, like all the speakers they are black. They will put this country, they will, they will mention his name. He's a black man, UK. They will put a small UK flag there. They will put a small UK flag. They mention his name again, black man. They will put one US flag there. they will now put flags of people's country on that flyer. Now, one of the reasons why that is being done is for one purpose. And what is that purpose? Is to psych Nigerian audience that see these people that are coming, they are not coming from Nigerians. They are coming to speak to you, even though they are black, but they are coming from abroad, which prompts Nigeria to have a sense of superiority, less or more, over the people coming to speak to them. That is the goal. Now, if you now ask me, have I done that before? I've done that before. I've gotten speakers, and then because they are all black, you know what? Put their flags, put their country flag there. Because it's funny, but if you look at it deeply, it's a pity. It's a God forbidden truth. Like, I have to deceive you. No, not deception per se, but then for me to make what I'm telling to you make sense, I have to like go extra lengths to like try to, in a way, do some white lie that these ones are from this country or this or this or this or this or that. We are now treading on a very dangerous line that if care is not taken, we will fall into a place where our reparation will become impossible. So we are planting our own depletion. We are planting it on a daily basis. So the union problem and the decision. We also have in Nigeria what we call service without legacy. There is enough of service, no legacy. No legacy. Sometimes the best way to know that this place belongs to the government is how dirty that place is. Because you will know that if it is this dirty, it cannot be a private owned company. It's how dirty that place. Take for example, all your NYC orientation camp. As you are approaching, I went to Ekiti State for my service. As you are approaching Ekiti State, you are already sad. You are already sad. In Ekiti State, I know of a guy the guy, his bunk was beside mine. His name is Eiz. Eiz was with us for like 2 to 3 days. He couldn't use the restroom. Once he get there, he say, guy, I no fit. You guys say, okay, what do you want to do? He say, I don't know. For 2 to 3 days, he couldn't use the restroom. Although he could wee, that is minor. But the major one, he couldn't do it. Once he get there, you just go back and hold himself until tomorrow for like 3 days. But at some level, you know what you will do? Just close your eyes, put salt in your mouth, enter that place, do what you need to do, and come outside. So, how do you know that place was government owned? Because of how dirty it is. Look at the African Secretariat today is nothing to write home about. But then, we believe that with us, our country will take a new shape. So Africa is building other nations. That is it. Africa as a continent, we are building other nations. And also, we are innovating under foreign flags. We are innovating with speed under foreign flag. There was a lady, an Olympian, who is that late last year or early this year, she was to represent, I think, Morocco or so. So, due to 1 or 2 religious stuff, she was not allowed. No, not for religion's sake. She was to for distance of traveling. Her father was coaching for distance sake, so the father was the one coaching her from level 1 to down to the international level. But then they said, okay, if you want to represent us at this level, you have to leave your parents. Don't come with your coach, who is your father. Come over there for a new, and then the lady was like, I can't, like the distance is not this and that. For that singular reason, she was deprived of representing Morocco. Is it Morocco? Yes, Morocco. Now, Morocco is her father's country. She now went to, I think, Turkey, her mother's country, to represent them. The lady she met in final was a Moroccan, and she flawlessly, she beat the hell out of that lady. I'm sure that the beating that day was coming from both pain and frustration. So she wasn't seeing that girl, she was seeing Morocco, not that girl. Even sometimes you realize that. Now, let's go to football, for example. Mbappe, for example, according to what the news said, the narrative was that the father, when the guy was very young, I think at the age of 17, the father called the Cameroon Football Association that, see, my boy is doing excellently well. The mother is French. I'm a Cameroonian. What can we do? Call this boy before his mother put any call to the French Football Association. Cameroon asked him to pay some certain amount of money before the guy could come and represent them. The guy said, okay, no problem. Now, of course, if you are a football lover, you know what Mbappe has been doing today. Imagine we have that talent in Africa. Imagine we have that talent in Africa. Look at the whole of a France football. Look at their first 11. Every one of them, aside from Anthony Griezmann, black. So when France won the World Cup in, is it 2022? No, 2022, 2020. Was it France? 2022 is Argentina. Before then, in 2018, yes, France. When France won the World Cup in 2018, like their group photograph were filled with black men. Trevor Noah announced said that African has won the World Cup for the very first time. The French ambassador have to write him an open letter, not just mail it to him, send a hard copy to him. That those guys are not African, that they are French. Why? They won World Cup. Before, they could call them, okay, Nigerian, okay, this one maybe a French Nigerian, a French Moroccan, a French whatever. But as from that day, that affix of their own culture attached to their French nationality was removed. They became absolutely French. Because they said that the nation has done something more for them. Not them doing something more for the nation. See, Africans have to wake up and start coming back home. I'm coming home, I don't mean we come here to stay. Like we come back to reason for ourselves. To know how we can better things for ourselves. If you look at the level at which stuff is happening out there in Nigeria, I mean out there abroad, to our siblings, to our brothers, to our sisters, it's appalling, it's alarming. And sometimes they seem helpless. Somebody was like, if you think tribalism is bad in Nigeria, try racism. Try racism. Because racism itself, at its peak, is something demonic. It's something you should not even say. There are some unwritten laws in America, for example, that there are some things you cannot say when you are outside. Maybe as a white man, you can't use the word nigger. But a black man can call himself nigger. Like, you can't just use the word race or racist. You must be careful of how you word it so that somebody will not try to maybe misinterpret what you are saying. Like how long do we want to continue to be that careful because of all these things? So now also there is no internal reproduction of power. Power is now becoming something that is being transferred from this generation to that generation biologically. We are not operating through a monarchical system. This, for crying out loud, is democratic, and that democratic process should be followed. It should be duly followed. But then our democracy seems to become something that we are not proud of these days. And I think we've gotten to a point where we need to sit down, have a town hall discussion, have this ability to reason with each other, to reason in such a way that we will be able to stand and negotiate for our part in the world as a whole. So having said this, I believe that henceforth, as a nation in Africa, and Africa as a whole, the level at which we are being castrated on a daily basis should reduce, because our cows are being milked and our bulls are being castrated. And then the only one responsible to stop this is we ourselves. So I'd like to hand over the mic to the next speaker now. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Wow. It's been wonderful since I came. The first speaker that I heard speaking spoke about education, about teachers, and the relationship of parents with their children. And then the next speaker spoke about critical thinking, and he was very extensive in explaining the levels to critical thinking. And then the next speaker spoke about finances, and he gave quite an interesting story that shows that no matter where you find yourself, once you add value and you know your value and you price yourself according to your value, then you will have wealth. And from the story he said, I guess wealth produces wealth, okay? And then the last speaker spoke about the castration of Africa. And yeah, Africa won the World Cup for France in the year 2018. Round of applause for yourselves for listening so far. Thank you so much. You are 144 hours. This is the 6th day. Round of applause, yeah? All right. As usual, my name is Alma Pettis, and today I'm choosing a very simple topic: lessons from the eagle. Now, the eagle is a fascinating bird. It's a beautiful bird when it's young, and it prides itself, it flies high. And why I chose the eagle is because the eagle has a significant position on our coat of arms, and the eagle represents strength, okay? And yes, our football teams are known as the Eagles. All right, so what can you tell me about the eagle? As usual, I like your participation. So before I fly through, can someone tell me what they know about the eagle? Are you thinking about it? What can you tell me about the eagle?
One of the most advanced birds, like in way of like the way it does, the way it flies, the way it rears its children. Like basically it's very distinct from other birds.
Wow, it's an advanced bird. The way it does its things, the way it flies is distinct from other birds. Yeah?
It's like special, like an arboreal animal that's, so it has a big symbolism describing about success, describing about strength, describing about peak of human race as well. Using as a great description and imagery to paint or to teach someone, to depict as well.
So yeah, it's a symbol of success for human beings, and it represents strength for human beings. Yes, any other thing anyone can tell me about the eagle, yeah?
It's one of the few birds that soar highest in the sky.
One of the few birds that soars, I like if I didn't use fly, it soars highest in the sky, yeah?
It's one of the best birds with the best sight, actually.
The
Especially in focusing. Yes, in vision, yes. The way it envisions and the way it acts on the vision.
Okay.
When he sees a prey, he acts on the prey.
Wow. All right. Round of applause for yourselves. Like I don't have to take the class anymore. I can just go back to my seat. Yeah, now the first thing I would like to say about the eagle is that the eagle flies alone. All right? Now, you might be at that point in time in your life when you're alone. The speaker before the last speaker spoke about a time when they were alone. He said initially when his mother was a giver, they had people all around them. Then suddenly when everything went, they were alone. So he spoke about the time when they were alone. Flying alone can seem difficult. I think somebody spoke sometime last week and said when she went to university, she chose to go to the library by herself. Okay? So learning to fly alone is very key. All other birds flock together. Your ducks, they flock together. Chickens, they flock together. Seagulls, they have special names for birds, cranes and all. They all flock together. Sometimes being alone is good, even though people don't often like to be alone. When you are alone, it gives you time to reflect. Now, you can be alone in your house and not necessarily be alone, in the sense that your phone is a portal and an access. So once you're on your TikTok live, you are not alone. Once you're on your IG live, you're not alone. Once you're on your YouTube live stream, you're not alone. But eagles know how to be alone. Eagles know how to retreat, especially when they fly. Because sometimes when you have decided as a person to fly, you're going to be alone. Somebody said it's lonely at the top. It's not really lonely. It's just that other people are not willing to put themselves through what you are willing to put yourself through. People want to have high marks without studying. For everybody who has shared their story, they've all spoken about a time when they decided to study. One of the last speakers said, yes, there was no money to go to school. Yes, he didn't go to school on time. He stayed back home for about 7 years. But in those 7 years, he decided to study. Studying is a very lonely activity. Okay? And it's a quiet activity. It's not an activity you do with noise. People hardly come online and show a video of themselves whilst they are reading. They might take a picture of a book that they have read or a book that they are about to read, but rarely will show you whilst they are reading it, because getting knowledge is a lonely process. When somebody is learning how to play the piano, they would learn it alone. It's a lonely process. And why do I like talking about the piano? Because if you know how to play the piano, then you will be good in arithmetic. And if you're good with numbers, then you will do well with your finances. The very first class I spoke about was the arithmetic of becoming. You are never solving for X. And when David spoke, he said, see, getting interest, getting compound interest, calculating those numbers are a real thing for real people who want to make real money. So the process of making money is the issue. I'm going to say something, yeah? Making money and making money that grows and making money that stays and making money that sees to the next generation is actually difficult. You can actually make money quickly, all right? You can make some quick money, and let's say for the next 10 years of your life, let's say from the age of 20 to 30, or from the age of 24 to 34, or from 28 to 38, somebody makes money but makes poor decisions because they didn't know how to solve the value of money to sustain that money through their life. The person might get to 45 and start begging. And you can see that was the first thing he shared. The first story of the person he spoke about, the mother of the character, made money. She made lots of money. By the time he calculated how much she had when she was forced to retire, she had over hundreds of millions. But did that money stay? No. In about 5 to 6 years, that money went away. And that was because she did not allow herself to be alone. She did not allow herself to choose herself. She did not allow herself to grow that money. And like he said, you don't treat money like a girlfriend. It's not to be worshipped. It's a slave. It is to work for you. I feel like I needed to re-emphasize that. You must choose a time to be alone. You must choose a time to be by yourself, to think deeply about your life, to think deeply about your choices, to ask yourself, who am I? Who am I now? To tell yourself the truth, who am I now? And to tell yourself, who do I want to be? And then tell yourself, how do I want to be who I see myself to be? Now, somebody said my next point, eagles have vision, clarity of purpose. Now, the eagle's vision is so nice. I remember once reading about the eagle, that the eagle can face the sun. So when an eagle is experiencing an enemy, the eagle would face the sun, fly to the sun, so their enemy cannot chase them as they are approaching the sun. And the beautiful thing about this technique is that it was discovered by Israelites in wartime, not in those days. I'm talking about sometime in between the late 1990s and early 2000s. For those of us who have been following the Israeli war, at a point in time, that particular environment, that place in the world had been in war for over 50 years. All right? And Israelite warriors are very good. Now, they said that they developed a kind of jet, I think the planes they use for war are flying jets, right? They developed a kind of jet that jet can go towards the sun when a missile is chasing it. So when the missile is chasing the jet, the Israelite jet would fly to the sun and then turn to the right, directing the missile to the sun so that the missile would explode in the air, because missiles are interested in heat. So when you have vision and you have clarity of vision, you can divert your enemies. Usually, when it comes to enemies, I like to start with internal enemies, unlike external enemies. Internal enemies like inferiority complex. Internal enemies like toxic backgrounds. Internal enemies like small habits that are destructive. You want to spend 30 minutes online, you want to create your content and upload and just move on from the internet. But instead of focusing on creating your content, you are doom scrolling, please. Emphasis on the word doom. You are doom scrolling through other people's lives instead of living a life of your own. 2 hours pass by in between 2 minutes. You open and close your eyes, 24 hours have passed by. Your enemy is distraction, your enemy is procrastination, because you lack vision, because you lack focus. Okay? So yes, when you have vision and clarity of purpose, your enemies cannot catch up with you. Alright? This is something I love about eagles. Eagles embrace storms. Like I said earlier, I'm going to speak for a very short time. Whoever the next speaker is, please be on standby. Alright? Eagles embrace storms. Okay? They use challenges wisely. Now, I remember the lawyer that taught this particular class. I remember something that she said back then. She said, you see, when the rain is about to fall, the birds like ediye, pepeye, chicken, and all, they will say, pa, 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 they will make noise and then gather their little dumplings and go and hide somewhere. Whenever the storm is about to come, all these birds, they run away. But the eagle will stand and face the storm, and it will be like, you know what, bring it on, I'm here. And then the beautiful thing about the eagle is that when the storm begins to pour, the rain begins to pour, the storm begins to fall, the eagle will soar above the storm. A round of applause for the eagle, please. You know what that means? To soar above the storm. Now that means that COVID-19 came. That means that, you know, there are problems in the society, there are problems in the economy. What do? Do you japa, or do you soar above the storm? All right? I'm going to use example from some of our speakers that have spoken, because I was listening very attentively. Okay? There are storms in life. There are unspoken storms. There are storms that we are not prepared for. In futures literacy, you are taught that the future is bleak. For example, a lady grows up a Christian and gets married a virgin, and she has the illusion that because she got married a virgin, her marriage is going to be smooth. And she has the illusion that because she got married a virgin, her husband is going to love her. And she has the illusion that because she got married a virgin, she's going to have children easily. A major storm for this lady, because her life goal, keeping herself pure, was directly proportional to her being successful. But then she is not successful. For her, success is ease in marriage. For her, success is ease at giving birth. This can make a woman lose her mind. And I am not speaking imaginations or illusions. I'm telling you things I know, I've seen, has happened. So the eagle, apart from having vision, knows how to handle a storm. That is why it can embrace a storm. There are women who have been married to husbands who do not have jobs. The husband, they could have married him. Maybe they had a fantastic wedding. Maybe when she got married, the husband was very rich. And I'm talking about in the past, maybe she herself not educated, but her life was dependent on that man, hoping that, everything is going to be smooth. But the man loses his job and doesn't know how to stand up on his feet again. Doesn't know how, this happened probably in the 1990s, doesn't know how to get up again. And I've seen women who are in such a painful situation with 4 or 5 children. I've seen them thrive. I've seen them sell clothes in Bendan Select. I've seen them save their money. I've seen them buy land. I've seen them build houses. I've seen them house and feed their children and send their children to school from Bendan Select. And I've seen them successful. And that's someone with the spirit of an eagle. That's someone that knows how to thrive in the storm. Okay? So they embrace storms and they use challenges wisely. Like I said earlier, in futures literacy, you are told the future is bleak. In the sense that there is the future that you desire. That means you might desire that at a certain stage, you would make certain amount of money. At a certain stage, you would buy your own house. At a certain stage, you will be settled. All right? That is futures literacy. And there is a future that you will pray against. A future that is like a nightmare. A future where, you know the kind of future you do not like. You know the kind of future that is a nightmare and you don't desire it. And then there is the future where things go much better than you expected. Now the difference here is that if you have an eagle's mind, if you have an eagle's spirit, whichever future comes, you will thrive. If the future that is like a nightmare, which is a storm, comes to you, you would be able to solve X and to soar above the issues. If the future that comes is what you expect, you will be able to solve X and build that future better than you planned. And if the future that comes is better than you planned, you will be able to handle success, because success can be a storm if it is not properly managed. Are you together?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, eagles test before trust. Under this aspect, I would like to discuss the institution of marriage. I often feel to myself that 80% of the reason for this gender wars is because people do not know what they are getting into when they get married. Marriage is an institution. As a matter of fact, it is the first institution that was created and invented. And marriage is an institution for the family, and the family is the smallest unit in society. Now, if the family is the smallest unit in society, then the family is very key, because the smallest unit in your body are your cells, your white blood cells and your red blood cells. Should something go on to any of your blood cells, either white or red, you would be lucky to still be alive. And so the institution of the family and the institution of marriage should be a curse in university. Because ideally, I am tired of seeing certain conversations online. I'm tired of seeing extreme misogynistic men speaking against women. And I'm tired of seeing extreme levels of anger speaking against men. Are we together? Yeah. So we can learn from the eagles, because eagles get married, and eagles know that marriage is an institution, and eagles know that marriage is a contract. So ideally, when an eagle wants to get married, a male eagle, when he sees a female eagle that catches his interest, he flaps his wings and shows her that he's interested in her. She too would flap her wing and show him that he can come along. If she has sized him up and seen that he doesn't have enough strength, she will just fly away from him. But if she's interested, she would fly up. She would fly up to the tallest tree, and he would fly up after her. Now when she gets to the tallest tree, she would pluck a leaf as big enough or pluck a branch that weighs the size of an egg, and then she would throw that branch to the ground. The male eagle would run after the branch, and he must catch the branch before it hits the ground. He has passed test 1. Test 2, she would fly high up again and pick up a log of wood big enough to as big as an eagle, like a baby eagle, a young eagle, and then she would throw that piece of wood to the ground. The eagle would fly up with her to the top where she is, and from that top he must fly after that log and catch that log before it lands the ground. She will say, "Well done." Then she will take him to level 3. She will get a log as big as herself, that weighs as much as she weighs, and she will climb to the toppest point in that environment, and throw that log to the ground. He would run after that big log. He must catch that log before it lands, and he must carry that log back up to meet her. What is the importance of this test? The first small log that she carries weighs the size of an egg. That is their child. Eagles usually build their homes at the highest cedar in any environment. And so, because of that reason, they build their nest there. It is very possible that an egg could fall. Is he ready to be the father that will catch the egg? Then, because they build their nest at the top, and definitely their babies are going to hatch at the top. Actually, a baby eagle could fall. If that baby eagle has not yet learned how to fly, is he going to be the father that will catch their baby before the baby dies? And as she grows older and her strength begins to weaken, she might fall. Is he going to be the lover that will catch her before she lands on the ground? Or is he going to let her die so that he can marry another woman. So you can see, even eagles are wise in choosing a life partner.
How much more?
They test before they trust. And should it be that he has passed all the tests, she will put her hand in his hand. They would fly up to the sun, and they would go fly together round the sun, having a marriage ceremony. And eagles marry for life. A round of applause for the eagles. Now, eagles prepare for the next generation. They have gotten married. They plan how they are going to train their children before the children arrive. And they build their house to train their children. They start off by building the nest with thorns. They put thorns together at the end of the nest. It prickles, we agree. Then they put leaves on top of the thorns and then put feathers on the thorns. By the time they have built their house, they don't make children until they have built their house. Are we together? By the time they have built their house, they lay the egg. The mother stays on the egg. That represents pregnancy. So as a pregnant woman, she's not working. Daddy goes around and brings food for the pregnant woman. She knows that she's pregnant. Why? Because the snake is there. You see, eagles and snakes are enemies. Eagles bite off the eyes of snakes, and snakes eat the eggs of eagle. You are pregnant. God help you. I say a lot of foolish things online. Let me shut my mouth up. All right? So, that happens. Now, the egg has hatched. Father and mother feed the eaglets. As time goes on, it's time to teach the eaglets how to fly. Now, the mother would come, say, babies, let's go and learn how to fly. And they have to learn because it's a training. All right? The training is not an easy training, and there is no time to pamper anybody. Follow me, she says, and so they try and follow her to flap their wings for the very first time. Should a particular eaglet have wings that are a little bit stiff and cannot fly, Daddy is supposed to spot that eaglet while the eaglet is gliding down and save the eaglet before the eaglet lands to the ground. Well, because mother eagles do not get married to men who are not capable, I don't think I've heard of a baby eaglet that has fallen because they couldn't fly, because Daddy catches them right before they land on the ground. So this is how they are building the next generation. Now the eaglet is about 2 years old or 3 years old, and the eaglet has learned how to fly. The eaglet has learned how to feed. The eaglet is quite frankly becoming an eagle already. So do you know what the mother and father eagle do? They don't allow children to live in their house for too long. By the time you are 3 years old and you have not left the house, your siblings have left, you are 3.5 years old, they will begin to remove the feathers from the nest. They will remove the feathers from the nest to make you feel uncomfortable. You now have leaves and thorns. If by the time they have removed the feathers from the nest, you still say, no, I love my mommy too much, I love my daddy too much, I'm going to keep on taking the breast milk from this place and enjoying my daddy and mommy's money, and I'm not going to build inheritance for myself, they will begin to pluck off the leaves so that you are left only with thorns. Should you fly away and come back, you can't bring a girlfriend because there will be no house for you. There will be no place for you to procreate in their house. All that will be left are thorns. When you come back, the thorn will choke you. Mommy, this thing is choking me. What happened? that is how it is. That is just the way it is. Until you will then have sense, because the thorns are pricking your tender body for too long, you will go and build your own home. So that is how eagles prepare the next generation. I love the eagle.
I love the eagle.
My favorite thing about the eagle is its ability to renew itself. By the time the eagle gets to the age of 40, its beak, its claws, its feathers become weak, and his knees become weak. At this point in time, the eagle can decide if they are tired of this life, and decide if they want to become elders and begin to prepare for their death. Or the eagle can decide to renew their life and tell themselves, fine, I'm 40, I'm achieved, I'm a grandpa, I'm a great-grandpa, but I'm still young. The eagle can say, you know what, I'm not going to be 40 years old, I'm going to be 40 years young. All right? And so the eagle goes into isolation again. Remember, we said eagles fly alone. They start alone to get to where they are, and then they continue alone to get to a higher point. So at this point in time, the eagle will seclude itself and use its beak to strengthen its claws. Now, have you ever had to pluck off feathers from a chicken? You know that to pluck off feathers from a chicken successfully, you must have killed that chicken, you must have put the chicken in hot water, it must be soft so that the feathers can come off easily. The eagle doesn't wait to be hot. The eagle would use its beak to remove its old feathers. This takes 150 days. It's a very painful process of removing the old feathers. Now, when the eagle removes its old feathers, new feathers will begin to grow. And these new feathers would make the eagle's wings flap easily and add new life to the eagle. After 150 days, when the eagle comes out, it is renewed. For you as a person, what are these feathers? Old mindsets. For example, I grew up in a certain generation, just like some of us have, and I grew up with TV, watching NTA2 Channel 5 and NTA2 Channel 10 and Silverbird Galleria. Now, I would be stuck in the past if I insist that in this present generation, at this stage and time, I still want to watch NTA2 and NTA Channel 5 and Silverbird. The pictures do not even depict our times. As a matter of fact, not many people watch TV anymore. As long as you have data, you can Netflix and chill, you can watch YouTube, you can watch Prime TV. Are you together? So you have to change your mindset. In other words, it can also mean getting a new certificate or going back to school to renew your mind. At this point in time in my life, I was looking at myself and I was talking with someone close to me, and I said, you know what, I'm going to go back to university. Said, you want to do a master's? I said, no, I'm going to do a first degree in something entirely different that interests me. I want to renew my mind because, like I said, even when I'm 70, you are going to say I'm 70 years young. So clock that. All right? Thank you very much. So the eagle renews its strength. It might mean changing your diet. Understanding that at a certain age, you cannot eat more than once a day because your body can no longer digest food as it used to. So now you cannot overwork your body because your body is the temple of your soul. Alright? It can mean starting to work out, even though you've not been working out, to strengthen your knees, to strengthen your bones so that your back is not bending. It can mean changing your environment. Alright? Going on a fast at a certain age is not just spiritually good, it is also mentally good and psychologically good. It can mean, you know what, for this season, I'm going to be off social media. I'm going to learn some things about myself. I'm going to renew my mind, my soul, and my body. I have a friend who started practicing yoga at the age of 38. And by the time she was 40, she could stand on her hands. That is how the eagle is. It renews itself, changing your mindset, understanding that the times have changed. Truth about it is that, to me, people don't really change. They are still the same. We are still going to have serious people. We are still going to have unserious people. We are still going to have high achievers. We are still going to have people who will not achieve much. But that depends on the person. And so you cannot stay in the past. Renewing your mind means embracing AI. AI has come to stay. It is not your enemy. It is just an assistance. It's for you to understand how AI works. David said something about introducing AI to his class by doing online classes, having teachers from outside the country take classes in his class through the smart board. Alright? That is what they call futuristic thinking. Are we together? Now, eagles focus on quality. Unlike other birds that eat dead animals, eagles eat their animals alive. They are in the sky. They have spotted an animal. Very hungry. Let me have a tasty chicken. They just fly, catch the chicken, swallowed and gone. Even when they give birth to babies, they do not give their babies dead animals. They give their babies fresh, live, Indomie delicious, warm. Alright? So they focus on quality. So what is the quality of your life? What is your focus? What kind of data are you consuming? What kind of information do you consume online? Do you focus on dead information? Do you focus on information that destroys your mind? Or do you focus on information that gives you life? You know, words are powerful. Words are life. You know, some of you will say, I'm already very intelligent, it doesn't matter. My darling, it matters. Don't let Comin syndrome catch up with you. Comin. Okay? It really does matter. Now, eagles train through process, which I explained in how they prepare their next generation. Eagles are conscious of how they train their children, and there is a process to things. There is when you are an egg. A baby eagle cannot escape flying, and it cannot escape flying high. Are you together? The process is fly high, because you are an eagle. They do not train their young to be like chicken. From the very onset, they don't feed their young grass. Okay? They feed them, like I said, healthy, delicious Indomie worms. Okay? Alive. Because eagles do not eat dead things. Are we together? So they train through process. And I've established what process is. in the classes before. Now, from everybody that has spoken today, and some people that have spoken ahead, people speak about reading. People talk about the books that they have read. And like I said earlier, the journey becomes their content. The reason why they have knowledge to give you, the reason why they have knowledge that is overflowing is because they are filled with knowledge. Are you together? Somebody spoke about curiosity. Let me explain curiosity to you. You know, somebody enters here from a different culture, dressed in a different way. Let's talk about someone wearing a complete hijab. When you see somebody like that, they are different from you. What comes to your mind? Is it, now wow, in this heat, you cover yourself from head to toe? How is your skin surviving? Or is it interesting? Regardless the heat, this person doesn't mind wearing their regalia. I wonder what stuff this person is made of, not to be afraid to stand out. That is curiosity. Curiosity is wanting to understand and to know something that is different from you, something that you are not brought up in, instead of judgment. There are some people that when you meet them, they look a little bit, how will I say it? They don't look so sharp on the eyes. They look like they don't know much. And you might easily judge them by their appearance and say, this person doesn't know anything. But you can choose curiosity and say, hey, hello, my name is this, what's your name? What do you do? And you might actually find out that although the person looks shy, although the person looks closed in, this person knows a lot of things. Train through process. What is the process of your thoughts? And if you have gone through life cheating, I would say that this is the time when you stop cheating yourself of the process. Because, like I have said before, the journey is the content. So in conclusion, I would like you to understand that indeed the eagle is a mighty bird and used to represent strength, because the eagle knows how to go through strength enhancing processes. The eagle plucks off its own feathers. That is like killing yourself and choosing to kill your weaknesses. This may not be easy, but this is a choice. And with that, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody watching. That was such a presentation from Miss Helma as regards the eagle stories. It is nice to hear more about eagles. Today, I would like to talk more about a little bit of myself, but resonating with a lot of youth as well. Because I've said it that if my face is like going to come up on this reputable attempt, I'll be doing like more of talking about the youth, humanity, and basically myself. So I'm just a girl, and I would say I'm just trying to like survive, do things for myself, just trying to get life figured out, and in every aspect of my life, financially, any aspect that you may think of. And this is something that is, you know, it is just all about trying to say a little bit of my story, but I might not really go deep. And that will lead on to the topic, black tax. You may want to ask me, what is black tax? Maybe combine color with the word tax. So you may think, oh, maybe the tax that is black. It is actually not. When we're talking about black tax refers to a financial responsibility placed on an individual, like a working individual in the family, particularly that is, well-to-do and is in the right position to like support the families. I would not say that black tax is something that is bad, because it is good if the family see you as somebody that can always like help with the financial issues, somebody they can call, they can talk to, that they know that you will always like have solutions to it. But at the same time, I'm going to like talk about how this thing is depressing, how it affects the youth particularly, because I want to believe that I'm speaking the minds of, if not every youth, but let's say like 80% to like 70% of youth out there. Because a lot of us, we are working and it feels like we are just working for the families. We are not working for ourselves, we are not working for like our own well-being. We are working just because we have one mother somewhere that you want to bring out of that million jobs. Or let's say like that sister that is in school, you want to see her successfully graduate. Or let's say you have like that extended family who is probably like diagnosed with cancer in the hospital, that is like a very like huge amount of money to survive. Or there is one grandma that is old, sick on bedridden, can't do anything, and will literally like survive the whole time. This is what I can relate to very well. Am I always like happy to help my families financially? Yes, gladly. It is very, very like interesting. It is very, very proud for you to be able to like do something for your family, but sometimes it feels like I just want to disappear. The burden is not like that much, but with the little that I'm earning right now, and the anytime I make money, I just want to be calculative of what I'm going to give out to what I'm going to keep to myself every time. And it's just draining. I would not even lie. It is draining. I do stuff for myself, but I want to believe that 80% of what I earn goes into like my family. And when I was in my university days, I have a friend that sometimes you might just be a student, but you are just like a family girl student. I don't know if you understand what I mean. As a student, you still have like family issues to like disturb you in school. Instead of you thinking about academic problems, then there is like family issues all over your head as well. Then I have a friend that be like, girl, you can't kill yourself, you can't do this, you can't do that, you just have to live your own life, you just have to survive, so you just have to. And really, my sisters, my siblings, they are working, they are not lazy, they are doing what they can too. But it's just that we are different in terms of thinking, in terms of, I just want to do this thing and just do it once and for all, because I am just that type of person. I don't like to like waste time on stuff. I like to just get this thing done and move on to the next thing in my life. So they tend to not, sometimes when they have like things going on, they are not like capable at the time, and I might just feel like, is it just that? It's fine, let's just do it once and for all. So when I was in school, then my friends would come to me, because I'm always down with all of these things. Sometimes I can just be all up in my room, lock myself up and cry. But then I'll just stop myself. I'll just be like, no, I can't keep doing this to myself. I need to like put myself first. I need to care about myself. But at the same time, the same me that motivate myself from the old crying scene will still find myself go back to it and start crying again. Why am I saying all of this? I'm saying it to like some of the youth like me that living in this kind of tax thing. If you know that you experience black tax, you feel like there's that burden on you from your families. You feel like you take care of too much of responsibilities from extended, your nuclear, or whoever you feel like is close to you and you always tend to help financially, you need to take a break. You need to rest. You need to, like, put yourself first, because this thing, it has like its own effect, and it is very, very heavy. It's such a heavy effect on us. The last time I spoke about this on this podium, I can remember that I teared up, because it is a very, very personal topic to me. It is what I'm living, like, it is what I can resonate with pretty much. But like I said, if I start giving instances, giving examples, I might take a lot of time on this podium, because there are certain things I would say right now that even the audience might be like, oh really, with all of these things and you appear like this, everything I'm going through you wouldn't even know, because it is all clothed up. I go out, I wear the nice dress, I try to look good, I don't want to look like my problems, which is very, very normal. Like, that is how everybody should be like. Nobody really has to know what you're going through, but if there's anybody that wants to know, maybe the person that's going to bring you out of that problems. I'm here now to hear whatever this or how it might be affecting me, because everything leads to like the situation of this country. If there's like proper employment, proper financial, provision, maybe there wouldn't be like high black tax, because I want to believe it is high there. Checking TikToks, Instagram videos, you will see girls posting videos of themselves crying on the internet. When you go through their comment section, people asking them what's going on, you just see them write, oh, they are depressed, they had this thing to sort, their families, some might be thinking about their mother. So people come online to beg money for their families, which is, they are not judged, they are not blamed. Some cannot take it. They've had it up to here. They just want to just get through whatever problems or whatever situations they are into. That's why I said that a lot of people can resonate with this topic. And what are the challenges this black tax brings to you? One, I would say poor saving. Like I said, I've always been coming to this podium, talk about how I made money when I was in my university days, how I tried to, navigate through business to, talking about brands, I get paid and all of that. So in a week, I try to, make enough money for myself as a student that even like a student like me would hear and be like, really, girl, you're making this kind of money. But at the end of the day, the money, I cannot even account for them. I couldn't even get to save. I couldn't, keep some for myself. Aside from, looking good as a girl. Okay, I want to make hair, I buy clothes. But having a proper saving, that, okay, this is the money I have. Just because maybe I'm in my room. Sometimes I'm always afraid to pick calls. That's how bad it is. Especially if it is coming from my families. The kind of calls that you get, and then you start to have panic attacks and be like, oh, what is it this time? Seriously, I'm not tired, honestly. Just in case my families are watching this live right now, I am very, very happy to do this. But it's just something that can be draining, that can be depressing at the same time. In case they don't know how this thing feels on me. Maybe when they watch, when they see, they get to understand that, oh, I think it's really, really getting to her. But if it's in a case where I have a stable job, I'm earning enough as I should, I don't mind sharing even if it is everything I have, I don't mind it, because I am very much family oriented. I put my family first in everything that I do. I believe that, okay, as long as they are fine, I can show up, because we have a lot of girls, a lot of guys that, they come up, they show up they have everything, and when you trace it back to their families are nowhere to be seen. And then you'll be like, are you sure it's the same person that shows up like this, all in luxury cars, luxury outfits, luxury airs, and then you see their moms, their sisters looking all, not something to be proud of. So that's what me I think of each time I'm trying to like get a life for myself. I used to be like, okay, if I want to be like this, let me make my family like this first. And then when they are fine, I'll be fine. That's how I get to think. Back to what I was saying, then it is something that, okay, I was seeing money well enough for my age at the time, but I couldn't get to save because somehow, some way, I will definitely get a call. It could be from my younger sister, it could be from my mom, it could just be from anywhere. And if there's anything I would advise that can, maybe reduce the black tax thing, is the fact that you should not you should not tend to talk. You should not talk more about your financial income, because by the time you are all about your financial income too, it might not even be your family. It is literally for everyone around you. Because if you are all open about your financial income, I feel like that's what you bring in a kind of burden to yourself. Because by the time they start hearing, oh, she earns this much, then that's where the problem starts from. The family starts to be like, at least she gets this kind of amount of money, let's say weekly, in a few days, more like that. So they tend to like bring more problems to you just because they know that, oh, you're definitely going to get the money somehow. So please, don't like be open about your own financial income, because it has its own effect. Short-term growth. This actually depends on how you live your life, because if you allow black tax as a youth to affect your growth, then definitely you were just distracted. If there's anything that it has taught me, it is actually like me having reason to want to hustle more, work more, and be able to like make provisions for this thing that they're expecting from me. And what am I even all about? Okay, I want to provide for my family. I want to provide. Growing up, you know when you grow up in certain areas and there are certain eyes on you. There are people that they believe that let's see where this girl will lead. Let's see where this girl will end her story. Let's see where this girl will lead to. Let's see what will become the end of this girl. I don't know if there are like people that can relate to what I'm trying to say. You know when you grow up in certain places, they believe that, oh, you are wayward. Because growing up, I like to play amidst guys a lot. You will never find me where there are girls. If you find me where there are girls, maybe like in a group where there are 10 guys and maybe there are like 2 girls, and that is something that I think I'm used to a bit, even up to this moment, because I enjoy male friendship a lot than female friendship. No reasons for it, but I just feel like I am more comfortable with guys than girls. I don't know why, but that's just how I have been growing up. So being like that, and people see me with guys, they tend to believe that, oh, maybe I will turn out wayward. I will turn out one of those girls that with unwanted pregnancy. No shame, but just how I feel like people see me then. No shame to people like young people that pregnant right now, but I was so determined about, oh, you're not going to see this about me, and I'm definitely going to show you the end. So when I finished my university days that I graduated, I can remember the very first day that I wore my khaki, my NYSC khaki. I asked, because we actually relocated from the area where people like have that kind of eyes on me, that, oh, we'll see where she will end her story. We relocated, we moved to another place entirely. I didn't have any reason to wear my NYSC khaki to that place. It's just to go and show those people, those women on that street, that I'm finished though. I don't serve like this, no belly, nothing. Do you get, just to prove them that, do you understand? I need to let them know that, okay, that school that you thought, oh, I will go and come back, you won't see the end of me. This is the end of me. This is my green uniform, and I have to like do it to the point that I told my mom to come and meet me. The whole salutation thing that those people, they used to do to their mom on TikTok, it was on the road I did it. On the road of that street, I did it for my mom. And everybody, they were looking at me like, this girl. So I knew what I wanted to prove. Just because of that, is one of the things that keeps me to like, hustle and hustle and hustle, because at the end of the day, I do not want anybody to mock my mom, to shame my mom, because I know the kind of problem I caused between my mother and my father. That's how much I was stubborn. I was, just a girl that is just doing her thing. You imagine your father driving and seeing you and meet guys as a girl with short skirts. So it's always like, you will get home, talk to my mom and tell my mom, why will my mom open her eyes and I'll be down the streets with guys sitting, just a father being a father, right? And my mother, is not that she knows me too well that me, I'm just playing with those guys. Okay, let's say guys can be funny, they can move funny or something, but she knows I have a sharp mouth. I know how to collect myself. If you do anything with me, if I should take my teeth on you, you will know what you are talking about. And they are even like, they are my age mate, they are my clique. These people are people that we can get hold of each other. If there's anything, maybe because of the way I confide in my mom, then I can remember that if anybody should touch me anyhow, I'll go and report to my mom. So she knows that if anybody should mess with me in that group, I'm definitely going to tell her. But my dad does not understand that part. Like we all know, mothers are best friends with their kids, especially the female ones. So my father does not really know much about all those things. He just does not want a situation whereby a child will be found in a really in an indecent state. So when he gets home, when he drives like this, I see my dad's car, I will run because I know that my mother is going to hear a lot of things. And then I can remember my father married 2 wives, and me and my half sister were like this. I cannot relate to half siblings and enmity. Yeah, myself, I can even say that myself and my half sisters were closer than my own biological sister. That's to tell you how close we are. So growing up the same age, because we are at the same age. So the same age, she's the only one that my stepmom had for my dad. So growing up, she already at our age then she knows how to cook. She knows how to do the basic things, arrange the house, do bed sheets, do those things. But me, I'm the 4th child. I have 3 sisters. My mommy cannot see my sisters and ask me to go and cook. Seriously, that's how it has been. I'll be playing, my sisters will be cooking, and then my father likes wheat dead. That's what they advise him to be eating due to health issues. So then my half sister, she could make wheat. I mean, I cannot turn a bar. I can't turn a bar this age. I cannot turn a bar. And she can, the process of wheat now, just like semo, making it thick, then you pour it. She can make it, and I'm talking about age 15, 16. Then, so if she made those wheats, then my father will make the video, keep it on the phone, because it's different apartment we are staying, accommodation. When he leaves their side, come and show me. See your mates. Look at the wheats that he made. Those things, he will insult me. Say the time that I'm supposed to be spending in the kitchen with my mom, I'll go and be eating to sit with guys. A lot of insults, all those things. So most of the times, when he's scolding me, he's always outside. People, neighbors, because you take the face me, I slap you all these times. Neighbors, how face me, I slap you can be now. They will sit outside like this. So all those things, it's when people add eye on me, this girl, the way the father used to scold that, they just want to see the end of me. They want to know what. Most of them might be thinking that till today I don't know how to make wheat. That's what they'll be thinking. So it is just like normal if you want to prove some people wrong. That okay, I've made it. It's not what you think of me I will become. If you allow the old black tax to just reduce your growth, not make you want to go far, I don't know how to put it to you. You just choose to. Because me personally, it's especially sometimes when I think about things I want to do for my mom like this, I'll just say no, now you can't give up. You have to do it. I'll cry, I'll dust my shoes. I've told you people before, when I've started making money. There's nothing I've not done for money except from sleeping with men and going to bank to rob or stealing. Seriously, there is nothing I've not done, because if I think about there is no help, there is no support, especially since my father died. There is no help, there is nobody. That families cannot cannot help. But I'm just the type of person that I just like to maintain my independence. I used to be like, I remember when I wanted to do convocation, it was like the lowest, this is something that I've not shared with anybody before in my life. And saying it on a national program is just like some level of thing for me. But really, you know, there's just some moments you will live past in your life, and then you not even mind to share anytime. This convocation period was like, you know, the lowest time of my life, the lowest. I mean, I something happened then, like I was brought back to zero. Everything I had, you know, went down. So I cannot imagine my mates convocating and, you know, having pictures, going to school to celebrate, all of that, and then I'll be the only one watching videos and everything. So amidst all of these thoughts, it was all depressing for me. My mother was always there like, what do we do? You know, trying not to speak Yoruba, but maybe if I speak Yoruba, I will say it to English. I'm like, that means, what do we do? She will ask me, just like a mother, because she knows how all these moments, they matter to me. I schooled for 8 years. You may ask me how did that come? Like, how did it happen? I had ASU break, I had COVID break during my schooling, and I went for like a degree before I went to pursue my BSc. I had ND in mass comm. First, I went to like Kwara State Polytechnic first before I had to like, you know, cross over to university, because I've always been about, I don't want to go to Polytechnic, I don't want to go to but it happened that by the time they gave me admission that year, it was late. So I had already registered for my Kwara State Polytechnic mass comm, so I just had to like do it and say, okay, because normally I'm trying academically. I'm not a scholar, just like my scholar here, but really, I'm trying. I'm really trying academically. I thank God. So I have to like, you know, just put my mind on it. And all these things, I did it single-handedly myself. More like I sponsored myself. Clack it. So I just had to do it. I did it for 8 years, and having my convocation well celebrated is what I've always dreamt of. Like, you know, then when it all happened, I reminded my mom, Mom, you know how I've always been about this convocation thing, just for me to have the best of it and all of that. Then she told me, why not call this person? Normally the person will help, because I mean, he's rich, he's this, he's that. I said, this is something that will be very, very hard for me, because all these people that they check in. I said, my father died that they came to make their promises. You know, all those promises can be now. Don't worry, call me. I called some of them 2 times. They not pick. I move on with my life. So she said I should call this person. I said, no, I can't call this person. I'll just rather, you know, try to figure out what I can do. I told that my half sister that I'm talking about, she's not like in the country, she's abroad. So I told her about it, I discussed it with her. And she had to like come through for me, do some things, you know, the outfit part, there's some money we have to pay. If you're in Illinois, we got something memorabilia, there's huge amount of money we use and get through. All those things, I was adding up, they were like, you know, thousands of naira. I just cannot like put my head around it. I need to look good, take pictures, I don't want to just be left alone amidst my mates. But the whole time when she told me to call this person, I said to myself, will I really call this person? It got to here. I said, it is already getting bad though. Shame me out. Actually, they think I'm. Then it happened. My mother called the person herself. The PA picked, not him directly. The PA picked. She had to introduce herself. That's when the shame was already getting to. Imagine. If it's me that called this person, this is how me, so I'll be doing introduction that Omolagbaja. I just thought about it. I was there inside the room. I know these things, they bring me to tears, because I don't like it. I don't like when my mother has to go that late just for us to like, you know, be fine. I don't want the involvement of other people. Whatever thing I want to happen, let it like be within the family, just us. But the moment she was calling, because I see that she really needed to like get me out of the old depressed state that I was at the time. So she just had to get the person, she introduced herself, then the PA said that, don't worry that he will call you back. We waited 3 days, 5 days, the person did not get back. She had to go as far as sending voice note on WhatsApp again that ọmọ yín ni o fẹ́ ṣe convocation ni o kíríkọ. That means that it's your daughter o. She wants to convocate in so days o. That please anything you can do to help us. The person she showed me like this. Ọmọ àti gbọ́ voice note yìí wọ my reply it's marked blue. If you know WhatsApp very well, like it's marked blue that the person had already listened to the voice note and he didn't get back. It became like something of bitterness to me because it really pained me. It's not that I do not understand, maybe the person might be going through stuff too, but I just believe that I knew that this is what it is going to end to. That's why I was stopping her from doing it. Why am I saying this? It's just to let you all know that if that moment actually broke me, that it's just people are not willing to help. Let me just lock up. It's not something that is that deep. All those things, watching my mother ask somebody for help is one of the things that pushed me to want to do better. Because I can't imagine my mother, I want to do it, and my mother is calling one person for help. It's not possible. She should be independent herself. That okay. She used to say something that if I want to get married like this, all this, don't worry, don't let me tell you people my wedding plan on. Because I don't want to, just in case I don't invite you people, So it is just about your determination. You don't allow the black tax to just reduce your growth. Rather, let it push you to doing better. Let it push you to becoming a good version of yourself. Because right now, I'm okay. I want to believe that I'm okay. I'm earning enough, and I'm able to do the little that I can do for my families. And I'm hoping that I should become more from here, more and more, and for everybody watching this, by the special grace of God. And delay personal milestones. Yes, if you are not careful, it might probably delay your milestones because the way the body draws back is funny. I don't think people understand the level of this, but it is a different thing when you are in a family and you have something that you want to sort financially, and then there is somebody that okay, let's take for instance that I need 100K. For something very sharp, or let's say my younger sister that is in school, she needs 100K. Right now she's even enjoying because we are 5. If there is anything else that my sister wants to do, we used to split it. Maybe she wants to collect our hostel rent now is due, and our hostel rent is 200K. Then we have to split it. We'll take calculation, divide it into 4. We'll pay the money. Shikena. The apartment that we are staying, that's how we used to do. That's how it is. But in this case, I'm trying to let you all know how the body feels. Now, let's say for instance she needs 100K, and there is one uncle somewhere that can call Uncle Lagbaja now. They should be able to give you 50K. Do you get? And that uncle sends the 50K. That way our own bills has already reduced. Before we were supposed to contribute let's say 30K. If that uncle should send that 50K, it will reduce to 10,000 naira. Do you understand? Or let's say 15K. That way I get to save my 10K and I'm good. But in the case that there is nobody to help, you just have to get this thing figured out yourself. It's draining. I can't even lie. It is draining. You might not understand what's the body she's even talking about. You cannot expect me to tell you all of my problems, right? But talking from experience, I know what I'm saying. I know how this feels. And if you allow it to draw you back or delay your personal milestones, I do not know how to explain. You just chose to. Don't let it. Do not let it. And moving on, I would say, how do you approach the elder way to approach black tax? There are some certain situations that you cannot run from. Like me now, I have taken it upon myself. Yes, my life will be better, just like my sisters, my mothers, and every other person. But you just still have to turn up. It will get to a point my mother will not be able to work again. It will get to a point you just be Mom, you just sit down at home. Be enjoying. And as she's enjoying, she has something you have to make provision for. She will feed. She will be sheltered. She wants to clothes. There are certain events she will want to assist with her friend. Especially me. When it comes to events with her friend, I'm always out here Like, you know, let them know that you have fashionista daughter. I mean, like, how much is it? What style do you want to sew? Let me see it. And all of us, we have like crafts. Do you get? If I have events now, I don't really have problems. My sister will do the sewing, my sister will do the makeup. This hair, my sister made it. My younger sister, she's a stylist. So yeah. If my mother is going for any event, that's how we do it. One of my sister will sew it, but it's just for us to, like, you know, look good and Mr. Pierce. Our mothers are babies too. They are not just the babies. The way your mother will be like, oh, my daughter should not look different than Mr. Mate. I'm always all about that about my mom too. If she tells me, she knows how to get me. If she tells me she needs to attend an event and she's already mentioned that, some of our friends, they already paid, okay? You know, our mothers, they know how to, you know, emotionally guilt-trip us. They know how to do those things. She will start going up and about. Yàrá gbadá ti sanwó kíní kan, tàmẹ̀lú ti sọ, èló ló wá aṣọ ẹ̀, ní sùúrù ẹ̀, calm down. Just for me to just say that, okay, and really, right now, I'm just the only one with her, do you get? And your boy will say, anything about Sunsi, the woman Jarun Palu. In the sense that whoever you're sleeping with, that is right beside you, is the person you're going to stretch onto when you're sleeping. Let's say you want to stretch and the person is beside you, you want to, you know, place your leg somewhere, the person, your leg goes directly to the person. So it is just more like, before my sister hears about it, I'm always the one that hears any information firsthand. Could be gist, could be gossip, could be burdens, could be bills, everything first. And then when you get tired, and then I be call my sisters. Me, I cannot handle this alone. Or I should call them myself, or I say it on the family group. So I'm more like the closest person to her, because my sisters are married. I'm next, by the way, by God's grace. And my younger sister is currently in school, so we are just the two of us in the house. And like I said, I was going to the elder approach to black tax. One is put yourself first. I learned this like late, but I want to believe that no time is late actually. It's just that it's the realization that I would say is late. I realized it, and ever since I did that, it's been working on me. Because there was a time I don't know how to. There was a time I was hungry, and I needed to like do something for myself. But instead of me to do that, I have to like use the money to do something else for the family. That way, I didn't put myself first, right? I was just like about the family. Like I said, I'm not regretting on any of these things. I mean, I'm so happy doing it. But I'm just trying to like, you know, because we are on a national thing, I need to let people understand that if you don't put yourself first, there are ways that it is going to affect you. Right now, I've learned to put myself first. And learning to put myself first does not mean, okay, I'm stingy to my family or I'm this. If they ask me for something, it's just that I'll check myself first before I attend that thing. I attend to that thing. Sometimes I used to put them to the end, like once. I go to Paris, I'm assaulting. But I'm like, before, when I don't put myself first, I don't want to hear about that thing. I don't just want to see my mom sad. I don't want to see my sister sad. Because these are people, I remember the time that I see, you know, there are a lot of stories. That's why when Mr. David came here to talk about himself, like, it is something that was driven for me. I like this when people talk about their stories, and then, especially when it turns out good. It is always, like, interesting to share. Imagine him having to say all of that story, and it still look wretched. You mean, like, with everything that you have gone through, your life is not better yet. But it looks all up in the glory. I can tell you, I could see his gold shining before he came to the podium, right from that back. I told you, if I cut this thing. The way I'm looking at the gold is the same way another person looking at that. I'm this guy carry for them guys. As I was even talking, the one on the answer is dangling. I say, hey! You don't have to even mention it, it is showing. So it was interesting for him to share because he has lived it and is enjoying every bit of the hardness that he has worked for. So if I I'm here now, like saying everything, it's not that I've made it right, because I've not made it like him. He's having millions of naira sitting in his account. Imagine somebody telling you that if they should get rid of his card, they will remove and remove it to have limits. If they get rid of my card now, they remove it. That's always there's a wide difference. You just need to work on each other like differently. Cause now I can say my story, right? But I have not achieved like what I want to achieve yet. And I'm definitely getting there. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So if there is really anything, just put yourself first. Like I said. And secondly, have an open communication. I think I lost my line of thoughts, but I will retrace it back because I actually wanted to share something at the time, but I hope I remember. Open communication with your families. This one is very, very healthy for you if you are experiencing the black tax. If you don't talk to them, there are times that I will cry eye to eye with my mother, she will cry, I will cry. After having a proper mother to daughter discussion around our financial problems. Just have an open communication with your families. Let them know that you have a burden too. Let them know that you yourself, you need to be fine, you need to be comfortable. Imagine working day and night, 30 days, collect money, share it, split it, and at the end of the day, you have just like 10% to yourself. Sometimes, when I remember having like a little bit of issue with my mom one time. It's not like, seriously, my mother trusts me so much that she knows that I believe every daughter will do this, but she just trusts me with her life. You know when they I cannot be hungry around this babe now. You know that kind of thing. But then it got to me one day that I got home, I didn't need anything. Like time has gone. We were out of food stuff and everything. So she was waiting for me. It's not like she was just waiting for me because normally I had issue with my SIM card. She could have reached me and be like, hello, when am I coming home? What are we eating? We don't have food at home. All those kind of things. But then my line was bad, so she cannot reach me. If my sister was that, she should have called me like on Snapchat to just talk to me. But then she could not reach me. And then I got home. I didn't need anything. I was very mad this day. And I cried. I swear. So I didn't meet her. I couldn't reach her. And then I got home. So I just saw her in the room. Lying. I was like, what's up? Wait, Bao. And first thing when I see my mom, when she gets back, Bao and she Jam. She said she has not eaten. I checked the time. It was after 11. The shops on our street, they will be closed. We cannot get anything, literally. Then I was like, why? Why didn't you eat it? Mundro there. In English, I was waiting for you. Wait for me. Asao. If you don't see me, can't you eat? Say no. That she will not give any money to you. To me, I should go and look for what we will eat. I say, wait, is the problem money? Or is the problem that you just want to have me to eat together with? I want to understand. Say no. She has her money that she made from market, but she wants my own money. That's truth. I say, no, mommy, you can't do like this. It's not, no. I fed up. I understand that she depends, she has that trust in me that, she's my daughter, she will make provision. But no, it cannot be like that every time. What if I was coming without money too? I was very, very angry that day. That it's actually, I have to start talking back that, you know what, we are not even doing all this thing again. Anytime you get home, that you not see me, eat, sort yourself, don't wait for me. I can't bring up my mother, of course, but we just have to rearrange the thing. We had a proper communication. I realized that, okay, I think I mishandled the situation that night. The next morning, I begged her. When I went out, I was coming. I bought some, pay me. I said that I said truth. She said me that I bought something on my way when I was coming to give to her. That's the day that I already made up my mind. I told her how I feel about the situation. And it's okay for you to have a healthy conversation, relationship with your mother too. It's not just with friends, it's not just with your partner. Your mother can be your friend, can be your partner at the same time. I don't know how your mothers are, but my mother is my friend and my partner. So set boundaries too. I mean, when I tell you to set boundaries, shut doors on all those extended family. Those people that they don't know where they gave birth to you. I mean, when they gave birth to you, they didn't even care. have families that, you know, when I go to family gatherings, and then they be like, no, you ain't going, you ain't they say you oh shit go, you know, dressing. I like this your outfit. I be like, Eshima. Some of them can be like, you should remove it and give it to them at that spot. Why? I should go home naked. I don't get it. So your phone will just ring and then they be like, half about me, like that is me, somebody's daughter's son or something. I be like, I don't know, what do you want? They go ahead to ask you for things. I mean, it is okay, all these things, they are okay, but do it at your most comfortable time, when you know that it cannot affect you, your most convenient time. You have to be comfortable to feed other people, you have to be comfortable to clothe people. Shut doors on the families that you know can drain you. Set your boundaries. Say your no. Just be courageous to say no, me only, I don't have it. I'm not teaching you how to be cruel or something. I mean, be kind to the people that want it. But we don't have to talk about families, right? But sometimes some of the families are just there to drain you. And really, some of them are even comfortable than you are. But just because they want to, be, I don't get. So you should learn to stand on your own no. Be bold. And establishing a family business, this particular one is on my bucket list. Somebody say amen? Amen. And I need this for someone. Because this person, she's somebody that is way too, like, with family problems. And she's very, very kind. This person is just way that is just about families alone. She's about her friends, people around her, just be comfortable. You know the type of people that they will cook expensive soup in their house. They will not put it inside bowl. They will be sharing it for people. That's the kind of person that she is. If you go to her house, the time that she makes good soup. And she said something to me when I saw that she was already working on that thing, because some people, they will just say it, they will not act. But the day she showed me like the project, I opened my mouth. She opened a business for her families and said, and she is not launched now, right? But her plan, from what she shared with me, she said she's going to put them in charge. Maybe somebody will be the accountant, one will be the secretary, one will be the packer, because it's like a warehouse where they supply foodstuffs, spaghetti, rice, just things like that. So people that are selling in the market, they will be picking from that store. I don't know how to explain, but it's not like a depot, maybe depots. So there will be somebody that will be taking note of the families, which be the people working there. She doesn't mind, the profit should not come to her. Anyhow they do it, they should do it. If it crashes, that means there is no food for them. There is no money coming from her to the families, which I see as something that makes sense. If she said that kind of money, if she's the only one working and then they are collecting money from her, they might not want to take it serious. But if they remember that if that business should crash, nothing is coming for them, that way she has created employment for her family and even created feeding, a means of living for them. Because there will be somebody in charge that will be paying all of them monthly. Maybe that one will not be the family, because they should not go and kill them. They should not kill each other. Maybe that one, but I want to believe that there is sense in that, and I tapped from it. It is something that I can do if I have the money. I can open a business and just put my family in charge. That kind of business, don't put your mind on it. You're not getting money from it. You will know that definitely this money or profits, peradventure maybe there is something coming out. But I am sure you wouldn't expect much. But the little that you are earning from it, it is something. But instead of you to be drained with bills every time, it is that business that will be draining behind. Any money that anyhow they want to do it, just know that the money, if it crashes, if anything crashes, is the family business. Anyhow, they are not getting any money from you. You will set your boundaries from start. So if you know that it's something that you can do, you're watching this and you are drained with black tax, you have the money, open that family business. It doesn't have to be something really busy. Just create a means of living, create an employment for your families too. It's okay to take it. Anything, just like POS too. You can put one guy in charge. It's even game shop. What? No worry. And lastly, I'm not supposed to put this last, but because it's actually came to my mind last. And I don't know why. It's prayer. Pray. It's supposed to be the first on the list. Pray. Pray for sustainability. Pray for, the mind to carry most of these things. Because without prayer, nothing. You have to be able to do that. Some certain situations that it's only prayer that can bring you out of it. Even money cannot solve it. Just pray. It's supposed to be the number one on my list. I want to believe that if there are problems and you pray your way out of it, God opens the way for you, and then money will do the rest. But in everything, just pray. We wake up, we eat. The first thing we do, we go to our phone, we just check the notification and everything. I'm guilty, right? But let's just know that prayer, with everything with prayer, is like the simplest thing to God. Over the family, your work, your well-being, your life, your husband, everything. And just like I said, I am right before you, experiencing black tax. In case there's any help you have to, bring me out of this black tax, I do not mind. I'm just a girl in the presence of numbers of audience. I do not know who can help me. Help me help my family to reduce our burdens. Thank you. And with this, I would like to pass on the microphone to the next.
Good evening, Africa. Good evening, our audience. I remain easy to our roots, and on our today's topic, or what we are going to be saying today, is about crime scene management. Crime scene management. So I don't know what actually motivated me to choose this topic, but I feel that as a citizen of Nigeria, we are meant to know how to manage any crime scene that comes our way. Probably anything that we're going to occur. Our homes, our workplace, wherever we find ourselves, is it playing ground, in our offices, anything can happen. So I thought of it that if such things happen, how can we manage this thing? We are not only leaving this job for the police to carry the investigation and other things. It's also left for us. But before we call the attention of the police, before police we come to that place, probably would have gone out of points or we'll be saying something else. So it's better for us to know how to manage crimes, because we're in a society where different things happen, a lot of things take place, crimes happen. There are different problems occurring each day, and I feel that we are not really safe. It's by God's grace that we are living up, by God's grace that we are breathing, because I believe that there are many people out there that woke up this morning the same way we did, and currently by 5 that they are nowhere to be found. Probably they had accidents or something happened to them on their way to work or different things. So we have to be security conscious of our environment. Awareness determines a lot. We are supposed to be aware of our environment, be at alert at every given opportunity, because there are some stories, experiences people have having. You don't need to wait for the thing to happen to you before you start learning. You don't need the thing to be in your presence before you will learn your lessons or before you start learning. No. You just have to learn from people's stories and their people's experience. Just like our sister is giving us our stories about things that occur in our family and other trials that she's going through. These are things you are going to be learning. So it's part of it. You learn. So effective crime management is essential for preserving evidence and ensuring a successful investigations. we are talking about a successful investigation, we are talking about how to manage crimes, what to do when an incident takes place, the steps you are going to take, how to go about it is very, very important. That is why I said the evidence ensuring the successful. The evidence matter a lot. Without evidence, you are going nowhere. So you have to have evidence to ensure a successful investigations. That is why you see most police officers, if they want to do their job, they'll first of all ask you, what is your evidence? If you don't have the evidence, they don't even know where they will start. They just, sister, you are not ready. If you are ready, you come back to us. Go and bring evidence. Show us that this particular crime happened. Once they have seen the evidence, say no more. From that evidence, they will start their work by carrying out their investigation. From starting their work carrying out their investigation, they'll be able to trace before they will now know the source of the crime. So it's very, very important. Then our number one key point on crime scene management is securing the scene. The effects officer must protect and isolate the area. Like I said before, it's not must that is an officer that's going to secure the. It's not a must that you leave everything for an officer. If you are the kind of person that you were present where the incident happened, you are meant to try your possible best to secure the environment, probably where the incident took place. Why are you securing it? You are not allowing people, by not allowing people to go to where the incident take place. And there are some times that when the police officer will put on their probably protects, they will put access a tape around the place, so that it's just like nobody is expected to go to that particular area. They have isolated the place. What they're doing is it's part of their investigation. They want to carry out their investigation. They want to do the things they are meant to do. What actually caused the incident? Who was the person involved? Or probably someone that was shot. The person was shot, and you are trying to know the person that shot this particular person. They have isolated that place at that given point, and they will start using their showing all personal and present showing. They started using their materials such as glove to check each materials that is in that particular place, trying to investigate one or two, know the fingerprint of this person, know the full step of the person, and most of the materials will be carried out. They will go to where they are going to check the particular person that did this thing. From there, they will be able to trace this person and find the victim or the person that killed the person in this screen, or probably in the crime place. So what are we talking about? One of the things we are meant to do is to secure the place. Is very, very important. Very, very important. And when I was preparing for this topic, I thought about there's a day that there's a story I think it's up to like 3 or 4 years. There's one hotel like that a lady, they shot a lady. I don't know where they shot the lady, or probably they use whether foam or the pillow to hold the lady so that the baby will be able to not to breathe or something like that. So we don't know how the incidents actually happened, but when they noticed that probably the cleaner in the hotel was knocking at the hotel room, they were knocking and nobody refused to answer. And it's going to like up to, I think it was going like up to 2 days. Or it was the next day. They were thinking that probably they don't want to open door, but they were calling this particular the room number. They called the room number, the number in the room, maybe for the probably the phone number. So they were calling, they were not picking, and they were keep on knocking at the hotel room. Nobody was responding, and the cleaner has to alert the manager in the hotel. They were like, what's really going on? So they have to break the door. And they break the door. They found out that a lady inside the room is dead. They were not like, what really going on? And that creates awareness within people around them. They were like, they were not thinking probably, and the news was that they were thinking probably the owner of the hotel is the cause of it. Probably is aware of this incident. Nigerians, they say that probably wants to use the person for ritual and build another hotel. So all these things are just rumors and everywhere going on. So they were asking, there was no camera in the room. They're trying to investigate everything. They were not seeing anything at all. So they have to. Police was involved in the issue. Probably one of the people that came for the hotel they have to alert the police. The police came, investigate the place. They have to secure the place first, trying to find one or two things. Then they were able to take some materials and they took it to their office, and they called the owner of the hotel to the station. They told the owner of the hotel that they have not seen anything about the cause of the death of this girl, so you have to close your hotel. So it's a serious case that the owner of the hotel has to go to court to defend his or herself about this incident. The rumor went so far that it spoiled the name of that hotel. Even those that are the regular customers of that hotel, they were able to avoid themselves from such place. So when they took the case to court, it was not easy, although it was a rumor that we were hearing, not that we actually heard the full gist. So according to what they said, that the owner of the hotel has to pay millions to sort his hotel out, to sort himself out. Like it was up to like months before they could release, going to a year save before they could release that hotel. To show that this person now involving himself in this type of crime, he was involved first of all because it was his hotel, and they did not see any sign of someone that did this crime or anything. They could not find any evidence, and they were able to hold the owner of the hotel and took the owner of the hotel to court by order of the investigation and everything before they could do one or two things. It was actually just money that sorts them out before the man could regain his hotel back. To show how crime involved in our daily basis. Even when we are sitting now, things are going on and people don't know how to manage this and finding themselves in situation. Initially, if that man should do the needful at that particular time when he saw this incident or this crime, he would have not been in this position where he is. It was someone that has to call police. Probably they are trying to cover everything out. First of all, the girl is not going to have justice. And if nobody should call the police, this girl dead, nobody would have known about it. They would have hid it. Because he's trying to protect his hotel, he's trying to protect his fame, and plenty things will now be on court. That money he has spent on court, he would have not spent that money. Because he did not know how to manage crime. We can't put ourselves in trouble in different ways. Even when you don't know, you are trying to, you and someone is exchanging words, you are insulting the person insulting you, before you know it leads to fight. You don't even know this person, whether this person is okay initially, or this person is having health issue. You don't care to know, you just want to show that you can fight. You end up blowing the person. It's not even blows, just slap, small slap like this. Person fell down. They rush the person to the hospital. But reverse was the case. The person kicked the bucket and What do you think the family is going to say? They will hold you responsible. You don't have to kill their daughter, you don't have to kill their son. Because their daughter was okay when you started fighting with her child. So all these things, if you are in a place where fighting is occurring, or a place where always quarreling, troubles, and try to avoid yourself from all those places, or probably tell them stop fighting, separate this set of people, because if anything should happen to this person, you the witness, they will hold you responsible too, because you are going to write the statements in the office of station. So these are things you are meant to know. Try to know how to manage crimes. There are some things that there are plenty things that happen during the school time when a child will, probably a student will go out, the students probably come back in the evening time. You and this person is a roommate or EIGs and everything. Probably she said that she's going out for probably date or something, and this girl came back in the night. You and this girl slept. You woke up, this girl did not wake up in the morning, and they ask what happened. They will not even listen to you. That is just it. Okay, she went out to this one so place. They will not even listen to you. They don't even know you are a roommate. You are going to tell us what happened to this girl. So that is just it. So if you are able to tell your roommate that please don't go, if you know that you don't know this person, please don't go, tell us where you are, give us details of this person, send us this person's picture. If something now happens to that roommate, they were able to track that person that she went to meet. I used to my friend that if you are going out, try to snap the number of that vehicle. Very, very important. If on your way, just snap the person on our way, or probably send the person's number, probably his Instagram handle or social media handle. We're able to track that person. These things are very, very important because anything can happen. Anything can happen. We live in a world that people are very desperate to do a lot of things, even going in the excess of sacrificing their family members to gain what they want, to show how the world is wicked. So who are you that are not going to use when they are using their family members? So I used to tell my roommate, if you are going now, please tell us. She don't like telling us where she's going. But I used to insist, tell us. I have to tell my friends, take the girl, she be speaking up. Things are going on. Even when I was in school, I was hearing different stories about young girls being used in different ways. In different ways. Innocent people that don't know anything. People that are so innocent to the core. And you see all these souls being wasted in different ways. I don't know if you heard about a story in the social media that trends about a guy that was trying to dispose the body part of his girlfriend. The guy actually lived in the estate. That even I don't know who even found that is one of the security person or someone that found out that it was that, what are you holding? Because the blood was dripping. To show that girl head is very, very strong. They have to trace that guy to his house. They saw things. And I wish that girl would have told his colleague or his friends that he was going to his boyfriend's house or told them things about his boyfriend. This thing they would have, and according to what I heard, that is something according to the year that this person has been his boyfriend for how many years. I'm sorry, I don't trust people. Even though I've dated you for 3 years, I can never trust you. That is just it. I will not trust you to the 100%. Imagine this person has dated this boy for 3 years, and this boy has to do these things to this girl. To show how people are desperate. So if this girl should tell his or her parents about her boyfriend though, probably know his colleagues, his friends know his boyfriend's house and other things. Imagine that this person, security man, could not find out that this guy was actually carrying his girlfriend parts to dispose. What would have become of this girl? They would have been looking for this girl up and down. These things are very, very important, and thank God that God actually exposed the boy. They could take the boy to prison. And I believe many people learn from it, especially girls. But still, some girls are very stubborn, they will never learn. That is just it. So, ensuring safety, all personnel, and prevent loss of contamination of evidence is also involved in this crime management. So, try not your possible but not be contaminated by any of this crime, in the sense that when you see that this thing has taken place, don't involve yourself in it. Isolate yourself from it. If it's necessary, call the police, let them come and do their work, and try to always call. If you know you are the part of person that always down, that don't want to involve yourself in any of these things, try to call the police that they will do their work. Very, very important. If you don't call the police, they will think you are part of it. Once they notice it and someone have informed them, they will put you as part of the people that did that thing. They believe probably you guys planned it. So it's very, very important. Always call the officers around. That is good to have a. If you know that you are someone that is staying in a place, any police station around you, try to have their contacts. It's very, very important. Because I remember then when I was staying with my parents, we had I think thieves came to our house and we were able to call police because we stayed beside near the barrack. Actually went to police schools, so we stayed near the barrack, and so police was very, like, the station was kind of close to us, because after the barrack then the other streets you were able to see our streets. So thank God that my dad's friend is actually a police. We were able to call the police at that giving point, and immediately they were able to come at that spot. Immediately I started blowing at their horn, all those things disappear. So it's very, very important to have police contacts for security aspects. They will talk about under the crime scene manager, we talked about the documentation of scenes, which is if you are the type of person that a crime happened in your presence, try to document some certain things that are very, very important. Record the scenes through photographs, videos, and details notes. Till now, I used to appreciate most content creators. Their camera is always on. Their camera is always on. You never see most of them camera closed. Their camera is always, anytime they are passing the road, always on. So in case they should see anything, they'll be able to video that person. And they are videoing that person, they have evidence already. So it's very, very important. And if they should report this case to the police, they can be able to give evidence to the police that this is what this person did. So try to take pictures, photographs, snap. These are it is before people will start involving themselves. Try to snap, make videos if it's necessary. But if it's something that needs an urgent assistance, please leave the video, attend to the person first. Or probably there is someone that's probably an asthma patient, or those people that are always, like, there are things that you don't need to even video this person. You just have to come to the person aid by doing the necessary thing to avoid the person, so that the person will not be able to find herself in hospital at the end. Just do the necessary thing. there's no need for you to be making videos or snapping. So there are some people in Nigeria now, if they find out that someone actually needs serious attention, so this person is still breathing, you are making videos. Why are you making videos? It's not necessary. If something that have occurred already, you know that this person is already gone, the person is gone, and you can start videoing, making pictures and all that stuff. But if it's not necessary, please don't do it. Your duty there is to what? You can also manage this crime by what? Taking this person to the hospital immediately. Than you to be videoing this person. I know this person needs urgent attention. And if you are videoing this person, the person is already going slowly. This person is losing his life. Okay, I don't know if you guys have watched this one that currently happened. I actually posted it on my state too. Many people posted it because you posting things that have happened actually helps a lot to give people, to alert people on what they are meant to do and what they are not meant to do. I think this guy actually went to club. They went clubbing. Two ladies. I think the other lady was in front with the guy. One lady was at the back. They actually coming from clubbing. You know that you have drink to stupor and you enter the road to drive. What are you expecting? God to perform miracle? You know you are not okay. But you have mind to drive. Carrying two souls along with you. Well, they would actually notice because of the way the girl was dressing and the men's money that was in the back to show that they're actually coming for a club. If you know you cannot drive, you went for a club, you drink to stupor, please don't enter road. You are putting your life at risk. You are putting your life at risk. Even another person that happened again, a guy that went to drink to, was driving bike. I don't know if I did not see the vehicle that was coming front to him, or I didn't even know how they missed themselves. The guy was able to have that accident, and before they could rush this person to hospital, the guy is gone. And later found out that the person that bumped on this guy was actually a learner. He's a young guy that's actually learning how to ride. You don't know you are going to meet him, but you think everybody that is riding knows how to ride. And the thing that is occurring about these two girls and this boy they are engaged themselves in accident, they actually making video. They know that this person is actually gone. There is no life in them again. They were making videos. And they are trying to show people out there that please, and they were making the video. The girl was saying, if you know that you are the type of person that went to club, you drink, please don't enter road, don't drive. All these things are driving protocols you are meant to know. When you started driving, you are meant to know the protocols of driving. Things you are meant to do while driving and things you are not meant to do. If you know you drink, please don't ride. You know all these rules and you went. You are just neglected everything. Put the things aside. They are talking their own. Now where are you finding yourself now? Your loved ones will be crying, your friends, everybody will be, because of your stupidity. So it's very, very important to manage crimes. And talked about the video, like I said, the videos, pictures, very, very important, and it's a good evidence too. The number two is number three is you're able to capture the condition of the scene before anything is moved. Then collection and presentation of evidence. Try to collect evidence from people, even when you are not aware where the incident happened. Ask this person, what actually happened? How did it happen? Was this person doing this? Was this person doing that? Ask questions. Collect evidence, jot it out, write it down. It's also part of it. It's also part of it. It's going without evidence, they are jotting out that will go a long way too. Then gather all physical evidence properly. Use appropriate tools for packaging to avoid contaminated or contaminations. Try to use glove to pick anything so that if they want to find out the person, the fingerprint of this person or the footstep of this person, they were able to capture it very well. So use the necessary basic things to the tools they are meant to use to carry out this evidence or things very well. They talked about the label each clearly. Try to label the items with data, time and locations. Try to know the location of the place. It's very, very important. They asked me when I posted that video, they asked me where is the location of this place, where is the location. The location doesn't really matter actually. The thing there is just that don't drive. Don't when you finish drinking, don't drive. That is just the thing. Whether it happen in Lagos, it happen in East, it happen in abroad though, don't really matter. Just get the message. Then keep a complete record of everyone that was present. Very, very important. They will have to keep a record of everybody there. If you were in the place where this incident happened, you are going to write a statement, probably weakness or something like that, because they want to investigate everybody. They want to investigate everybody. From investigating from people, they were able to get what they want. That is how to manage crimes. You know that these officers were not there when the thing happened. It's true people they are going to get it. It's true that investigation they are going to get these things. It's true what they have documented in this case they were able to get this information. They talked about keep a complete record of everyone who handle the evidence. Then number 5 is ensure evidence remains clear and untampered. So make sure that every evidence that you have brought out is clear. Don't bring something that is not clear. Don't bring something that you know that this is not real. And make sure that if you are bringing this evidence, it should not be tampered, because it's something that you are going to use to judge someone. It's something you are going to use in court. It's something you are going to use to save this innocent soul or the victim too. So it's very, very important, so that later in the courts, the evidence or the stories, what had happened in the crime scene, you were able to give justice at the end. What are we doing? What is the reason of this crime scene management? It's just to give a clear justice, just to give a clear evidence of something that happened. There are many people, innocent people out there, that are in prison. It's not because they did something wrong. They were not able to manage some certain crimes. People were not there to give justice to them. That's why it's good to manage crime a lot, because anything can happen, and if you are in that process where that thing happen, and you are the type of person that there's nobody to defend you, you don't have any other choice than to end yourself like down to go to the prison, because you feel you don't have a barrister or a lawyer that will stand for you, a family member. So it's very necessary as a citizen to manage your crime so that you give a better and clear justice at the end. Because everything that happens will also, every crimes that take place will end up in the courts. And if you end up in the courts, you know you are spending money, it's money. You have to pay your lawyers, you have to do this, you have to do that. So let's not try to involve ourselves in crimes too. Try not to involve yourself in crime. If you are the type of person that you don't like troubles, keep it like that. Just be on your own lane so that you're not able to involve in all this crime going from one place to another trying to settle cases, or you are the type of person that you don't like where fight used to occur, avoid yourself. Like, just remove yourself from that place, just walk away. It will help you too, but you know how that they will throw but suppose not eat your head. It's something else. You know how most people fight. Even till now, if you feel like when they are making trouble, when they are fighting, everybody wants to go and shoot their head to know who is fighting. And you think you are trying to get information, you're not securing yourself. You can get information by people that went there. It's not even that you must go and see yourself before you know what is going on. Because of our curious to know something, people end up in a bad condition, which is not good. If you see people that is very troublesome, or someone that is always fighting, try to advise that person, please. All these things you are doing is not necessary. Avoid yourself from all these things. Even if someone is always coming for you, try your possible best to avoid this person, so that you will not end up in prison. So that is the reason why all these crimes are being done, or probably taking place in our society, in our playing ground and other places. So if we find ourselves in such crime, or in thing that probably you will find yourself in where crime happened, try your possible best. It's possible that you cannot do anything, just call the police. Very, very important. Or if you know that you can do it, do the basic necessities you are meant to do. Either you make videos, you try to isolate people from getting there, try calling the police or any officer nearby, those on duty. It's very, very important. You go a long way. And if you see someone that is being bullied or anyhow, just try to help that person too. Because most people now are going through a lot in social media. You think they are not things that people, hot words that people say they are not getting through them. It's a lie. They are actually getting to them just because of bullying. To show that it's not everybody that likes it. Someone might bully you, but you'll be strong about it, but that person will not take it easy with the person. So it's very, very important. So as in Nigeria, we should try our possible best to always manage crime with these few points that I've listed out. So at this juncture, I'd like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Hi, good day everybody, and that was a very lovely one from the previous speaker, how to manage crime. So right about now, I'll be talking about 5 core reasons why kindness is no longer optional. 5 core reasons why kindness is no longer optional. I am Akimbi Nkosila, and this is what I love doing. I love talking a lot. I am a garrulous person. So let's have it. So I know that while I was growing, I watched this movie called like Stars on Earth, and one of the core precepts that the protagonist gave one of the main characters is that be kind to everybody, because you don't know the silent battles everyone is fighting. Kindness is not optional, like it's not something we should think about before executing. You have to be kind to every single person. Being kind is you showing up when you're supposed to show up. Being kind is you acting where you're supposed to act. Being kind is taking up responsibilities. Being kind is the fact that we're supposed to be here, we are here, actually, because we are being kind. We can choose not to be here. Being kind is actually a choice, but it is a necessity. So I'm here to talk about 5 core reasons why being kind is actually a choice, but should not be taken as a choice. Yes, that's simply what I want to say. I want to talk about the fact that we have disabilities. That's my first core point. There are many disabilities that we cannot see on the surface and people are fighting. Let's take autism for an example. there are many autistic people you see on the road or anywhere, and you will not know just looking at them that they are actually autistic in nature, and like they were giving birth to autistic. And you know, the way they respond to things, the way they talk to people, the way they look at you. If you have stayed in the room with autistic children, you know that there are different kind of autism spectrums. Yes, some people, they are very gentle, some are they can be so disturbing. You have some with ADHD where they are very, very aggressive. There are different kind of, there's Tourette syndrome. Tourette syndrome, you just feel like the person is just acting up. Imagine somebody that is just doing every single, like in 2 seconds. If the person could actually control it, the person will actually control it, but because the person cannot control it, the person, and imagine you are very, very aggressive to that person, because what happened to you? Why are you doing that? She cannot control it. If the person can actually control it, the person will control it. Let's also talk about stuttering. Some people are natural stutterers, or some people, their stuttering is caused by condition. They don't stutter. They stutter when they're in front of a crowd. They don't stutter when they're at home. Some people stutter when they are very, very scared. But they don't stutter when they've gained the confidence that they actually need to function in. So, but you talking to a person, you cannot talk like every other person. You see me now, I'm saying, why is he if the person can actually control that, the person will actually control it. So there are many disorders that we cannot just see on the surface. A lot of things, a lot of disabilities are what we cannot, because I think when we talk about disabilities, the first set of disabilities that come to our mind is the blind, the deaf, even the dumb. Sometimes you don't even know that some people are dumb safe, because they can actually hear you. But it's always the blind, then who with the developmental, and all of those, the imbeciles, and all of them. Those are the ones we think about. But there are many. I think there was a time in January where I was bringing out different kind of disorders that we don't know that they are actually happening, but they are actually happening. And you not being kind is actually weighing them down, because they'll be like, it's not my fault. They go home, like she was saying the other time, like the previous speaker was saying the other time, that there are many things that go on social media, and one of them is bullying. And when you bully them, you think it's not getting through to them. Actually, it's actually getting to them, and it's actually weighing them down in their spaces. So that's one of the core reasons why you have to be kind, because there are many disabilities you don't see, and you're trying to be aggressive about it. It's just reminding them of many incapacities that they have, without looking at their abilities and their capacities. Another core reason why you have to be kind, people are already carrying so much, to be very honest. That's my number 2 reason. Like the person that was talking about black tax. Yes. If you look at her on the surface, you cannot know. Imagine now go and meet the person, auntie, please now give me 10K. And she's like, I don't have. And I'm like, why you became like this now? And ordinary 10K. You know, you know, see the letter you're living on Instagram. We can see on your post. We know that you're a very big influencer. Okay, let me cite this example. So I attended Girl Talk with Arike, that's Arike Olagba, that's Arike with the dimple. I attended her conference last year, and she was talking about how she started planning that conference with just, I think, 30 naira in her account or something. She does not even have up to 100 naira in her account for her to start planning that stuff. And normally, if you know Arike Dimples, you see she has a very big social presence, especially on Instagram. She has a very, and if she tells you, I don't want to test my account, to be like, it's a lie. You stop now. There are days where some of our clergies will tell us that there are many times they'll come to church without offering. Their clergies and they'll be like, pastor now, stop now. But in real sense, actually they don't have. There are many things going on, billings here, billings there. Okay, imagine. Okay, let's take for example the person that put all of this together. Yes, the millions that was spent into putting all of this together and the ones they are still going to spend, because for the next 20 days we're still going to eat morning, afternoon and night, so not hear any excuse. Apparently. So they're still going to cook. Exactly now. And And it amazes me that they used to buy bottled water. Like, just give us pure water or bottled water. Do you know how much is bottled water? 1 pack. And they're giving every single one of us that we are morning, afternoon, and night. So do you know the millions that are still going to go into this? And then you now come, ma, sir, please. Please now be nice, be kind. You not come and say, you know you don't have money. Why people Guinness? Can you just be kind? Yes, can you just be kind? It's one of the core reasons. People are going through a lot. People are going through a lot. There are a lot of people that their family members are going through maybe cancer, or they are going through this thing, and with the little they have to support the family. Yes, there are some people that, as students, they have to fend for themselves because what is going on at home cannot make them ask for money at home. And then you can see asking that same person that is trying to make ends meet for his or herself to fend for you to please be kind. Another reason, which is the third reason out of 5 reasons, I've given 2 reasons. First, because there are many disabilities we don't see on the surface that are actually happening with people, like stuttering, like Tourette syndrome, like autism. The second one is people already carrying a whole lot and they don't need your own extra baggage. Yes. The third one is another reason why we have to be kind is because sometimes what we call bad behavior is actually a sign or a cry for help. Sometimes when you see people acting up, I think the last thing that should come to your mind is you shout out, hey, what is wrong with you? Is it you that's going through a problem? No, I think that's the last thing that should be on our mind. We should calm down. Okay, what's going on? Okay, let me cite this example. Not too long while I was sitting there, we were chatting on my friends group. Like, we have a friendship zone. We call it friendship zone 27-9. And we were talking, and there is this particular girl. We are 5. So 4 of us were active, and she was reading the message. You know, asked her, like, what's going on? She now said, well, she's mentally drained. Imagine what I've just said, ghost viewer, I've started again, you're just viewing the message, you're not doing anything about it. We're not being kind, and she'll just feel like, okay, the word is stressing me, and again, my friends are stressing me. So the last thing that should come to your mind when somebody is acting up or is giving weird behavior is actually shouting on the person or just assuming. Assumption is one thing that can kill a nation. Assumption destroys relationships. It destroys partnerships. Don't assume. So being kind helps somebody's bad behavior come into light. You're just asking what's going on. In fact, the person might not be able to put a definition around that thing before that time, and you just asking and you being kind can actually help the person feel, okay, I think this is what is wrong. Sometimes a person might be afraid about something and cannot place the definition of fear until you actually ask, okay, let's talk about this, what's really going on, and the person starts to give its definition. And one thing I know is once there is a definition to a thing, once there is a name to a thing, then there is solution to that thing. Then on to the next, another reason, which is the 4th reason why you should be kind, is because most times, or let me say sometimes, kindness succeeds where knowledge fails. There are many times where your kindness covers up for your knowledge that you don't have. Because, okay, now, like that autistic child, you are not knowledgeable that the person is autistic, but because you're nice to the person, you have covered up for the knowledge that you don't have. Or if somebody that is stuttering, or maybe you don't know that there's anything called stuttering. Okay, let me use this sweet example. People that have kleptomania, it's actually a medical condition, and it's not just anything. Kleptomania is actually a medical condition, and the most beautiful girls, yes, no, I'm not saying all the beautiful girls, most of the ladies that actually act on that actually do this kleptomania thing, they're actually very, very beautiful. And when you look at them on the surface, yes, the medical condition, yes. Yes, it's yes, I was researching on it just, I think, last month. Yes, it's a medical condition where they act on impulse. They just want to take it. It's, yes. So maybe yes, I think that's like the right word. It's just is one complex topic. To some people, it is non-medical. To some people, they are just, it's a defect. But a defect for me, it's still it's a medical condition where they just act on impulse. They just want to take what in fact that thing most of the time is not useful to them. They are not using it for anything. They can sell one leg of slippers and take it. It does not have a cure. It's just you having somebody around you that actually understand how you respond to the impulse. Some people can actually figure out when or how you respond. Some people now, if that thing kicks in, they blink a lot or they look around too much. So somebody that understands that part of how you react when it's about to kick in helps you with it, snaps you out of it. It's okay. Sorry, what did you say? And that's why you want to ask. That's why police work with medical practitioners is one core reason. Yes, that's why I told you there is a medical condition. Actually, it's actually a medical condition. Yes. So after, like, someone that has kleptomania, like I was saying, and on the surface you don't know. When you see the person, you don't know, and then you are not being kind about it, and you're just, what's wrong with you? You just think what to you. But you being kind already, you being kind already covers up for the knowledge you don't have. Actually, so you're just like, okay, what's good? I know when somebody takes your stuff, it's not easy to be kind about it, but I think this is a call to be kind about it. Yes, because sometimes it's not intentional. So that's the first reason why you have to be kind. Then the last reason is the core reason. One of my best reason is because everything we do is all about the world we live in, because the world we create is what we live in. And if we create a very bad world that is filled with being hostile, then we have to live in that world. But if we create a world where everybody is kind, we live in that world. And at the end of the day, who is enjoying it? We are the ones enjoying it. So with all of these core points that I've stated, I just need to actually create a journey. Yes. The first thing, see what is eating. After seeing what is eating, you understand and feel the weight people are carrying. After you see the weight people are carrying, you tend to rethink your behavior. When you rethink your behavior, you realize your power. And after you realize your power, you take your responsibility. So they might just feel like 5 reasons, but actually there are 5 core reasons, and there are reasons why kindness should not be something that you just treat with levity. So at this point in time, actually, I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker, the eloquent speaker that is coming up, that is going to come and break the record of 4 hours. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So, it's important. We've seen many social vices that have come up, and I really want to bring to you people's notice. I'm very certain many people have spoken about the media, most importantly, in the social way. And I would like to let you all know, or let me catch the audience mind. How many of you have knives at home? I'm raising up my hand because I do have knives at home. You have knives. Okay, you have knives at home. So, I want to talk about the S factor of these knives, which is to serve and to stab.
To serve
and to stab. So, the knife used to S-E-R-V-E, to serve, also to stab. Do you all know that the same hammer you use to demolish a house, which is serving as a good factor, can also serve as a bad factor?
such armor can also be used to crush someone's head. Am I right? So when I'm giving my points, then I ask, what was the use of? You will tell me if it's to stab or it's to serve. Did you get me? Many years ago, there was a trending issue based abroad and it went all over the world, which involves Black Lives Matter. The social media then was used to serve or to stab. What was it used for? It was to serve. So I want to repeat myself again. My question, whenever I ask the question, I will ask, is social media used to serve or to stab? Then you answer me if it was used to serve or if it was used to stab. To buttress, take a practical example. A mother was using a knife to distribute oranges to the children in order for there to be equality for the oranges. I don't want to mention that keyword. What was the mother doing with our S factor keyword? Was it to serve or to stab? To serve that moment. I want you to be precise. Let me call your attention to it again. I will be asking these questions, and when this question is passed, it's for you to know if you are following me. A mother is to distribute orange now with the children. After cutting the oranges, was that orange used to serve or to stab? It's to serve. Now, the orange was placed on the kitchen cabinet. So, one of the 6-year-old child whose hand was up to picking the knife, while trying to pick the knife or to check for spoon on top of the cabinet, mistakenly, the knife fell off. So she saw the knife, trying to explain to the younger child next to that, I wanted to pick this, then mistakenly, it caught a part of the finger of the younger child. What was the knife during that moment? To stab or to stab? To stab. So, same knife used to stabbing a person is same knife used to stabbing a person. Therefore, I'm introducing to you the stabbing or stabbing factor as a knife, a symbolism of social media to this generation. I know social media would have been spoken or be treated by different persons in diverse ways, but I want to be certain it has not been treated if it is a knife or for stabbing or to stabbing a person. This will make me to engage you all prior before now or prior before this 2026 educational system, the government, or having people in higher institution, publishers rather, who takes books on trending topics. They are the people that often know how to using a particular mechanism using to serving a person. But now, in a rural area where we may have a poor farmer in Kenya can use the social media to learn the latest irrigation means, am I right, of the latest mechanisms of technology to serving his own farm utilities, to knowing about the latest form of using technological things for agriculture. Am I right? Like I give a typical example that they were having a tag then, which was Black Lives Matter. Different topics were brought about, and people were knowing the use of using the social media as their veto means and also their means for them to communicate. Right now, we have it even to the tip of our finger. The previous speaker said, waking up in the morning, I can just move closer to my phone, taking my phone, and that serves as a distracting factor. You wanting to stabbing yourself, but that's also I also pick up from that I can use that medium, that moment, to pick up my phone when I wake up. You know, it's my phone that woke me up as an alarm. It was serving me. I have means that I play from social media now. When I'm surfing through the internet, most especially on Instagram, there is this app now, and they will generate songs that if you are having insomnia, you can't sleep well. There are genres of songs that is on a playlist. When you click it, it directs you to your Spotify. I'll be honest with you. There was it was a period of 3 good weeks. I was taking a particular essay on before now, three weeks before now. So I was taking a particular, because of that, I've been on an intermittent reading. I was unable to sleep and an intermittent research. For some reasons, after I finished with that on a Saturday, so on a Sunday I couldn't sleep, Monday I couldn't sleep, Wednesday I couldn't sleep. Like totally. My mom was even coming out when she sees me in the parlor. What's the problem? You've not slept since. You've been going to the bedroom, using the toilet several. How was it? I said, I'm just taking water. I've tried using every means. But with the help of the social media, the Instagram, I said, let me just keep myself busy. I observed that when I clicked that app, so it directed me to a particular playlist on Spotify. By that, I'm very certain, before I get to the third songs, each song is no more than 6 minutes. And is a kind of song that gives a keyboard tone, a sonorous sound, or I use a melodious sound which helps you calm your brain nerves and that moment before you know you've dozed off. So that had helped me that moment to kill that factor to kill that that malacts I'm having, not being able to sleep. That is an essence of social media. I could remember very well my topic while doing my research in school then, which was based on social media serving as a political factor for fostering election. In this means, I have a key points. You know, when you are making your researches, you have key points and keynotes of words that you want to use. You pick up the words that you are using for your research. So I have fostering, I have electoral campaign, I have the box for using the ballot box. So by this means, I said I want to speak to a particular media of persons, or the medium rather, for communicating to persons. What is the best factor for me to talking to the person? Who knows? Social media, am I right?
Yeah.
So that moment, what's social media doing for me then to pass information? Is it serving or starving? Thank you very much. So that moment, the social media had been a very key factor for me to pass that information to persons. That's a very key note. Now, the public were to air to the government, unlike those days when you send a town crier to go distribute information, to go pass information to the general public, whereby the town crier comes to the middle point of a village, which they call the market square, and pass us information. But even from my house, if you observe, even the means of PO box have been reduced now, because people are now on Gmail, email, send information to my mail, which can be your Yahoo mail, your Gmail, different kind of means for them to passing this information. By that, information have gone through viral means. When we are crying and praying for, we are fighting for, we want disseminated form of government. For it to be decentralized to the latest level, it's through the social media as well. It is being done publicly. I could remember those days. It will be like 7 o'clock. We'll be praying that our dad should not come into the room. To the channel TV or NC to watch news. That moment, so everybody then was just to concentrate on, since that's where dad had put it, and you know light is not for a long period of time. That's the moment we can all watch the news. Then we'll just force ourselves to watch it. Then I could observe that that's really a very good factor for people using social media as a means for communicating, because that's the means that they can communicate with us. If you could remember very well, during no cash policy, during the electoral process as well, the governor or the president wants to speak to a large audience of persons. They use through the social media as well to speak to a large medium of persons. We have a typical example of people making money online. Through what best means do we know young ones used to communicate now? How many of you knows what best means? The best social media, TikTok, am I right?
Yeah.
Now, from your small office, a child of 14, 15, 16 years old, maybe you dance, maybe you sing, but through social media you can express yourself, express what you do for a living, and people are seeing you from various parts of the world. We have this latest means that I Should Speed came into Nigeria and it was streaming all through. Okay, it was touring the African countries, and Nigeria was also part of it. I think coming to Nigeria also made it go way viral. From there as well, our popular TikToker Pella also took it as a challenge because it was despised, or it was made tons of. It was rejected, in another word, it was made tons of, and he took it as a challenge that I will take this. Social media prompted him. He went through that means. Social media made him also use ads for him to come out and say, I want to come out for this. And he went through other means, going through every state rather in Nigeria, and he was passing his own information to maybe his own idea or his own target is to making sure he's doing it in his own jurisdiction, that he's doing what he ought to learn. I knew he also went to Kenya, he went to other parts as well. Now, I've been talking about these good means. It's also go viral. How many of you got means coming here through letters to your house? How did you get here? Social media, am I right?
Yeah.
Was it stabbing or it was serving? It was serving its purpose. That is one of the least, and also serving as a great medium which social media can help. But whatever makes also matters. Talking about the ends of social media that I've made has also marred many people's reputation. We see people coming up online not understanding the meaning of words, and they are still not using this social media, but because of the hatred built in them. Thank God for our previous speaker talking about kindness, that we need to build it within ourselves, learning how to not choosing selfishness, also choosing selflessness. Now, someone who is having the habit of always taking a rebuttal against anyone, now looking down and coming into what is the purpose of all these things, what have I learned from these things. Now you hear about feminism growing and increasing. In your mind, you just want to find every reasons that look similar and attack, and you say that because of I'm a feminist, not knowing or understanding me of the feminist, people now use the social media, and it is now, and whenever social media passes an information, everyone picks it and using it to stab. So that moment they are using it to stab someone else, or they are using it to stab themselves because they grow more degenerated. I want you all to pay attention to this. Way back in 2014, I would like you during your free period time, type George Miller. 2 to 3 months ago, there is an occurrence that happened, and you will hear people that post memes and say that I will never allow this to happen to me. Someone took it upon herself and she lied. I will make you understand who this person is now from my explanation. She said he tried to force himself on me. He came into the room. He even caught me through my private parts, and the person lied. And when this truth was there for 2 days, and people were going against the male gender, attacking the male gender through what? Social media. That moment, was it stabbing or it was stabbing? So the person took it upon herself and looked at social media and said, you, this knife, instead of me to use it to create and form and carve something nice or beautiful for myself, I will use it to stab myself and stab the society. Enmity grew between people. I have a friend, or I have someone that I tutored her rather, and she was just vehemently attacking the male gender and said a lot. I asked her, have you had experience before? She said no. What prompted it? She said, can't I see what is trending online? I said, have you verified your facts? It was not up to 2 days. We were told that police will go for investigation. She was told to come to the hospital, and the truth was unraveled. That moment, we were seeing the effect of social media. When the truth was unraveled, was social media stabbing or it was stabbing? It was stabbing that moment. Thank you very much for that. Shows that people are following up. Now, these truths have come to an extent that everyone has seen what was going on. Now she came online and said she was only having trauma. She imagined many scenarios. All these scenarios was not birthed from them. All these scenarios were things she had solved and she had seen online, but she decided to take it upon herself to stab herself and stab the society. What has this caused? Juvenile delinquencies. Juvenile, juvenile delinquencies. That's lacking of it. When I mean delinquencies, juvenile most times when it is used within children. I wouldn't conclude that it's children because I will give you a range of from the age of 0, or let me say from the age of 3 or 5, a child that knows between right and wrong. If I'm not wrong, a child that knows between right and wrong. Yes, from the age of 6. Okay, thanks for the correction. A child that knows between the right and wrong. Now, till the age of 16, in Redeem, they will tell you that if you are a teenage class, that means you've gotten to the age of 13. That shows that the teenage starts from 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. But in this world now, I will tell you that from 17 you are an adult. Right? Let me go by that calculation. So, juvenile delinquencies are eating down to the detriment. What had caused these juvenile delinquencies when social media are brought upon it is because of family have lacked their size, by which way we are seeing family dynamics. These family dynamics are brought upon families not paying attention. When we are being taught in, okay, those that did political science or those that did social stratification, there is a social stratification even from my GSS 2 days. I've learned it in social studies. This social stratification makes us understand the first means for learning is called what? The family. How is the family the first means to learning? Where you are being birthed from, that moment your family has inculcated some parts of knowledge from you. What is that first education? The language you speak. From that moment when you birth a child, the child starts, after some months, they start saying, Mama. Am I right? Mama. Or the child says, Dad, or Papa, something like that. Depends on how you train. Yeah. In some languages, I know in Spanish and other languages, the child says Papa. So from that moment, a child have had this consciousness. That makes me to let everyone know about this. Let me take a biblical illusion for you guys to understand. What do I mean by biblical illusion? You know when we have literary illusion. Literary illusion means when you are talking on a particular topic and you try to extract word from Shakespeare, you try to extract word from Wole Soyinka, scholars that have written books, anything from words or books, or it's called literary illusion. But I can permit you, or we are now permitted to also say the literary illusion can also be words extracted from books published, because book published can either be soft online or the one that are hard copies. This biblical illusion makes us to know the days of Noah. So in the days of Noah, I want to ask you a question. The biblical illusion there says that, and Noah chose in his heart that will not sin before God. Do you get? So Noah saying he will not sin before God. I want to ask a question. Was there a Bible in those days of Noah?
No.
Was there a preacher in the days of Noah?
No.
Was there law or custom in the days of Noah? No, there is not. Listen, there comes consciousness. I want to teach you what consciousness, how it starts. Now, when I say keep Lagos clean, the moment you start hearing keep Lagos clean, it says don't litter, don't drop things, don't go by sides to just urinate. It spoils the state of the nation, literally meaning. So that moment you drop something on the floor. I'm telling you practically how it has happened to me, and I'm very sure it has happened to you, but I will know if you eat to it or you were against it. You drop something on the floor. Something is telling you that, and you know you said don't keep Lagos clean. That moment you pick up that stuff. If you pick up that stuff, I want to be sure. The moment you pick up that stuff, When you try it the second time, if someone does it beside you, or you saw someone doing it, you feel like correcting that person. You know, people in Lagos can be so stubborn and nonchalant sometimes. And the moment your conscience is driving you to picking that stuff, you are training your own subconscious mind towards doing the right thing. The reason I said was there Bible in those times, because from written words comes laws. They will say from traditions. When traditions continue, they pick up morals from there. It becomes customs. It becomes a tradition. A tradition is now the way you're doing it. Now, till you now get to those that pass, they now say that a convention is being made for that. Do you get? So the moment people are consciously following their thoughts, their thinking, some will say that Cain has the right to claim that he's not his brother's keeper. But when that was done, he hid that sin immediately, and God had to ask, where is thy brother Abel? What did he say? He said, am I my brother's keeper? So this happened to our very first person on earth, Adam, also, and they asked after that, and denial come. That means to our own subconscious mind, we know when we are not doing the right thing, and we know when we are doing the right thing. Am I right? So that is the first governance, or that's the first knife we have from ourselves. Your conscience permit me to say, there are now people that they've now deadened their conscience, that they don't even feel anything when they do it again. That they will be so. I can give you a practical example of, you could sleep and you wake up, you arrange your thoughts. I want to go to a particular place. Where do I think is good for me to go? Today, some people will be very happy. They will be saying in their mind that we want to celebrate Easter. Celebrating Easter. You are not following after my own faith. I don't want to call a religion to tag. You are not following after my own faith. So, for some reason, what was giving you joy? What do you want to celebrate? And I took it upon myself. I took the knife and I said, let me go to Jos. I think there are more of Christians in this particular territory. And the person deadening their conscience, laying emphasis on that, and killing so many people in that areas. That means, and for me to prick us back to where we are coming from, social media serving or stabbing, that means when the person did such a process, we later saw it through what? Social media. Am I right? Yeah. That moment was social media serving or it was stabbing. Thank you very much. Social media was serving that moment. So what brought me to this? What brought me to this was the essence of family as a duty and the first means of social stratification. The family is what embodies. The family is what builds. And after which, we have the religious gathering to consciously or unconsciously, you know, whether they don't tell you, that there are two major religion we have, although we know it's more than two in Nigeria, which we have the Christian society and we also have the Muslim society. I want to be conscious using the word social media. So having the Christian society and the Muslim society, you are born into a religion. So we have 7 days in a week. You know, you've spent other days, so you choose days in the week. Okay, I want to give you a practical example of Mr. Martin. And Mr. Martin was born into a family. He doesn't know the name of his religion, so he would wake up in the morning. They are to gather in a setting by the dining or in the middle of or in the parlor, and they are to say some prayers, and they are to clap, and they are to sing, and they are to pray. What religion is that? The Christian religion, because I lay emphasis on they are to clap as well. You understand? So that moment, they are preaching some word of God, and they also preach the essence of staying with God, also preaching the essence of being your brother's keeper. They are planting some seed inside of you. You are learning not now to kill a person. You are learning on how to using your mouth to spoil a person. They are reading the 10 commandments to you. You are learning on how to, not how to destroy or to mar a person, rather to make a person. And that religion also tells you, be your brother's keeper. You are learning that as well. That religion is also telling you, make sure you keep what belongs, make sure you keep what belongs to your brother and don't harm your brother. You are learning some vices inside of you. These have planted the seed inside of you. We also have the opposite one. You were born and you were told to come outside. For your sins to be, you needed to do some ablation, you needed to wash your hands, you needed to wash some parts of your body. So make sure you observe your prayer this way. When you hear the prayer called by this time, you stand up like this. When you hear the prayer called on that time, you should go down this way. Those people are found in a particular setting in this in a geographical territory. It can be in Nigeria. We know where they are mostly found. A consciousness is built within them, and it also helps in something. They are having a means of paying obeisance. They are having a means of always giving due respect, and they listen to one authority. That's why when I always want to drive about the essence of religion, I like to dive into pre-colonial system of government. You see, when we had pre-colonial system of government in Nigeria, I want to educate you guys. In pre-colonial system of government in Nigeria, instead, before government is being formed, we have Lord Lugard, which when Lord Lugard was forming Nigeria, what Lord Lugard did was that Lagos was a crown colony, right? The reason why Lagos was a crown colony is because it was in Lagos then, and firstly, the governors or the British came into. When they came into it, because for some reason that's why we have, because Lagos was after the slave trade in the Badagry axis, it was linking to Lagos. Am I right? It's the closest to Lagos. So Lagos was found as, let me use this as our territory. So you that are bringing people from Badagry, Apapa is my port. So all those places was used then, most times, for everything trade. Okay, we want to trade, let's do this exchange then. So a veto power was given. The legislature went to Calabar. Calabar was formed then, and during that time, when the legislature were in Calabar, the killing of twins were done and other things. Lagos was growing then, so he vetoed, and the Northern Protectorates were formed. The Southern Protectorates were formed, and we also have the Eastern Protectorates. Now, when I said the Northern Protectorates, I'm talking about the northern side of Nigeria, right? When I said the Southern Protectorates, you know about the Yoruba states. I'm not saying Western, then it was Northern, Southern, and Eastern. The Yoruba states and other states that are quite similar to the Yoruba states. And lastly, we have the Eastern Protectorates. Now, let me tell you the reason I dive into this pre-colonial system. The most successful place for the governments to reign then was the Northern Protectorate. Am I right? The reason it is the Northern Protectorate was, listen, do you know why Lugard was able, or the governors there was able to choose the Northern Protectorate very well? See, where there is a leader, there is what? Followership, right? There is no successful leader who cannot lead 90% of. Not everyone will agree to your leadership. But look at the system of government they practice. Those days, is that you see egalitarian system of government, or you see acephalous system of government. But for the Northern Protectorate, it was very successful system of government. Reasons being, when their emir, so-called, let me help you very well, then their emir, Uthman Dan Fodio, now divided to his son, two sons. One was taking the Gwandu and one was taking another protectorate. So that helps. When I give a command, everyone follows after it, because there is what they call supremacy of power, and that supremacy of power had been derived from their government respecting their religion. Can you hear me? Respecting their religion, and by this way, their religion is their religion practice what they call the when you respect the Quran. When you respect the Quran, you are giving it its veto. Whatever the religion has said, this is what you should do. They respect the northern leaders. So if we all know that the north does not have many natural resources. Now, we know only a few things they have, but we know in the south we found oil, we find different kind of things or not. But in the eastern side we have in the western side we have cocoa, which was well booming in those days. So because of cocoa was booming in those days in this country, so what they did was that they know north doesn't have any power, and they are large in their geographical territory. They are large in their population as well. So the governor then from Lagos State gives a command, but because of we all know that the means of power in controlling was exchange of resources. So the Lord God will give a veto power there, and the governor Musman Danfolio or passing it to the sons, then whenever they say that word and everybody follows after it. So government was very successful in that area. Government was very good. So religion has served a major role to making sure a government until date. If you check whenever bill is being passed, or you check the House of Representatives, you see many people wearing off agbada. Am I right? You see that agbada, those dresses make us know a particular culture, the northern sides, right? You see that the north always have spaces in every government administration. You will see them in almost every before the time of Jonathan administration, and north had always been ruling because of when they see that they are obeying the veto command, they give them room for everything that they are doing. For some reason, religion have been a major means. Now, will you now dent yourself? Will you now mar yourself with the religion, or you will make good of yourself? That's why I said religion as a social means of social stratification has been a means for people using the social media as well, to making themselves or to mar yourself. At the end of this, you will know if you have to use religion to make up good for yourself. That means to serve or to what? To stab. Now, me asking you this question. Now, for the social media used for imams during their evening sessions and the pastors during their Sunday worship, telling people on what to do on their own political mind, changing their mind. Is the social media serving that moment, or is stabbing that moment? It's stabbing that moment. Now people are now controlling themselves. You know, you are supposed to be a citizen who knows his or her own franchise, who knows his or her own electoral means to do. That means you are voting or you are being voted for. Now when people are now convinced you cannot choose within your right, that moment they are derailing you. You are supposed to be electoral, you are supposed to be political conscious. So if you are not participating, you will be having political apathy. Now, social economic status. The social media also bring means for people knowing their own social economic status. You know people you are supposed to refer to in their own status. Even if you are going to chatting some people, you know their own state of their own self. So the social media had helped in its own way to bring people to making up themselves. Social media, like I said, this is a knife. I want to use it to serve the nation. I want to use it to stab the nation. You are seeing billboards. Although there's a popular billboard now running in the past 2 days, people are using it for memes, where you are saying you are going to see Ada in these days. Now it shows a particular state of a nation, and it shows a particular person. So immediately people knows who they are talking about. Don't let me mention. People know that they are talking about a particular state of a nation. They are seeing more other things for them to see. So see that social media for people to be aware of what they are doing. There is a recent case this year, which you know from January 1st this year, something will be going on, which is what? The taxation system. Through the social media, you know what is the taxation system. Through the social media, you know what you ought to do for your own tax system. Recently, it's supposed to be April 1st, the date is supposed to close, for us to go making sure your own tax reform, you go make your registration for it, to know what to do. Recently now, we are preparing for the electoral process now, is also informing the social media, using to educate, using to inform, and using to entertain. You know Vera means where the social media is entertaining. You know the dancing means, well, many of you know the popular dancers. Maybe you know Yemi Alade, maybe you know dancers abroad as well. You also have the social media serving as celebrities singing, or we know a particular artist now went abroad on a particular soccer game being played and went to play. We know the video playing, we know the Ashake playing. It's also a social media means driving for this nation now and fostering it. By this, we see the effects of social media. Now, I want to explain that this double-edged sword can be used by your own self. Now, wrap the double-edged sword with, because when you are sharpening a sword, every of the iron parts, but the head, how did you want to hold it? That moment, I will advise, make a sheet where you place this sword. By that means you are making a sheet to place this sword. You are knowing that moment, you are not arming yourself. When you put it, you are not arming yourself, you are using it to also serve yourself that moment, to protecting yourself. Recently, two particular pastors, one of them is Sam Rocco, and he was coming online and he was saying, this is use your sword against anyone coming to attack you. What would you call it? Self-defense. Someone is coming to attack you, you are using it for yourself. It's also a symbol for attacking yourself. It's a symbol of the social media, also using it to pass down information. I was making mention of this popular case that happened, George Miller. Here we have a young boy. I hope everyone are listening. This young boy was busy playing with the, was in the farmland with his sister, and they were having some play. So we have two girls. One name is June, and this happened because the case happened in 1944. And could you believe what happened? The girls were going and they asked the boy, please, where can we find flowers? So the boy just said, down the railroad here, you will find flowers for you to see. Some people observed when the girl moved close to the young boy at that moment, and the two ladies on the bicycles, two young girls on the bicycle, went down to where, unfortunately, the storyline was that they fell into a ditch. But because of the hatred they had for the blacks, something traumatic happened. What was that? We find out that when they got to the ditch, the two young girls, their head was smashed, and they never knew what caused it. According to research, it was later found out that a rail was passing and a stone was around that side. So when the rail tread upon that stone, so it just scattered. That moment it hits the two girls. So they died and fell into a ditch. George Miller, to confirming the story, it happened. Listen very well. Look at the art of human. Immediately, you know, in those days, we do have the Ku Klux Klan. That means the whites killing other blacks with the Ku Klux Klan. They will create a cross and they will turn over the heads of blacks. They will nail blacks. They call it a Ku Klux Klan. K-U, and Klan, Ku Klux Klan. They used to killing the blacks those days. According to this story, to know the molestation that they did to this guy, that moment they took the boy to the nearest police station found. And when George Miller was taken to the police station, they were dragging him with cuffs. A young boy, a 14-year-old boy. his hands or his wrist was not up to it for it to get in there. And the white society went to the house. They never gave the parents of George Miller the opportunity for them to speak to their children. They denied the human rights of those parents. The white society chased and precise 50 miles away from where the incident happened, chased the family of George Miller father from the family, from the boy. And the boy spent not up to 48 hours in the prison. He was given time to speak. He was given opportunity according to the police reports, that it was given an opportunity for him to speak, but they never allowed. It was not in a written document. It was not interviewed. It was not questioned. Someone is supposed to go into the questioning room after an incident has occurred. When you find a victim or someone or something that happened to a person, and he got into the place where the scene happened, and they pursued the parents, not up to 48 hours, judgment was passed to this poor boy, and he was told that he would die by sheer electrocution. How many of you have seen sheer electrocution there before? I don't know if you've seen it. Now, I want to explain the death treatment. I want to explain the depths of sheer electrocution. This boy is 14 years old. There is amount of pounds. That means they calculate people's not weights. The pounds, they calculate them of a person's weight. He has not gained up to the pounds of which is to be electrocuted. Remember, he's 14-year-old. People that die to electrocution, there are people that have been long years inside the prison, and at the time of their sentence, maybe you spend 40 years in prison and you are 35 years old. That has gained you 75 years old. Am I right? And a young boy of 14 years old in 1944 was brought that he will be sentenced to not up to 48 hours. The hatred that was made, and he was strapped to the seat in the chairs. Listen to how it was. Like a Bible, according to the story, or the size of a big book, they placed it on the chair that the boy should sit on him, all because of it was not up to the heights where the chair that they are used to electrocuting. To gain more about this story is to gain more about this story is to watch the movie The Green Mile. The Green Mile that depicts and they show the symbol of how the detriment of the death is, and they place the boy strapped to the chairs, and they wore him an helmet. That helmet is iron made and electric made, wire is being passed on. When you watch the death sentence on how this is being made, they will scrap the air a day before of anyone that they want to electrocute, so that the current will flow very well when they want to, so it will be live. They scrap the air of the young child, and it is soaked like a sponge or a foam. They place it on it and wore him that helmet, and at not getting the consent of the courts, not checking, and they killed the boy by electrocution. This is a young boy. Listen carefully. 70 years later, the story was unraveled, and he got that 70 years later they observed that the story wasn't true, that the boy killed that. They now found out what really caused the deaths of those children. Someone died innocently because of that. We have the pain. We are told that the pain is mightier than the sword. The pain now we have is our social media. We are told to critique. Critiquing in an English word doesn't mean you should stay negatively. Critiquing means you should say about the positive side, say about the negative side. You should weigh them. You juxtapose points. Now, I want to ask you, how will you use the social media? Are you using it to make, or are you using it to ma? Let this question come to your mind. If those days the point of social media was made, many people would have gone to say, let's wait for evidence. If we don't see a pictorial or the evidence, we won't allow. This same evidence now, an house is burning beside your house. The first thing you do is to carry your phone and go on TikTok and want to show live. You are not making use of the social media well that moment. You are mine with it instead of you to making with it. Before I pass the mic to the next speaker, I will tell you, use the social media as the most and greatest impact for you in every way you may find yourself. This social media has brought about now the use of knowledge increasing. We have seen also in the Bible that says that the last day knowledge shall increase. We have people now that before you even solve the internet problem, I could remember many years ago, or it still happened once this year. My dad would ask me, where will I find this scripture in the Bible? I'll be the one, because I was very conversant with it. I know a lot of it. I'll be the one telling me. But now my dad no longer calls me again. He now has this Meta AI on his WhatsApp. He will use it. While you are conversant with your Grok, you are conversant with other AI tool for you to make use of the social media very well. I will tell you, using the social media should serve as a great tool for you to serving your nation, not to stabbing your nation. Using the social media, it should be as a great tool to serving yourself, not to stabbing yourself. It helps in selfishness, it helps in selflessness. It depends on how you now use it. Now, social media should serve as a very ring in your hand. The ring that will help you with your own consciousness that when I own this is what it should serve for me. When you have your ring in your hand as a married woman, you know you are conscious of the fact that I'm not to stay in my matrimonial home, right? That is how the social media should start to you that moment. The moment you see informations that have been verified, I correct myself, information that have been verified, find a means to pass this information to another person. Let the information spread that will help others from falling into a ditch. Now, I observe that when I go through this side, there is a particular cable that will make me fall down or have fallen from it before. What should I do that moment? I'm to take a picture of it or snap it, paste it, send it to people that next time if you are passing through this moment, do not fall into it. Do not go through this place. If you do so, you will fall into a ditch. It's a means for us to correct this cliche that they do say experience is the best teacher. I would rather tell you no, experience is not the best teacher. Observation is the best teacher. Use the social media to observe your means, so knowing that next time when I'm going through this way, I've observed someone and falling through before. I don't need to experience falling inside again before I learn my lesson. Rather, I will use this social media to correct myself. I'll be passing the baton to the next speaker for a great meals right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was such a fantastic presentation. Good evening, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Akifenwa, and today I'll be talking about educated versus exposure. Why many Nigerian graduates are not ready for the real world. Let me repeat that. Educated versus exposure. Why many Nigerian graduates are not ready for the real world. Okay, so before I start, I think I'm going to do this presentation in two parts so that we have a little bit an extensive time together. So I want to also talk about, so it's like I'm talking about the outside world. Okay, why is it that, and we hear that around, we hear people say that it is not, especially the Nigerian education system, say that they are not teaching us what is needed in the real world. They are not teaching us the skills that are relevant. How many of us have heard that? Or exactly say it's not. And then we even look around our area, we see somebody that studied history and international relation, working in a bank. Yes or no? How many of us have seen that before? Exactly. You now ask yourself, okay, you studied history or you studied English. We see people that studied English, and in fact there was a day I saw a post. I don't know one of the banks, is either maybe UBA or so. That post was on TikTok and they were asking them to say the courses that each of them studied. We had the one that studied electrical engineering, we have civil engineering, we have English. So different, in fact, of all the people that they used in that content in that office, I don't really think there is even one that studied either something, maybe banking and finance or something like that. So most times when we see things like that, we ask ourselves, are they really teaching us what we need in school, in the four walls of the university? So before I move to that, I also want to now briefly talk about this aspect of what does it even take to do what? To be successful as a student in the university. What does it take to be successful as a student in the university? You find yourself in the university, you are there. This is one thing I always say, that we all have choices to make. You can decide not to. You cannot say that every youth in Nigeria now are going to the university or are in the university. No. And another thing is that you can decide to say, I don't want to, after my secondary school, I just want to go and learn a particular work, an apprenticeship, learn a skill. And from there, I will develop myself and move to business. So you can decide to say that, which is also fine. So I think that's another thing we should also understand, that it is not everybody that will decide to say, I want to go into the four walls of the university. It is not everybody that will say that this is what I want to do. If your goal is not that, if you have discovered yourself and you know that I don't think I am cut out for this, then go for the path that you want to. Go for the other path. Learn a skill. Fashion designing, tailoring, fashion designing, hairdressing, painting, any skill at all, learn it, be the best at that. I also think another thing I will mention in this area is that how we look at people that decide to choose this path. Many of us, we can think about, many of us, we are maybe guilty of that. The fact that you have somebody that decides, I do not really want to go to the university after my secondary school, I just want to go and learn a skill, and from there I'll build myself. No need to look down on the person. No, this life is about value. It's about you understanding that it is value that matter, or in the layman term, we can say that this life, everybody just looking for money. Wherever angle where you now find this is what matters. That's the thing. And I said that's the thing. So there is no reason for you to look down on somebody that says, I really do not want to go to the university. I just want to go to this line, learn a skill, and build myself. As much as the person is giving value, he or she will be paid for that value. I think it was in my last two speeches that I made reference of a post I saw on social media of a woman that wanted to paint her house, and she saw the page of a particular guy on Instagram. In fact, when she reached out and she was chatting with the person on WhatsApp, she was asking the person, please, it is your boss I want to talk to, because she said that the picture of the guy, he looks very young. It's not even about the stature. In age, you will see it. The woman was telling him that it's your boss I want to talk to. That's how young the guy is. But the guy said, no, I am the boss. I'm the owner of this business. So after he has delivered successfully that project, the woman asked him that, okay, how come you are this young and you are delivering this so much value? Because when she saw her his page rather, he has done a lot of projects all over Nigeria. He has done a lot of projects, painting projects in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, all over Nigeria. So she asked him, and he said that immediately he finished secondary, that he went to technical school. Yes, we all know technical schools, right? All those tech schools that they do other subjects, but they majorly ask them to pick a particular hand skill.
and you can't be what if you are serious at it. So the guy said that's what he did. So the guy said that's what he did, that at the technical school he chose painting, and from there he was training himself, he was committed, and you can see how he was able to build himself. Now there is somebody that may be his friend or that is a university graduate but has not really gotten the real reason for going to the university. That one will come out after 4 years or after 5 years, probably struggling because of one reason or the other, and say that school is a scam. Is that not somebody that did not go to school and that is doing this? So school is not a scam. It is just because you do not know the purpose of you being in that school. And so if you are saying why are many Nigerian graduates struggling in the real world, we really need to start from what are we supposed to be doing while we are even in the foreword of that school. So I will talk about, so having said, I will talk about the first thing is the mindset that you take to that university. What is the mindset that you take to that university? So if you are the person, we said school is a scam. If you are the person that is your mindset right from the beginning, just know that the purpose of that university, you might not really gain from it because you've already zeroed your mind that it's a scam, it's not useful. And there's a saying that if the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable. And that's what I always this thing is so passionate in my heart that you do not, if you know that you are not cut out for university level, don't have to go to the university. You don't. But in as much as you've decided, your parents sat you down and they said, okay, we want to start spending this money on you from 100 level to particular level that you want to get to. I believe that you should be serious with your time while you are there. Because if you not be serious, don't bother to go. And like I even said, it's not even about you not going. This life is about value. It's about you knowing that whatever aspects you want to go in your life, you still need what? You still need determination. You still need that diligence. So for somebody that will now say that I want to go and learn something, don't say because you want to go and learn, you are not going to be serious with that. At the end of the day, you will not get anything from that endeavor again. So the mindset is very, very important. The mindset is very important. So while you are in school, some of the mindsets you should have is that there is a reason why you are here. There is a reason why you are in this place. And there is a purpose for why you are there. While in school, you are expected to read, go to class. They shouldn't really be forcing you to, why are you not in class? It's not all universities, or most universities, they do not care. Whether you are in class or not in class, they do not care. Even if it's a private university, I attended a private university, but there's a limit to what they can actually still do. Yes, because when some people try to always, when they talk about private universities, like maybe they spoon feed them over there, they spoon feed them, they don't want them to fail. It's a lie. You still have to put in your work. It's just that what happens is that there's just some system that is put in place. But I still see people, even despite that if they do not want to go to class, they will not want to go to, and then there is always repercussion at the end. So it's either you are asked to withdraw, or they just, when your GPA is not even anything to glorify the Lord, you just go to another word. You can either advise to go or move to, some things they do sometimes is that, let's say you're already in maybe 300 level and they see that you cannot graduate with this kind of results. I've seen somebody that was asked to move to another department to now start again from beginning. So the point is that there's a limit to what the school system can, because you have already, when you are going to the university, that is why when you are going to the university, let me complete that thought. When you are going to the university, it is assumed that you are matured to an extent. Although there was one of the speakers in last week that spoke about sometimes we really need to, before we push our children to the university, there should be an orientation for them.
And I really think that is what the federal government was trying to do when they said if you are not 18 years old, you may not be able to write UTME. Which, if we look at it in one side, it is something that what they are doing is we want you to mature before you go there. We want you to know what life is all about. We want you to know that this place you are going to, mommy, daddy will not be there. You must be able to take care of yourself, make independent decision. Independent decision. However, I think another thing is that there are some people, maybe people that contested that had seen it from the angle that most times maturity may not be about age. That most times maturity may not be about age. We may have some students that are even matured in age, but they really do not have the maturity to survive, to make independent decision. So that's why they will cite the example of, okay, what about this? I have a boy, and it's not really about some of them that contested it. They are looking at that, but I have my boy finished primary school, doing well academically. It's not really most time about academics alone. So my point is that it is important for you to enter the university with the right mindset. Enter the university with the right mindset and know that you are in for what? For things, and you should put the necessary effort to excel in that endeavor that you have chosen. You are the one that decide to be there in that university. They do not force you. If you think they force you, you should have told your parents maybe before you enter that, no, I don't think I want to do this. But even say you don't think you want to do this, the other option, know that you still have to put what? Effort. You still have to put effort. You still have to be what? Still have to be diligent. Except if you just want to achieve the bare minimum, you do not want to chase excellence, but really bare minimum cannot really make you outstanding in life. You want to achieve something tangible in life, you have to put so much effort. You want to be extraordinary, you need to put that extra too. You need to put that extra effort. So it is very important that as students, while going to the university, have the right mindset. I think in my third speech was when I talked a lot about academic excellence, and I used myself as an instance that while I was entering school, I had it that this is the grade I want to finish with. And it is not by wish. They say there's a saying that if wishes were horses, beggars would what? Ride. You know, it is not really by you want to do this. But one thing that really drove me was that I know that, okay, I don't even have a choice than to just focus on this thing. So the thing is that to have the right mindset, it will propel you, even while you do not really have that energy to do more, to invest more time in reading and all those things. Your purpose, the mindset, the reason why you are there, the mindset, the why, the reason, your real why that you are there will keep you forward. Will keep you forward. And then another mindset that I had, and I think it's useful for anybody in the university, is that I believe that whatsoever my hands find, that Bible verse that says, whatsoever your hands find, do it with all your might. It was my watchword. It was really my watchword. Because, and that's the same thing, like I said, that if you say, I don't want to go to the university, I want to learn a trade or a skill, that is, you've picked something now. That's whatever your hands find. If you say, no, I think for now I want to go to the university, you picked a 4-year course, a 5-year course, a 6-year course. So that is what your hands has found was something. So both of you have to move from your hands finding something to you doing it with all your what, all your might. That is the success we are talking about. But it's so sad that so many people, while they are in the four walls of that university, they are there, but they just believe, let me just live through it. We have the flip side of some people that maybe due to some challenges, or there are some people that just sitting down to read, they don't really like it. But you will see that they are resourceful in life. You will see that, well, I will still talk about it, but let me make reference. You will still see that drive in them. I think if you are been able to opportune to listen to this speak. He has shared his experience with us. In school, I think he said it yesterday, in school, how he finished, he wanted to study engineering, but studied biology, but biology education, and then how he finished, we just wanted to pass. But even with that, you will see that drive, that excellence is still there. Yeah. It's still there. So it's not about you, it's not about being nonchalant about that academics now. So and that's the essence of my speech. So it's not education versus exposure. In fact, even if your qualification, unfortunately, maybe it may not be that okay. If you know the real reason, if you are able, exactly, if you know the real reason, if that drive is in you, you will excel. That is why some people will say, there are first class students that are maybe not doing this thing, or there are some people that did not even have first class, and yet they are excelling in life. See, it's not really because they do not have first class. It's not really because they have third class or they have pass. That excellence drive is in them. And that's the thing. When you do your thing right, when you put in the necessary effort in any endeavor. So you cannot somebody that decide, I want to just go and learn fashion, and that person is so skillful. The person is as equally as successful as somebody that finished with what? With first class. They just chose different endeavor, different way to excel. Different ways to excel. So it is. So it's important for us to understand the mindset. For students to understand why you are there. Understand the mindset. The reason why you are there. The reason why you are doing that. Know that you've already decided to choose this path. Then do it excellently. Then another mindset I will talk about is knowing that anybody excelling in the university it is not excelling in the university academically. It's not made for some special people, some special kind of people. No, not made for some special kind of people. If they can excel, you yourself, you can. If they can put in the work, that is why if you see that probably struggling in some aspect, seek help. Ask for help. Put in the extra work. That's what we are talking about. Don't just zero your mind. Don't just zero. There are a lot of people that they find themselves you can find yourself at any aspect. Now, I personally I can say that since my primary school, I've always been somebody that is academically, primary school, secondary school, but there are some people that is one of my friends. The last time I spoke about academic excellence, I talked about how I met one of my friends in the library, and 4 of us to finish with distinctions. One of my friends, the one I actually met in the library, she found herself in university. Anytime she's sharing her story, she will say something like she didn't even believe that she is somebody that can finish with the first class. As at the time that she was in secondary school, she was doing her best then, but she didn't think that she could go extra length like that. But she said by the time she got to university, remember I said they did A level, so she did that IGMB, and a lot of things is at stake for that JUPEB that she did, which is they gave them option. The thing is that if anybody fails that course or that exam, that's the end. And I think she has maybe written JAM maybe once or twice. So, and also they gave them option of writing the exam and also writing JAM. But she said she was not going to register for JAM because she felt, okay, what will I tell my dad that having spent this amount of money, I am not sure of myself. So that, okay, I am not sure that I'm going to pass this exam, so let's look for alternative B. She said no. It was at that point that she felt she had to put in extra work. And she said she read a lot then while they were preparing for that JUPEB exam. She read a lot. In fact, some of the people that they were doing the exam together, at a point they were just abusing her and her friend. They called them 2 witches or something like that because they read too much. But that's excellence. By the time she invested so much effort in that exam, she passed. Not passed, perfect mark, 15/15. And that was that thing that gave her the confidence that by the time she got to 200 level, if I was the one that wrote the exam and got 15 over 15, then that means I can replicate this success. Of course, maybe she did not start like that in secondary school, but she was able to find her turning point. So that shows that excellence is not a gift. It is not made for some special people. No, it is a choice. It is a decision. It is a decision that you can say, this is what I have chosen to do, and I am going to what? I am going to do it. So it is very important that anybody in the university, because before we move to the other aspect of the speech, which is talking about outside world, we really need to understand what should be happening while you are still in the four walls of that word, of that compound. So your mindset has to be right. You have to have the right mindset. Then another thing is the people you move with. The people you move with. There's a common saying, show me your friends and I will tell you who you are. So the people you move with will determine whether you are on the right path or not. Whether you're on the right path or not. And that's another thing that you need to understand, that when we are talking about excelling academically, know that the school is teaching us skills. You are just the one. If there's anybody that is saying school is a scam, you are not the one seeing the other aspect of school that school is teaching you. You are the one not seeing those soft skills. But because those soft skills, it takes you thinking, it takes you being observant for you to highlight the soft skills that school is teaching you. And not necessarily the technical skill, not necessarily you as an engineer or you as a particular profession, a particular course that you are going for. School is academic is what is teaching us a lot of life skills. So friendship is very, very important. I remember when I was in school, right? My friends and I, because my school, they will normally do these seminars. I schooled, I think the last time I was here, I didn't even mention where I schooled. I actually went to Redeemers University. I studied English. Oh wow. Yes, I went to Redeemers University in Ede and I studied English. A first class graduate of English. The best student in my department and the best student in my faculty. Yes. Yes. So my school, they normally organize different seminars. In fact, it was in my school I got to know this man for the first time, Cosmas Maduka. How many of us know Cosmas Maduka? Oh, that man is one of the, if I use millionaire, cannot even qualify that man. I think he should be a billionaire. Yeah, he owns a car assembling company. This thing is at VI. The headquarters is at VI, Cost Charis. And I really think I should use that man as an instance. Yeah, I think because this particular man now, don't let me digress, let me hold that thought. I'm coming back to Mr. Cosmas. So my point is that we do not just invest our time only, library. Like I said the last time, we went to the library, but any events, life after school events, seminars, we are always there. We are always there. And there are some people, you will see them, for events like that, they will be complaining. They will not want to go. Though my school, right, you have to go. That's one thing for some school like but there are some people that will find their way around it. But most times you just have to go. Because you have to do an attendance. They will check whether you are there or not. They will lock hostel, they will lock cafeteria where you can buy some things instead of you. So we notice in the private school there is a kind of camping that you just have to be there. Because the reason why they are doing that is that left to some people, they will not want to be there. And events like that are eye-opening. They are telling people to come and tell us. The man like that is somebody that has grown a business. Although he didn't go to school, his education stopped at maybe primary 2 when he lost his father. So, but he has grown a business. They brought people like that to come and tell us life after school. What's happening? How can you grow something? So, events like that. But it depends on the kind of friends that you have, that you are moving with. So if you are moving with people that feel reading, you are doing too much. Going to places like that, you are doing too much. Just know that the essence, whether academically or the other skills that school is teaching you, you may not be able to get well out of it. You may not be able to maximize opportunities that are what? That are in school. Because of the kind of people you are moving with. So the people you are moving with, they are very, very important. People you are moving with are very, very important. You have to know that, are you going to the same place? Do you have the same value? If when they start saying that you read too much, you are doing too much, knowing that that is something that is negative in its place, they shouldn't see that you going to the library to read is doing too much. What are you there to do? What are you there to do? It's important. Of course, you are going to maximize your time and invest your time in other activities. We are still going to get there. But the primary reason why you are in that school should be your focus. The primary reason why you are there should be your focus. So, and your friends have to be people that you are aligned with this. And you have to also understand that titles know how to put people in their category, in who they are, where they are. It's not everybody in school that are your friends. Friends, I tell friends, that title is so sacred. Don't just title everybody as friends. You can have roommates, you can have course mates, you can have chapel mates or church people, church members while you are in school. People are going to church together. It's good. You can. It was one of my friends that's the one I met in the library that told me why they were doing that foundation program. So there was a girl that they started maybe as friends, just like friends. Oh, let me wait for you. We will go to work. We will go to lecture together. But look at what happened. Let's say they have lecture by 8 a.m. She would have woken up. They want to meet up lecture. Then you now go and knock the door. She will knock the door of the other girl by probably 7:30. Since they are going to trek to school, this other person will still be sleeping by that 7:30. First time, second time, what will she do? She will not want to leave her friend behind. She will now wait for the friend. 7:30, the friend is just dragging leg from the bed. At the end of the day, what will happen? They will go late for that lecture. Little by little, because there is no lecturer that will be happy with you coming late to his class. No. But you know, now she's doing that. She's going late to class just because she did not want to offend her friend. But she said at a point she had to stop. If my friend is going to get angry, get angry. If you are not going to also spend time hastening yourself up and get ready early, then maybe we are going to meet in class. That's the thing. It's not fight. It is not fight. It's just understanding that this person we can be hostel mates, but we do not have to be friends. But let's say the other person was able to also look at it, flip around that, okay, this person that is coming early, that is getting ready early, let me also get ready early. But that person was not inspired by that her friend. She wants the friend to adjust to her own listeners level. So that shouldn't be your friend. Friend as a title is very sacred. Now, it is very, very sacred, and don't title everybody as friends. I actually heard that from Mrs. Olajumoke Adenowo. She's one of the women that I followed, and she really inspired me a lot. She was the one in one of her video that I watched about 3 to 5 years ago. She said it. Not everybody is your friend. She will say there are acquaintances, there are gym buddies, not everybody is your friend. Your friends are people that you have the same value. Now, it was that my other friend that also shared an experience with me. And she said that there was a time that there was a lady rather, that she used to go. So there was one of her friends that they were doing the foundation together, right? So she normally go to her room. She said that anytime she went to her room, then she would be reading. Anytime she would be reading. If she went to the room in the morning, reading. If she went there in the afternoon, reading. Why she was coming to the room with the hope of let's watch movie together or let's gist together. But she saw that anytime she was in the room, she went to the girl's room, the girl would be reading. She will feel somehow. She will feel somehow that somebody that is reading. You yourself, there is no how. You know, there are some people, they don't care anyways. But she will feel like, I can't start talking. I can't start gisting with this person now. This person is reading. So she will now use time to go back to her room. She said immediately she too got to her room, she will start reading. She will start reading. Why? She was inspired by that word, by that other girl. So it is very, very important for those that are still in that four wall. While we are talking about you getting ready for the outside world, you need to know what you are doing even inside the world. Exactly. You need to know what you are doing inside the world before we won't talk about what is happening outside the world. Because trust me, what is happening inside the world, what you are doing inside the world of your school will still determine what will happen to you outside. The mindset that you have, these things, there are some soft skills that you learn. There are some people, they cannot be committed to things. If this one is not even about school now, you just see them, their personality, they give barest minimum. They don't even want to go extra mile doing anything at all. But life will not give you anything on a platter of gold. That's the thing. You are not just going to get everything on your palm. No. It's not possible. You want to just move from A to B, even in any aspect of your life, anything, whether you want to be a corporate employee or you want to build a business yourself, you have to know. But you that you have not trained yourself to put in the extra work while you are in the forward of that school. So it is very important. So another thing that can help why everybody that is still within the four walls of school, of university, is to have good parental guidance or parental involvement. And I think the last time I was here, I shared an experience of something I witnessed while I was in secondary school. It did happen to me that I talked about a girl that during the end of the year party, she got a gift for the most neatest student. Rather than for the grandmother to applaud her, to celebrate her for such an amazing gift or something, she embarrassed her. Your mates are getting this, you are getting this for most neatest. Where is best student in this? Where is best student in that? So it is important for us to have people, guidance, parents to understand that, of course, you want the best for them. Of course, when parents are saying, put in the effort, they want the best. But you need to understand how to communicate that best that you want for them. It's important as parents. You may be wishing A, you may be doing A because you wish A, and your children will be interpreting it as B. As B. So it is you as parents, and also to have the understanding that everybody cannot be the same. Because thinking about that thing I witnessed, I would always say, that was a great feat, because being you are number one, the most neatest in the whole school, not in your class, not in class, in the whole school. I think that's something that is great. It should be applauded. It should be applauded. But I think it's because of this part of the world. Because I think in developed country, there are even still some people that they get scholarship into colleges just because maybe they are good in basketball, or they are good in football, or they are good in any sports. Yes, you can get just because you may not be good academically. Yeah, okay, you must get a C. Yes, because but you don't have to even do the extra. But I think that kind of what's it called? That kind of program is inclusive. There's a kind of inclusion in it. There's inclusivity. We being open-minded and not just narrowly focused. That it is just the only way. I think one thing I love about that program or that aspect of the academics is that it shows that excellence can be diverse. Yes, just be excellent. We do not have to be excellent. It's just like every one of us cannot just like rice. If I ask all of us here now that what is your best food, we cannot pick the same food. That's the thing. So and a food that is best to you is a food that is 100%. That does not, if my best food is jollof rice now and her best food is yam and egg, it does not make jollof rice a less of a food. So it just shows that excellence can be diverse in a situation like that. So even at that, so I believe that parental involvement is important, and parents themselves have to understand their children. They have to know that they are in the position to guide. They are in the position to guide their children. They are in the position to support. They are in the position to encourage. So if your children is, what's it called? If your children is doing what? Is struggling. It's not for you to tear such students down. It's not for you to shame such students. It's to say, okay, how can I help you to get back on your feet? That is the question that you need to ask yourself as a parent. And then under that parental involvement, there may be some students, it's possible, that they may not necessarily have their parents physically. There are some parents that are even alive, but they may not understand how to do these things. Because I used to be in the classroom, I've seen parents that they are not in any way interested in the academics of their children. Whether you read, whether you don't. You know, there are some parents that they're actually interested. They can even call and say, please, so every weekend or every Friday, I want you to be sending the score of my extra homework. I want you to be sending, and they'll be calling. They can every month, they can be calling, how is she doing? How is he doing? And there are some parents, they don't care. They do not care. So if a student finds himself or herself in that situation, there are people you can also that's why I'm saying you have to be proactive. And that's one of the skills that the school is teaching you for the outside world. So if you are struggling, if we say Nigerian graduates are struggling in the real world, I put it to you that it is not the problem of the system, it is the problem of the student. So if you have a situation where your parents are not exposed enough to do something like that, go to your senior colleagues. There are senior colleagues you can have. There are mentors that you can have that can help you, there are people on the internet. We meet people on the internet. Social media these days, it's important and important. You can meet people on social media that can help you, that can show you. See people on LinkedIn, and you start reach out to them. You love what they are doing. Reach out to them for guidance. Know that people are ready to help you. If only you show up that you want to be helped. When I was in school, I was somebody that really moved with my senior colleagues. The one that I really know that this one knows what she is doing. So I moved, and they were ready to show me how to go about it. And so another thing you should understand, that if you want to go and reach out to senior colleagues, know the kind of senior colleagues you want to reach out to. Yes, because there are some people, they do not have any good thing to say about every lecturer in their department. They can't say something good like this. Or it's a course. You are going to fail this course. You are going to fail. I remember the first set, or maybe they can say the last set, nobody passed. The set before the whatever, nobody did this. They can tell you a lot, and which is facts to them. They are not lying. But one thing is that what happened to A does not have to happen to B. For the fact that somebody failed a particular course does not mean that you are going to fail a particular course. To actually buttress that point, let me share a story that happened, an experience with a course while I was in school, right? So there was a course that we did in 200 level first semester. We had already started doing this particular course, and then some of our senior colleagues then were now talking about the course, saying that this particular course very hard, and this particular woman too, she's somebody that did. So they really said quite a lot of discouraging thing about the course. Now, do you not know what happened is that this particular course, one, it was an elective. And the alternative of that course, you know that there are some courses, you will agree with me, right? There are some courses that, it's not that they will give you mark, but you are just sure that if I take this course, it's straight A. There are some courses like that, yes or no? There is this level of confidence that you already see the course, the person that is taking the course, that is straight A. So the alternative of that course, actually, if I had picked that course, it would have been just, it would be straight A. That's the matter of fact. But I just said that, and unfortunately, which I will not blame anybody, everybody have freedom of choice, and we all know what we are looking for. And after this particular experience, I will share another one that I made a contrary, what's it called, with that course, but let me continue with this one. So, when we heard, so after the first class, all of us did the course the first day. But when everybody heard what was said about that particular course, unfortunately or fortunately, half of us dropped the course. But one thing I did is that I asked myself this, that okay, they are saying that a lot of people did not fail this course when they did it the last time, and the woman is this, and I asked myself, okay, do I want anybody to give me mark in the first place? For the fact that somebody did not pass this course, does that mean I'm going to fail the course? I said I'm going to continue. So I was part of the few people that decided to take that course. And you know that it was just like an extra this thing, and I made sure that I put in the effort for that course. In fact, that course almost turned me to what I don't understand. But by God's grace, when the result was out for that course, I had an A. And I did not regret was doing that course. Now, this is where it now got very, very interesting. Because I think it was 200 level. Now, when we now go to 300 level, because I studied English, right? And in my school, we all do all the same courses from 100 level to 300. So when we get to 300 level, you have to either go to language or you go to literature emphasis. So as I got to 300 level, I decided to go for language emphasis. Now, do you not know what happened? The second part of that course that we did in 200 level first semester, we now have to do the part 2 in 300 level first semester. Now, guess what? This time around, it was now a compulsory course and not an elective. That was when I now realized, imagine I had run away from that course in 200 level. How would I have handled the part 2 if I did not do part 1? If I had not experienced, where will I even start from? The success of that part 2 would have been 50-50 chance for me. But because I was there when I did the part 1, it was very easy for me to also do the second part of that course. So things like that, for the fact that somebody says that, okay, a particular course is difficult, you don't have to. If you understand that, okay, I can do this, is it not to read it? Now, let me say another aspect, a flip side of a particular course that I ran away from. Because not that it's every time you always just push it. There was a speech I gave, maybe my second or third speech. I said sometimes you just have to let go. Sometimes you don't have to actually do everything, just because to say, I can do this. But this one, it was a kind of a dicey situation. Now, as an English language student, right, so we can do elective in theatre arts. And I remember in 100 level, the theatre art course that we did, in fact, that theatre art lecturer, he was always excited to see us come and do. So we did a stage play then. Very interesting. In 100 level, I think in first semester, second semester we did the same thing. We did it with mass concert. It was very interesting. So it was not being a why. It was a why that we did elective in theatre arts. A lot of us. We now felt, I think it was 300 level. Let's go and pick a theatre art course. So apparently we decided to pick a particular theatre art course. And the lady that was in charge of the course, that will be overseeing the course on behalf of that particular lecturer, it was like a friend to us. In fact, she is my best friend. They all did foundation together. But this, our girl, she's a very overzealous somebody. You know, not ready. I don't have to explain it. So we just sat down, my friends and I, that if this person continue like this, she might affect our grade for this particular course. Not that we are not going to pass. No, you know, there are sometimes that you have to just understand. If you are saying it will affect our course, it's not that we are even going to get a C. It's not that we are going to get a C. It might be that, hey, this particular girl might make us to get a B, because if she's reporting that something happened at the rehearsal, all of us are there, and because it is her course, she's in theatre arts, they will listen more to her than whatever we have to say. You know, that discussion that we had with my friends is so important, that we love this girl, she's our friend, we don't want anything to happen to this friendship, but we value our grade. Nothing must happen to that first class, nothing must happen. So that was why we decided, you know what, let's leave them at theatre, let everybody go and do another elective. So that was when I went to another elective and my other friend went to another elective. So that course I didn't do it. Now the point, how did I get here, is I was talking about know the kind of people that you listen to, you seek help or you seek advice from. It is very, very important. Now another thing that should happen in school, time management. Time management is important, and you agree with me that this one is even a skill that is needed outside the school. It's needed outside school, not just only when you are in school. You want to be a good business person, won't you know how to manage your 24 hours? You need to know how to manage your 24 hours. Or else you will just listen to people that will say, if you sleep for 4 hours, you are a this thing. If you sleep for... I used to sleep when I was in school, though. I still said it in the last time I spoke on academic excellence. If you go to my room by 9 p.m., you will meet me sleeping. You will meet me sleeping because during the day, I would have already invested my time reading. So I really knew how to manage my time a lot. So that was why it looked as if, okay, I was taking part in a lot of things, I was reading wide and all that. So it's very, very important when students are still in school to understand how to manage their time. Know what works for you. Know that you can involve yourself. I encourage it. It's not only school, it's not only book. Go to events, learn skills, but know how to manage your time. It is very, very important. Know how to manage your time and have self-discipline. Very important. It is self-discipline that we see that you have to finish an assignment over the weekend, but they are inviting you to a particular all-night party. Excuse me, the all-night party to you may not be a bad thing. You may just want to use it to relax. But in as much as you know that this all-night party and your assignment, they are competing with the same maybe 4 hours or 6 hours that you have. You have to say that it is self-discipline that will make you to say, no, I do not want to do this. It's important. Self-discipline will make you to understand that no is a complete sentence, and you do not have to offend anybody just because you say what? You say no. If anybody is offended because you say no, that's their own cup of tea, not yours. It is okay, will this thing affect me or will this thing not affect me? If it will affect you, say no. It is. It is. So it is very, very important to be self-disciplined. Be self-disciplined. Know that, like we said, that when you are in the university, nobody will be looking towards, okay, what do you want to do? Have you read? Have you eaten? No. It is assumed that you are already mature. It is assumed that you are mature. So it is very, very important to be self-disciplined. It should be what? To be self-disciplined. Learn to say no. Learn to know how to structure your day. Learn to know this is what I want to do and nobody will pressure me to do otherwise. Because outside world too, outside world, it rewards people that are self-disciplined, not people that they have to push them. That is why when you are being interviewed for a job, some of the questions they will ask you is, can you work without supervision? Those are some of the interview questions that they ask. Can you work without supervision? That means, okay, if nobody is watching you, will you be able to deliver what they ask you to deliver? And that is what no. So if you are talking about after school, know that that skill is something you have already learned within the school. If when mommy is not there, daddy is not there, nobody is asking you that have you eaten, have you read your book, you were not able to manage your time. You were not able to be self-disciplined. Definitely, it showed that you are not going to what? You are not going to, if they employ you for that role, you might not. Not that you cannot. You might not be able to what? To deliver. So it's very, very important that we understand this. Let me ask this question. If anybody can just, there's no one way to it, just any idea that comes to your mind. Most, if you see most, what's it called, job adverts, especially in this Nigeria, they will say maybe if you have certain grade, minimum of certain grade. Why do you think, have you ever wondered, I want to know, why do you think they always put either this grade or this, or maybe minimum of certain grade? Why do you think, why? Because I always wonder too, why should they put that? Okay.
I believe that.
Okay.
Because somebody now that graduates with first class.
Alright, first class.
We assume that person is intelligent.
Okay.
Very brilliant.
Brilliant. Okay.
Somebody that graduated with a third class.
Okay.
Not be very smart.
Okay.
So I think their grade
Okay.
depends on how intelligent
Yes, they are.
So I
Okay.
people want someone that is smart and intelligent.
Okay.
To work in their
Someone that's smart and intelligent to work. Okay. Okay. Please, your opinion.
Does not really work like that.
Alright.
Some people they want to.
Okay.
Funny enough,
Alright.
that's that they used to employ is
Yeah.
those that have second class, third class.
Okay.
Those people first class people.
Okay.
Yes, for me, they don't really work with first class. They don't.
Okay.
It depends on what you actually bring to the organization.
Okay.
What can you bring to the place that you are working?
Okay.
That's what determines.
Okay.
Your skills, they say you are capable of doing this for the
Okay.
job. Not by first class or second class or third class.
Okay. So how will they know that this is what you can deliver?
Exactly. They'll go through
Your what? And what's in the CV?
put on your skills and other things there when you have worked
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we are still going to get there. Thank you. Okay. Now, thanks you for the diverse opinion. Now, the point I want to drive at is this. See, the reason why, of course, we've seen it that it does not have to be your grade, but your grade is telling them something, and that is why they always put either this grade or minimum of this grade. Because the thing is this, you yourself put yourself in employers' what, see it from the employer's perspective. I want to bring somebody in now. I don't know you from anywhere, but I have to see, you know that it is after maybe when, what's it called, for some multinational companies, the first thing they will even use to screen you is that first two things, the grade. If you agree, there are some people like she said maybe, but if you are talking about some company, the first thing they will use to screen is that before you even, if you have something that is so, before you even get to, you have to just do the extra work. Because if you are listening to me and you are maybe a third class, or that's not the end of the world. This man finished with a third class, Tony Elumelu, he finished with a third class, and if you go and read the story, he will tell you he was able to go and tell the recruiter that I have what it takes. He was able to prove himself. But if you do not have that, because the thing is that there are some people with a lesser grade, they do not have anything to prove themselves. That's what we are saying. So why you are not chasing that? What were you chasing? Look at this story, because me, I found that story that he shared very inspiring. As at when he was in school, he had already started the publishing. He had already started his publishing, started a lot of things on campus. He was already putting that skill, he was already using the skill. But you are not chasing first class, you are not chasing any grade. You are not chasing first class, you are not chasing skill. You are not in class, you are sleeping. You are not in class, so you can see. So it's not that I'm not chasing first class. The opposite is now you are not using your time anymore. You will then be saying it's not really about first class, it's not about what you finish with. Somebody that will say it is not about what you finish with, we know the skill that you are already building while you are there. So that's one thing, because it's a myth to say maybe school is a scam. It's not about what you finish with. It is not about what you finish with. It is still about what you finish with. So what I want to say is that most times when they say maybe first class or this, they just want to say that okay, this particular grade shows something about you. It's first of all, it may be an assumption. It may not even be good for the role, but they just assume that if nobody was there, your daddy was not there, your mommy was not there, they know how university, there were a lot of distractions that you faced, you were still able to what, to get through up to this with this thing. They believe that because that working without supervision is something that's very important, because your employer will not be there with you 24/7. That's why they are employing you in the first place. They want to believe that you will not be what, you will not be distracted, and you will do what you are supposed to do. So they need something to show before they will not even check, okay, maybe your skill and all that. There are some employees that they will already put it there. People that should apply must be people with this and this. So that's it. That's why there's one guy that I followed on Facebook. He finished from Nile University in Abuja. So the guy his niche is academic excellence. He always says something. There's a statement that I heard from one of his posts. He said, in a world that appreciates excellence, in a world that rewards excellence, choose excellence. Choose. Maybe somebody listening to me maybe it may be over, but this is something that anybody that is still within that four wall of university must really understand. In a world that will reward excellence, choose excellence. In a world that we say even before we even consider you, so we are going to even use your grade to screen you. Don't let it be people. Don't be part of the people that they will screen out. Put yourself, encourage yourself, put yourself in the level where you will not be part of people that will be screened out. And then with that technical skill, with that grade, add what? Add soft skill with it. That's the thing. You will what? The sky will just be your starting point. So it's very, very important. So whatever grade is just showing, sometimes it may not be all the time, is how well you were able to manage your time while you were there. And were you really self-disciplined? And is it true that you can do what? That you can have what is it called? You can work without supervision. You will agree with me that that's what, I don't know if any of us have been interviewed, you have opportunity to apply and you were interviewed. That's one of the questions. That's one of the things. Working without supervision is very, very important. And the last thing for you while you are in the university is to make sure that you do what? You make use of learning resources. Learning resources. I'm not done. You make use of learning resources. Learning resources. So learning resources. So this is the first aspect of our speech before we move to the next aspect of this speech. So because we remember the topic, educated versus exposure, while many Nigerian graduates are not ready for the real world. Before we made the claim that they are not teaching us what we are supposed to know, I had to make sure, I had to talk about that word, that educated. Be educated. Understand why you are in the university and know how you should behave in the four wall of that word, of that school. Now, exposure now. Why do we think, let me ask us, why do we think that our educational system, in your own opinion, why do you think that our educational system, or let me ask, do you believe that our educational system in Nigeria is not teaching us for what is happening in the real world? Yes or no? Do you believe that our educational system in Nigeria is not teaching us what is happening in the real world? Yes or no, and why?
There are different aspects.
Okay.
So
Like.
the teachings of the lecturers, or what we are learning about the
Don't know the way you can interpret it. You know, many people, or have you heard it before now? You've heard the people saying that what's happening, the school na scam or something like. The real world is a lot of difference from what is happening in school. So everything. Do you believe? If you do not believe, you can justify it as well. So you don't have to.
So for me,
Okay.
a yes and
No question. Okay, yes or no, alright.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
For the yes,
Okay.
the volunteering system that school has created,
Okay.
the conferences that we
Host, okay.
bring people,
People
that are in our time,
alright.
all of
Those things, okay. Yes.
But for
No,
the
okay.
lectures we received,
Okay.
what's my business with count marks and
Okay.
all of those extra
Things,
that
okay.
they are teaching is not in relation
Oh.
with what's happening
Now, okay, thank you. Any other person? Okay, thank you very much. Believe that yes, because of some other things that are happening, and no, because of maybe some things. And to say the truth, just talk about the no. Sometimes we are not the one that, we are just the one that we are not really being observant. You know, some things that you believe are not relevant, sometimes are actually relevant. That you believe that what's my business, we used to say when I was in, what's my business with Noam Chomsky, I mean, what's that name? Noam Chomsky. That's in English. If you do grammar, they will teach you Noam Chomsky transformative generational grammar. You'll be drawing one tree like that. Really, what's my business? But if you really want to go deeply into grammar and this thing, you will still find it relevant. And look at what Miss Elma taught us, Miss mentioned in one of her speeches, finding Earth. You know, there was a speech that she gave on finding X. We said, okay, what's our business with algebra or all those simple arithmetic? But in life, everybody is finding what? X. It just depends on the X that you are finding. So some of those things, if you are really observant enough, they are still relevant. But I really understand that. So when we are talking about education versus exposure, we understand what the education is talking about. The knowledge, the structure, the foundation, the discipline. In the Nigerian system, when we are talking about education, your degree, that certification, academic success, that's the thing. But we have degrees. We have people with degrees, we have people with first class, we have people with second class, we have people with this thing. But it still feels as if many people are not prepared for real life. It still feels as if a lot of people are not prepared for what is happening in the outside world. And let me let you know that this thing is not really in Nigeria. If you have read a book by this Robert Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, the 4 Quadrants, I mentioned this yesterday, there's another book of his titled Why A Student Work for C Students and B students for the government. Why, there's a book, you can check it. Why A student work for C students and B students work for the what? Government. He's not a Nigerian. How come you wrote that book? So this thing now is not. So why do you think A student works for C students? Because sometimes why the C students know that they are chasing C, they're already using that time. And that's the thing. It is not all, listen, it is not all A students that will work for C students. It is not all C students that will build business. It is not all C students that will be successful. It is not all A students that will be failure in life. And even success and failure is relative. It is. What's the really measure of success? The number of cars you have or the number of houses you build? That's not measure of success. What is success to me is not success to you. That's the thing. So if you see me now and think, okay, you see somebody now, like what's the last speaker that told us the story about financial literacy, and he was saying something when we were talking outside that there was a day he told us I used to catch buses, just he does not have a car. There was a day he saw somebody that they finished together with a lady in a car. They now drove past him. They stopped in front of us. Now you be this. You did not get car since. Till now you don't have a car, and they drove past. He said that day that thing almost touched him. And that day he went to where they sell car beside his house, and he priced the vehicle that the person bought. He said, okay, it's even this one. He had the money, but he didn't buy it. So the person that drove past will believe he's not successful just because.
unsuccessful.
Exactly. So and that one will believe that he's successful because of the car. So we have to also actually, this thing, we have to really understand. And this is a personal question. Do not let anybody pressure you. Do not let anybody pressure you. So back to our point. So when that man wrote that, if you have read the book, the idea is this. The reason why he wrote that book is this. And that is one thing. That is the thing that everybody needs to understand. Whether you are an A student or C student or B student. Understand value. The world will not reward you because of your certificates. And that's the thing. So many A students or many first class students, they just believe just because you have a first class, I have a first class. They believe just because you have a first class, oh yeah, come, because of that first class, they will be paying you. No! Nobody is paying you for your first class. They are paying you for the value that you can what? You can deliver. That is it. So, but there is now this assumption. There is this belief that just because you have a first class, the world owe you. Hello, you have it. Congratulations. But don't forget the most important thing. Don't forget that you still need to understand that you must be valuable. You must be valuable. That value is what people will pay for. That value is what your employer will pay for. And most times, the reason is that C students sometimes, it's maybe third class students or people with lower things like that, sometimes they've already zeroed their mind. You know that sometimes, or maybe first class students now, they believe that, when I finish now, I will just apply and I have a high chance of being employed. Sometimes the C students have already zeroed their mind that, hey, in this, especially in this climate that I am, especially in this system that I am, I might not have the opportunity. So while they were in the university, they were already building valuable skill. That's why you see some people in school, they are not chasing grade, but they are business savvy. I don't know anybody that you've seen people that they are not really good in class, but they can sell anything. They can sell anything. Anything they can. They're not really good. So that's another skill. That's another skill. So when we say that Nigerian graduates struggle in the real world, it is not really about the school. It is because it is you yourself that you do not get the essence of school. Don't think because you have the opportunity to be in school and you read and you graduate with a particular certificate, the whole world owe you everything. No, it does not work that way. It does not work that way. So even if a company is going to employ you because of that your first class, before you know it, we don't care about your first. If they employ you and you are not able to deliver, see, they will show you the way out in couple of months. So you will not be telling them, but you see now I have a first class now. No, nobody cares. So that is one thing that we need to understand, that you need to understand the value that you need to bring to the table. Very, very important. You have the grade, but are you really prepared for the real world? And what does the real world need? The real world will not celebrate your certificate. The real world will celebrate the value that you can give with that certificate. And it is expected. The reason why it is now expected that, okay, if you finish with your first class or if you finish with the second class or this thing, is that they expect that at least you should have this word. You should have this level of exposure already. They believe that knowledge should already be in you. They believe that you should already know that this is the way. We shouldn't be. But unfortunately, there are some people with that A+ certificate that they do not have the knowledge. They do not understand. And that's why it now looks as if A students are working for C students. So it is very, very important. So if all of us, it is just that you have to understand, one, what is the purpose of university? And two, understand that you have to be open to the skills that you are being taught. Aside your course you have studied, you are studying engineering, computer science, English, medicine, know that there are a lot of things you are doing in the university that are teaching you for the world, for the outside world, and that's what I will be highlighting. So now, before we look to that, let's talk about If you say that why Nigerian graduates are not ready for the outside world, why do we think they are not ready for the outside world? The first thing is that they are educated but they are unprepared. They are educated but they are not what? They are not prepared. Another thing is that they cannot communicate. Communication is not English. It's not only English they don't. No, they cannot communicate. Okay, you are asked to do something. Communicate. Tell us the why. Tell us the how. Very, very important. Many of them are educated. Many of them are not. They cannot communicate. And communication is different way. Communication can go from you as a what? As an employee under your employer. Doing what you do and reporting what you have done. That's one communication. If you decide to go into the entrepreneurship path, you have to be able to communicate to your supplier, to your employee, to your customer. It's very, very important. It is very, very important. Many graduates lack discipline. And like I said, that's why I mentioned what should really be happening in the four walls of school. Don't just say you want to chase grade alone. But the thing is that while you are even chasing that grade, there's no how. You are developing discipline. Because it takes discipline to say you are in the library from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's self-discipline. It takes discipline for you to know that you can use 2 hours or 4 hours to watch maybe 5 episodes of Korean movie. But you say no. For this weekend, I'm using that 4 hours for something else. I'm using it to finish this project. That's discipline. So many Nigerian graduates, the reason why we believe they are struggling in the real world, it is not really about the system. It is because they are not getting the essence of the system. But one thing is this. Another thing I would just say on the part of maybe government or the people behind the system is that they are not really communicating. The communication is not strong. Because there are a lot of things that is happening in school. There is soft skill. The one that I really love is group work. How many of us, in school they give us group work now? Group projects. That thing is one of the best skills anybody should have. Do you know what it takes to work with people? To do group projects with people that are not serious? Oh God, And the thing is that look at this. So this is the irony. If you say, I don't want to pass, I don't want to fail. No, I want to pass this course, and now decide to do that project alone. Of course, you put their name. It's a good thing, but you are not getting the skill that is being passed. You have still not learned what they want you to learn with that group project. But in school, they don't tell us all this. They don't tell us the reason behind some things. It's not really about the group project. They don't care about the group project. They care that are you people able to agree together, and then you are able to make it a success. That's why in group projects, if your group get 10/50, everybody gets 10/50. Yes or no? Not that you submit group project and say maybe you did better. Nobody cares. Everybody's effort is the same effort. Somebody that put 2% of effort and somebody that put 75% of effort is still 10/10. Is still 10/50. So they want you to know that can you work with people? Are you somebody that I'm individual? And that's one thing that many let's say A students, like we are using, let's use the terminology, many A students struggle with. Because that in school, and that's why they include that group work there. Because they know that the tendency for, like I said, I used to frequent library. Was I going with anybody? No. So if that's the only thing I just focus, only me, whatever I go to read in the library now, except if my friends, okay, let me share with us this, I can only share. But that thing I've put, when the exam comes, I will just write it from my brain, not anybody. But that group work, we say, life, you cannot do life alone. That group work is teaching you teamwork. Because when you get to the corporate world, when you get to any work, any place you want to work, you will need your ability to work with people. You don't say, I don't just like working with people. I just want to be alone. You cannot be alone, no. And okay, you now say, I really don't like working with people. That's why I just want to do my own business. You know, these days now everybody wants to be your own boss. The ideology was I want to be my own boss. But even if you want to be your own boss, is it goat you want to be serving? Is it goat that will be your clients or customers? Is it not human being? That's why one customer will do something, we abuse you on the internet, we drag you, and you are the one, and it's the customer that is at fault. Oh. How you are able to manage people like that? Or okay, if you be your own boss, what about people working with you? You cannot just order people around. That is the skill they are teaching us with group work in university. That's the skill. Because they are your mates. Imagine they put 5 of us to come and do a group work. If we put time, let's say, okay, we are going to meet tomorrow by 5 p.m. By 5 p.m., out of 5 people, only 2 people showed up. Will you go beat them in their room? No. You don't go beat them. That's why how to influence people is important. That's the skill they are teaching us. So you not being able to now influence your mates. That let's do this thing. How many times? We are not going to waste our time. Just come. Before you know it, we are almost done. And you know that at the end of the day, you too will learn something. Or you decide, you sit down and think, how can I manage? That's the thing. You are thinking as a leader. Because you don't know where you will be tomorrow. You don't know the office you will be. And then you will be with difficult colleagues. Colleagues that they are ready to do anyhow because they know that you will be the one to be blamed. Exactly. But you are able to convince them. And everybody was able to do their quota. And at the end of the day, it is not only you. Don't let it be only you. Because there is something called individual contributor. If you are an individual contributor at a place of work, what that means is that, let's say your skill is administrative, that's what you can do. Or maybe you can do accounting now. That's what you can do. See, if you want to grow from that being just sole contributor, you have to be able to understand that later on you want to get to a place where I will not just be doing this administrative thing. I will get to a place where I will be managing group of other administrators. But if you want to get to that level, you must know how to manage people, how to work with people. That is the skill that school was teaching us with the group work, with the group assignments. They just want you to do it. They want you to work with people. Don't say no, I don't want to work with people. But you know that a lot of people, let me ask, do we all know? A lot of people do not know. But they don't tell us now. They will just give us assignments. They will just give us, sometimes we even think, okay, just give us this assignment alone. But you know that there are some assignments in school that they will give us alone. But the lecturer will say, we are grouping you for this particular one. So it is very, very important. Now, what are the other ways in which many people struggle, many graduates struggle? Their characters are not built. That's the thing. You are brilliant, but you are proud. You are brilliant, but you are rude. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. No, there's something that they say in management. They will say that you hire for character and you train for skill. And that's the thing. If somebody has character and the person is not really good, it's better you hire that person than somebody that is skillful but the character of the person is bad, terrible. You will struggle. Because you can train. Okay, is it the skill? Is it that you don't know how to do this? Don't worry. If you give the person three months of training, the person will know. But the character, where do you want to start from? Where do you want to start from building somebody's mindset? Somebody that the character has already been formed. Somebody that already know that their mindset that it is good to cut corners. Their mindset is that everybody is a thief. Their mindset is that even our people say everybody is stealing money. That's their own mindset too. So you now want to, it is very important. It's one of my friends that works in HR in one of those big companies. She was sharing an experience with me one time. She said they wanted to employ somebody. They were recruiting somebody. Do you know one thing that did not make that person to be employed? The CV, certification, qualification, perfect. You know one character flaw? He lied. And how? How did he lie? He said where he was coming from, that he was already in, let's say, for example, senior manager position, whereas it was not a senior manager position by the time they found out. It was not. Very good, skillful. But you know they could have used that tiny thing now. That was not tiny. His qualification could not save him. His qualification could not save him. They didn't later employ him. So many people, the reason why many Nigerian graduates struggle in the real world is that they have the qualification, but their character is not built. Diligence, no. Integrity, no. Hard work, no. But you know, these things are very important. Very, very important. Relationship, no. They are ready to fight with anybody. Emotional intelligence, no. And you have the qualification. You have the your qualification is long like this. Certify this thing. Certify that. You did this. You did this course in 2000 and this thing. You did this course in this. But the character is not there. In any graduates with such, we really struggle in the real world. There's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do about it. And many graduates also, they struggle in the workplace. Struggle in the workplace. Don't know how to ask for help. That's another skill. And it is school is teaching us. You know, that's why I'm saying I am of the opinion. The question I asked in the beginning. I am of the opinion that our school system is teaching us for the real world. 100%. It's teaching. Even the teaching, the lecturing, the course you are doing, is teaching you for the real world. It is. That's why it's important for you to do a course that you love, that you have passion for, or that you know that this is the path that you want to go. Even if that's not the case, the other skill too. It is. So it's very, very important. So what I wanted to say is that many people struggle at workplace because they do not know how to ask for help. And if you had learned that since when you were in school, you will not struggle. Since when you were in school, you will not struggle. You don't know a course. You know that your colleague knows it. But to go and ask for help, please come and explain to me, it's problem for you. And you say me that I'm not going to ask, and then you now be looking at me anyhow. You don't answer me. See, you shouldn't be thinking like that. Some people even be crucifying the person that is supposed to help them. And the thing is about you. It's not about the person. So most times, if the person just say, oh, maybe you message the person, and the person is not in the hostel, but just tell you that, please, so I'm not in the hostel now. Maybe later on in the evening or tomorrow, you already interpret it negatively. I said it. She's proud. She does this. Can't you see? So when many of the people like that get to the real world workplace and they are struggling at their tasks to meet up, they find it difficult to ask for help. So when we say Nigerian graduates are struggling in the real world, it is because we really do not get the value. You are not able to be observant of the skills that they are teaching you. However, if we want to look at the system too, now we've talked about the angle of the students. We have to be fair that some parts of our educational system are not really doing that much. Or let me say that, like I've highlighted different ones now. The group work, I've highlighted teamwork. That group work now is giving you team spirit, ability to work with team. I've talked about you being able to ask your colleague for help if you are struggling with a course. So it is very, very important. So the system too, if we talk about the angle of the system, the first thing is that sometimes our educational system is theory based most time. No practical aspects in some courses. You just have to learn it. That's why they say that cram na poor. Just cram it. If they ask you when you graduate, what is this thing? But it really shouldn't be. It really should not be. You should be able to apply what you have been taught. to be able to apply what you have been taught. And then another thing is that most times the educational system is exam focused system. That's why when you get to school, your goal is toward end of the semester, your test and everything must align. But I think the major thing to me that I've seen is lack of communication, is them not highlighting the purpose. Because aside all this, there are a lot of skills that school system is what is teaching us. We are not just, they did not just open our eyes to say it. Because I don't think they've told us the essence of that group work. Just give you group work. So I think if they are able to tell us that, okay, this group work that we are asking you to do, it's not really about the project, it's that you are able to work together as a team. Don't you think more students will be more serious with it if they explain it that way? If they let them say I know I've worked with some people like that too. They are just not, some people are just not ready. They don't just care. They just want to be there. They don't want to be there at all. Or the score. Just the score.
Sometimes there are some people that are at school that they
Yeah.
have financial trouble that they come here.
Me too. Yes. They will do. Skills. Money. Person, imagine. So those one will just do the work for them and they will pay and this thing. That's why I said you have to understand the purpose. So I think somebody that have chosen that line now shouldn't be saying school is a scam, because you don't even make effort while you are in school. So why should school serve you? Because you did not even make the effort that was necessary. So it's very, very important. Knowing the purpose of a thing is important. It's important. Knowing the purpose is important. So that's actually the last one that I put here under why do we think the student is producing graduates that are struggling in the real world. Mainly because many people do not know the purpose of education. Many students do not know the purpose of university. It's not really about your grade. It's not really about you want to get 70 alone, 70% alone. Why you are chasing your 70%? Are you learning the skills? Do you even understand the reason for that 70%? That's just a grading system that is maybe invented by some people. It's not sometimes a test of that. You know, some people say exam is not test of true ability. That one is also a contestable topic, something. But the point is that know the purpose of what? Of education. So the main thing that is missing is exposure. We say that educated versus exposure. Why many Nigerian graduates are not ready for the real world? They have the qualification, but they do not have the skill. They do not have the skill. And even if they do not even have, one thing is that know people that maybe we third class with this thing. You will know that it's not really about their third class, because it amazes me. Just try this thing I'm saying. Just go to YouTube this night. Go and check Tony Elumelu on YouTube and look at a number of videos that have been done on Tony Elumelu. You will see that if you watch 5, 3 out of that 5 we mention that he finished with the third class, because he finished with the third class. But is it the third class that is it everybody that finished with the third class that are owner of banks? Even our, you will say that it's not the third class. Look at what he was already doing while he was still in school. So you are chasing third class, but you are sleeping in the hostel. No other activity, nothing is, no drive, no passion. So it's not. So when people see that, okay, some people finish with third class, see, even what they did as third class, you cannot do it. You cannot do it. That's why some people see Steve Jobs is a dropout. Mark Zuckerberg is a dropout. Thomas said, what's it called? Larry Ellison is a dropout. Is it the dropout that made them successful? Bill Gates is a dropout. Go and check how many books that Bill Gates reads every year. Check it on YouTube. Go and check his library. Bill Gates dropout. As a dropout, some people cannot read quarter of the book that he reads. So it's important that you have it. It's not like, okay, I don't want to. That's why I started. If you remember where I started with, it's a choice. University, you don't have to. And some people that if you discover that, like our did said that, okay, he has already just made up his mind that he has to just bring a particular certificate home, because he cannot just leave school and not what bring certificates. So that's why he was there. Just give me my pass and let me go. But he was doing something that was more than that certificate. That's the point. So if you even choose that, I don't even want to go to school at all. It's a skill I want to learn. All these things that we've talked about is still very important. You want to learn skill, be good at it, have self-discipline, be able to manage your time, be able to relate with people. So whether as a university graduate or as somebody that just wants to learn a skill, success in the real world is combination of all these things. It's combination of all these things. Don't say you can't decide that you want to give a bare minimum and expect something great about life. Life will not give you things on a platter of gold. That's it. It's important. It is very, very important. So have the knowledge if you want to seek the knowledge. Have the education if you want to seek the education. The structure, the foundation, yes. But don't forget, real world awareness is important. So how do you now merge education and exposure? Volunteer. Everything is not schools, academics. What are you doing while you are still in school? While you are chasing the education, chase the exposure. They said there is an event. Go for that event. Last year, they did anybody, okay, I don't know, were you there? LinkedIn Local Nigeria, that they did at VI. Were you there? You were not around, but you heard of the program. Yeah. So that's the thing. Events like that. And there were a lot of, they did some award. There was one lady that collected, she's still a student. That one immigration lady that she creates content of, they call her Japa Queen. Yeah. So she's still a student. Even the guys, the convener of that event, you know, they're still students. Oladotun Ajayi, he's a nursing student in Lautech. That is there's the LinkedIn. There's LinkedIn local for every state. There's LinkedIn local Abuja, Lagos. This one is the first of its kind. LinkedIn local Nigeria. You need to see the lineup of speakers. Mr. Toye Cole was there. Mr. Toye Cole, who else was there? A lot of great people were there. Them being able to call these people, the people like that, to come. And they are students. That's what we are talking about. Please, just, we are speaking. Nigeria speaks to the world. Oladotun Ajayi, write it down. It's one of our own. Write it down. Go and research about him on LinkedIn. So, what you are saying is this. Look at somebody like him now. Look at somebody like that guy. I forgot the name of the second guy. But look at, is he a student? Yes, thank you. Somebody that can relate what I'm saying. Emmanuel Nduka, yes, and Oladotun Ajayi, both of them are still students. And I know of that Oladotun Ajayi that is a nursing student at Lautech. Look at what they are pulling as students. Now, can people like that, and you need to go and see his page and look at international opportunities. In fact, he has an upcoming master class. How, as a student, you can get international opportunities. You need to see platforms that he already was speaking on. And he's still a student. Can that one finish school now and say maybe it's not relevant in the real world? Because while still in school, it's already even still relevant. That's what we are saying. So he was able to, before he finished, he's already building his page on LinkedIn. Those are the things we are talking about. There is this lady too. She's in FUTA. She just finished, and she finished with the first class. Boluwatife, who knows? Boluwatife Rotimi something. That's her name. That, yes, Boluwatife Rotimi. I think, is it familiar that is her third name or something? I think she finished from engineering department or something in FUTA. I know, I'm very sure. Very active on LinkedIn as well. That's what we are saying. So while you are still in school, build relevant network. If you can choose one social media platform the one that we really recommend, LinkedIn. Start building your LinkedIn. How many of us are active on LinkedIn here? Be active on LinkedIn. Be active on LinkedIn. Other social media, I can say that I am at least active on almost all platforms. Which one except X? Sorry, I just realized that see, there was even here that I realized that Snap is actually an app that you can be going. I honestly did not know. I only go to Snapchat to snap picture. That's it. I only go to Snapchat to snap picture. I did not know that it has something that you can post and no, I did not know. It was here I got to know. And so really, I really did not know. And also, I'm just getting to start out on X, formerly Twitter, so I'm not really active on that. But that LinkedIn, it's something as a student. And the thing is that I can't say I'm that active. My post sometimes may not do it, but I know that if somebody goes to my page today, they will know that they will not be clearing cobweb. Some of us, if you enter your LinkedIn now, you might as well use 7 days to clear. You might as well use 7 days to clear cobweb from your LinkedIn page because you've been there now since 1940. So go back there. That is it. Relevant in the real world. Now, I have not gotten this yet, but I can share. I hope that I hear from them. But few weeks ago, about just 3 to 4 weeks ago, I just received a DM. They always say that in LinkedIn you can always get this thing. No, just there. I just received a DM from somebody, and when I researched on that company, that company is a very big company, and it was even one of their senior consultants that reached out to me that they have opportunity in their company that I should apply. I've never experienced that before, because sometimes when I saw the message, before I even replied the person, I first of all go and research, are they not here to scam me? God abeg, don't let come and scam, don't let come and say okay you have to pay certain money. But look at it, if that thing clicks now, I will say wow. But imagine I was not putting something on social media. There are a lot of people that while they are in school, they already gotten where they are going to work. No, that it's not everybody that is looking for a job in this country. And it's not really about maybe it's either the man, you know people, but it's not about know people the way we are talking about it. Maybe your daddy will call somebody and say, my child has already finished, so please, can she come? It's knowing people too. Knowing people is that you are there, they see you, be visible. Be visible. Let people know you. Try. That's why you don't have to do too much. People that build on social media will tell you, even if you just do platform you can pick, just pick two and be consistent. The thing is that when you become big at that too, you know that it's very not easy to now post, to now transition to others. But just know that is it. So if you want to be relevant in the real world, you do not want to be a graduate that struggle. Your network, they say your network will determine your what? Your net worth. The people you know. That's it. I got to know about this program on social media. Mr. David that spoke the other time, I saw it on his page on Instagram. That was how I saw this program. Now I am here. I have met a lot of amazing people through this program, and I know that this program is going to produce a lot of amazing things in my life. But imagine I was not able to get that opportunity. Yes. So it's very important. The skill is very important. Not just about the certificate alone. Earn the certificate, learn the skill. Earn the certificate, learn the skill with it. Earn the certificate, learn the skill. That is how to be a Nigerian graduate that is relevant in the real world. I'm not the one that complains. The real world does not just care about your certificate. It is about the value you bring to the table. And that value is the skill that you have what? You have acquired. It's important. So build your what? Build your social media presence. Be visible. And be visible doing the right thing. No, that's another thing. Because you can be visible doing the wrong thing. They will not go viral in the bad way. So, so it is very important. You know that when some people go viral on this era of social media now, they do not have any. No, we have a lot of people that go viral. They do not have the substance. The virality is there, but there is no substance. That's why they go viral. They get opportunity, but at the end of the day, they open shop for them. But they failed. They come back. They say it's their village people. Don't be your village people. Your village people say do not know that you exist. They are even sleeping in the village. You are shouting. It's you that lack substance. It's you that lack substance. So it's very important. Have the skill. Those are the skills that you must learn. The real world awareness. Know that there is life after school. You know there is another thing that make people struggle when they get outside the school. You know that not everybody, but most people, while you are still in school, mommy, my this thing has finished, my allowance has finished, mommy will send. Daddy, my this thing has finished, daddy will send. Whether you wear that graduation gown like this. You yourself, you don't even want to ask. Aside that you get now. Sometimes just like, or even after, even before NYSC, they know you're already collecting 77,000 naira now. So that's the thing. And so many people, they get carried away. And your parents, sometimes they will go the extra mile to make you comfortable while you are in that school. They will go extra mile. But immediately you finish, they know I've already tried. So they did not know that there is life after school. There is a life that you will call mommy for money for allowance, and mommy will say, are you okay like this? Am I not the one that even should be asking from you? And it's not wickedness. You to think about it now, from nursery, from creche, for more than 20-something years. You. So they should rest. So those are the things. Not knowing what, that there is life after you. So build real life skill. Know that there is world. There is life after campus. We always have different programs like that. Life after campus. There is life after campus. So campus life is not what? It's not real most times. Don't be carried away. Many people, they were carried away and they just, you will be wasting time with somebody that you know his job is sure. The daddy just have to call somebody and that's it. And you are wasting your time with what? With him or her. Very important. It is very, very important. Real life experience. Network with people. Meet people. While you are in school, don't be somebody that they know that you don't relate with anybody. She just this thing. Almighty, this thing. Everybody is bad in his or her eyes. No, don't be somebody like that. Be open. Be open to relate with what? Be open to relate with people. Very, very important. Create that confidence. These are the things that can help you. Have confidence. You should be a graduate and then you struggle to speak confidently in front of people. No. And that's another skill that they were teaching us when we were in school, but you just did not know. Presentation. Project defense. Many people will say, I don't even know the essence of the project I did. What will I do with it? You know, project topic is always long. Even my wife, people forgot it. I can remember what the project was, but I've forgotten the title of the project. Very long, something like this. You will say, what is the relevance of the project that we wrote? And I saw some things that there was a time that I saw a picture on social media that they carried a particular school. They went to dump the project of their students. They dump it. A lot of projects like that people have done. But there is a reason. That's a skill. They were teaching you presentation skill during defense. What they were teaching you is what? Is presentation skill, confidence, how to talk confidently in front of people, under pressure. That's what they were teaching you. So it's very important for you to what? To understand these. Know that there are a lot of things you are being taught. Just be open to it. So as a graduate, as a student, you have to have confidence. If you do not know it, go and learn communication skills. Sign up for a course on communication. Know how to communicate confidently. Know how to pass across your message. Know how to work on your tone of speaking. Know how to relate with people. You go to an event, know how to walk up with people. Good afternoon, sir. It's not everything. Hi, guys. You know, guys. No, it's not everybody that is hi, guys. You are speaking to investor now. You have a hi, guys. Which one be hi, guys? Know how to talk in refined language. Refined language. Communication is not one way, truly. But know how to communicate in relevant word context, settings. Understand setting. When you are with your friends, your G's, your people, that's good. But you are in a corporate event, you are saying hi guys. You have listened to Mr. Tony Elumelu's speech before and saying hi guys. No. And you know that man, he's a very open man. Most time always join trends. If you follow him on social media, the man is tech, is social media savvy. So always giving us angle, videos, anywhere is going on social media, this thing is too much. Yes. But then, you still have to understand that communication. So refine your communication as a graduate. Talk as a graduate. We are not talking about speak English alone. Not necessarily. That's not what we are talking about. But communication, very important. Confidence too. These are the things that can make you succeed in the real world. Confidence, it's important. Have confidence. Adaptability. These are the things that will make you grow. Adaptability, be able to adapt. Don't be somebody that you cannot even, if you're in a new environment, is complain from morning till evening. No. That's why you may be thinking, sometimes hostel is not hostel like school hostel. You can't compare school hostel with your house now. Abi, even I went to a private school, and at the time that I went to Redeemer University, we were 2 in a room, and now their population is they've already increased in population, and I was told that it's now 4 in a room. Like that 2 in a room. Let me explain how my hostel was. They are now 6, right? When I went there, we were 2 in a room, and our room, our mattress is not that tiny mattress, so it's not that tiny, it's big. And you have your own separate bed, and under the bed, the way they do the bunk is that under that bed, they put your wardrobe there, your separate wardrobe. Under that bed, you have the way they do it, you have your table, your reading table, and your chair, and then your roommate's own. And inside that room, there's a private toilet and bathroom for you. So my point is that even with that level of comfort, you cannot still compare it to your house. They were teaching you adaptability. So they were teaching us adaptability. That's what they were teaching us. So it's very important for us to understand these are the skills that you should not forget as a student if you want to succeed in the real world. Education versus exposure. That's what we're talking about. So education tells you what is correct. Exposure shows you what works. And you have to understand. And it is you yourself that will know. Because I finished with the first class, I cannot say my first class is a waste. Nobody can even tell me that. It's not though. Yes, you should choke. Nobody can tell me my first class is a waste, because sometimes when I decide to do a project, there was a time I decided to write a book on impromptu speaking. Nobody told me what to do or what not to do. There's something. I said education tells you what is correct. Exposure shows you what works. It was the fact that I understand a lot of skills that I learned in school. And that was what made the courses I have registered for and I have learned on online, that 2025 alone. and I'm able to apply every course. As I learn, I apply. That is it. So no learning is a waste. Don't let them tell you school is a scam. No, it is not. Unless you do not understand the purpose. So what I said that day, when I was doing TikTok live, because they suspended my Instagram and Facebook accounts in January. So, but I just got through it 2 weeks ago. So during that time, I just decided to be more committed and consistent on TikTok. And so I started putting out content on TikTok. Then I started going live on TikTok as well. So that day, during my live, I would just give people topic impromptu. When they join my live, I will ask them to speak impromptu on it. And then people were doing it. And I discovered that I think this impromptu speaking is a skill that a lot of people struggle with. And I decided that I want to write a book on it. And I wrote a book of 107 pages in 3 weeks. Yes, I didn't just stop there. I said I was going to do a book launch. I decided to do a virtual book launch on that book. And I did, and it was very successful. Now, the point I'm getting at is this. All those things that I did they teach me in English how to write ebook in 107 ebook in 3 weeks? Did they teach me that specifically? No. Did they teach me how to do virtual launch, book launch? No. But it was the training I've had that made me to go and take some courses, or it also made me to go and do what? To follow some people that were guiding me. I get what I'm saying now. So I was able to use that skill, and it was successful. Did you know one thing? Please listen to me, because we are here live, and I hope anybody that will listen to this. That's why I said that if I did not get that opportunity that I said some people reach out to me on LinkedIn, I have learned a lot of things from that single DM. After the first interview, the last interview was with the senior managing consultant of that company. Do you know the first question they asked me that day? The day was on a Monday. I had my virtual launch on Sunday. Do you know the first question they asked me? The man said, "You recently had a virtual launch. Tell us how you came about it." You don't understand. I had the virtual launch on Sunday, the interview on a Monday. The first question they asked me was about the virtual launch. That means they were what? Checking my page. That means they were checking. Because that's an up to date, not something that they've seen last week or 2 weeks ago. Something they recently did. In fact, I posted about the virtual launch on Monday, because on Facebook, on LinkedIn now, something that happened, I was happy to do this. See that. So that's the thing. It's important. It's important to understand the skills that the school system is teaching you. It is teaching us a lot of things. Just make sure you are observant. Education prepares you. Exposure positions you. Education prepares you. Exposure prepares you. And we talk about what is this exposure. It's not really about meeting people, taking relevant courses. I have taken a lot of courses. I think it was yesterday I was talking about why many small businesses fail. I've taken Madam Chioma's Infiani's course, data entry. I'm not a data entry expert, but I've gotten 1 or 2 things from that course. And there's this thing that I even registered for, and I'm part of. There's this Young Ed Fellow. If you're somebody in an education listening, you can take note of a Young Ed Fellow. I'm a 2026 Young Ed Fellow. I was chosen. I know that thing. You know there's something we apply for. See, when I apply for that thing, I just saw it on social media, on maybe Instagram. I just applied. See, it was after they've chosen us that I really know the gravity of. You get, like, this thing is big, oh. They chose about 1,000 teachers across Africa register for that thing. And at the end of the day, they selected 32 people in 10 countries, African country. I'm part of the 32 people. Like, okay, it was when they did the orientation that really, I didn't don't read it very well. That, wow. Somebody now say, okay, school na scam. My own first class is not scam, oh. It's not. It's not. I'm happy to say. I'm not sorry to say. I'm happy to say it's not. It is not. Because you know what it takes to when more than 1,000 people, not only from your country, across Africa, applied for what? For a fellowship. It is a fellowship. And then they chose 32 people from 10 countries. In the whole of Nigeria, I think we're just about, in the Nigerian people among us are just maybe 3 or 4 from Nigeria. And that thing is about taking courses. They will give us, one of the things they will do is that they have the platform, they give us access to $200. So that $200, you can use it to take courses. So use it to take courses. Now, I've taken a course on project management. Thank God. Before, I just take course on Alice. I'll just take the course. That one can relate. You take course, you not ask for the certificate. You just take the course, you don't apply for the certificate. Exactly. The last week I just finished one course, so I went to pay for the certificate. They dug the thing in my email. I said, wow, this thing feels good. And I have access to $200. That's one of the advantages, the things they give us for the fellowship. You can take courses in whether Udemy, Coursera. They expect you to even take at least 2 foundational courses. Then you now move to. Then there are a lot of things too that we do. So look at that. Well, they know things. I mean things. And when I went back, so when I now got that, when I now discovered that the application was that strict, I now went back to the application. I wanted to check, please, what did I write? What did I write? I'm so what? I'm interested. That was when I discovered that the major thing they asked for was our social media. LinkedIn in particular. Please, if you are not building any social media platform, at least start from LinkedIn. And as a student, if you are listening and you are a student, you are still in school, start building on LinkedIn. I support any student I see building on LinkedIn. I'm always happy. Because you don't know the opportunity. That's it. That's what will make you a graduate that will not complain. Because as you are building on LinkedIn, you are building skill. You are telling them you can manage this thing. And not that you will let your education suffer. No. Look at that Boluwatife Rotimi that I was talking about. She finished with first class. And you need to see her consistency on what? On LinkedIn. So it's very, very important. You can be brilliant. You can be strong academically and still struggle in the real life. The fault is not for what? The fault is not your school. The fault is not academics. So it is very, very important. It is very, very important. The world is not asking you what you know. It is asking you what you can do. The world will not reward you because of your certificate. We know you have a good certificate. Clap for yourself. But then, what can you do with the certificate? Now, like myself now, I don't go around. But of course, it's on my LinkedIn. On my LinkedIn, this thing. But even that is not even in the first or second paragraph. It's my third. In the last paragraph of my LinkedIn is where I put the first class this thing. On my Instagram now, there's nothing like maybe this thing there. On my Facebook, I did not put it that maybe I'm in first class. But people are reaching out to me because of the value I can now deliver. They check my page. They say, okay, you can teach somebody how to become a confident speaker. They reach out to me. One of the speakers in my virtual launch, when I did the virtual launch, the man works in a bank. He's head of the IT department in one of the foremost banks in Nigeria. So he saw me on the internet that day, 2025, around November. So he joined my group because I ran that time. I used to run Facebook ad, Instagram ad. So I was building my WhatsApp community. And he called me. Okay, I saw your this thing. You do private training. I said yes. I sent it to him. Immediately he made payments. And we started. But because of it wasn't supposed to be 12 sessions, but because of schedule, he had a lot of things. it elapsed to what's it called, the crossover to this year. So and by the time I wanted to finish was the time that I wanted to do the book launch. I just told him that, okay, can you do what? Can you be part of the speaker on my book launch? I also want to use it as an assessment for you. And he agreed, and he spoke confidently. This was somebody that used to struggle, that gave up 3 panel sessions. They invited him for three keynote and panel sessions in 2025, and he rejected, not because he don't know what to say, but because he was afraid. Now the person did not reach out to me. Nothing on my page showed first class, but that, okay, this person, I went through her page and she said she can make me to become a confident speaker, and he paid. That is what we are talking about. Value. People will pay you for value, not because of your certificate. But if because you want to throw your weight around, just because you finish with something, no, that is where people are getting it wrong. So seek exposure early. I'm appealing to anybody that is still in school. School is not a scam. School is a fantastic place you can learn. Is it leadership skill? How many of us here were course rep while we were in school? It's a leadership position. It's training you because you know what it takes to be a course rep, a successful course rep. The one that they will not hate you, your guts, that they will not hate you. So that's what we are talking about. Yes, you cannot satisfy everybody. That's also a skill you are learning. You have to understand that you cannot satisfy everybody. Because or else people just control you. So position like that, that's what they are teaching you for the outside world as well. So I hope you will agree with me that our school system indeed is teaching us for the real world. And I do not think that Nigerian students are struggling in the real world because of the educational system. It's because you do not know the knowledge that is embedded in that educational system. So the solution, like we said, seek exposure early. Meet with people. Don't be a fighter. Emotional maturity. It's not everybody you fight with. No. Communication. Learn communication. Make sure you learn communication. Build real life skills. Even if you can start selling something while you are in school, do so. You are building a skill. Because you know what it takes to have a value to offer and for people to pay for that value. The first time somebody paid for my online course, even if the money was just, when was that? I think it was just 2,500. I felt a sense of, do you know what it takes for somebody not to see you and send 2,500 naira to your account just because the person believed that, yes, I trust you. That's the thing. So learn real life skills. Stop waiting. Upskill. So it is not only the knowledge of my English that is helping me today. I've taken skills, certifications. It is important. Put yourself in real environment. Attend events. It's important. Learn skill that is what? That is powerful. Learn skill that is beyond the 4 walls of the classroom. As I am rounding off, education is important, but exposure is powerful. I will repeat it. Education is important, but exposure is powerful. I really do not believe that any Nigerian student should be struggling in the outside world. Understand the system. Understand what the real world entails. The real world will not reward your certificate. The real world will reward the value you bring to the table. Be valuable. Learn relevant skill. Don't be rigid. Let the skill that you have, let it be relevant. Let it be the skill that people can pay for. Everybody is talking about AI now. What do you know about it as a graduate? How are you using AI to improve your profession? Very, very important. It is very, very what? Very, very important. Lastly, like I said, I'm going to repeat, education is important, but exposure is powerful. Thank you very much for listening, and now I will be passing the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you so much for that wonderful speech. It is always a pleasure to listen to you when you speak, honestly. And it has really been wonderful learning so much from a lot of speakers here. People are really setting the bars high, honestly. But Jesus, I want to be like people when I grow up. Anyways, I will be talking about an interesting topic today that says fitness is not weight loss. There are so many people that believe that when we are talking about fitness, we are talking about people that are slim, people that have nice stature, small stature, and that is not really the case. That is not really the case. There's this Nigerian mentality about fitness that slim people are fit, fat people are lazy. That is what they usually believe. I think it was around 2 years ago, I was telling, or was it even earlier this year, I was telling a friend of mine that these days I've been feeling so heavy because I don't usually eat late night food, and I was telling him that these days I've been eating late night food because my mom was there. My mom was eating late night food, and I don't like the idea of you eating and I'll be watching you. So anytime she wants to eat in the night, I also eat with her. So over time, it started affecting me, and I was complaining that my body was beginning to feel heavy, that I want to start going to the gym. And it was like, without screening you, what do you want to go and do in the gym? Instead of you to eat more, so that I can have more meat in your body. So that's Nigerian mentality. That when somebody is fit, then it means the person is slim. A slim person is a fit person. But as a slim person, are you actually fit? When you are being chased by a dog, you are running for your life, how long do you think you last? How far can you run? How far can you jog without collapsing? We've watched an American movie when we are watching a horror movie and you see probably somebody being chased by a zombie and the person will run for a short distance and the person just fall on the floor and not like this. But come on, stand up! You're really lazy. All these people, they are so lazy. But it's actually not very easy. If you find yourself in that situation, instead of running away from that thing that is chasing you out of exhaustion, you just go and be like, just kill me. I cannot run again. I don't have the strength. So what do we understand by fitness? Fitness simply means being strong enough to carry out daily activities in the absence of fatigue and health issues. Now, fitness is divided into 3 components. We have physical fitness, mental fitness, then social and lifestyle fitness. Now, physical fitness is then divided into 5. We have cardiovascular endurance, muscular strength, muscular endurance, flexibility, and body composition. When we're talking about cardiovascular endurance, we are talking about the health status of our hearts and our lungs. That is, when, like I said earlier, how fast can you run? How far can you run? When I was in school, I studied physical health education, and anytime we go to the field to do any of our sports, we usually jog before we start any physical activity. We jog, we do warm-up exercises. So anytime we want to start jogging, anytime we start jogging and we jog for like 2 minutes, you see people sitting on the floor. Some people will just be walking. They say, whoa, I cannot come and kill myself. And as a punishment, our coach will tell us to jog around the field 5 times. That is 400 meters 5 times. And some people will just say, well, they see anything you want to do, kill me. I'm not jogging this round this 5 times. They'll get exhausted after 2 minutes. That is that is the strength of that is the capability, the capacity of their cardio, their heart function and their lung function, how active and how strong it is. Then we talk about cardiovascular strength.
That is how strong you are. How you can carry everything, your physical strength, that is your cardiovascular strength. We talk about the cardiovascular endurance. For how long can you last enduring carrying something heavy? Then flexibility. Can you touch your toe? There are people that, me personally, I cannot touch my toe. I don't know if it's because I'm not flexible or because I'm short. I don't know. I've seen shorter people that can touch their toe, but me, I cannot touch my toe. I don't know why. When I tell people I'm not flexible, they will say, it's a lie, you that are skinny like this. I am not flexible. Yes, I am. I am not. I can't touch my toe. I've never been able to touch my toe ever. Yes. So there are people like me that are skinny. Yes. Exactly. You see. So there are people like me that are skinny and yet there are people like me that are skinny and yet not flexible. When I was in school, 111 second semester, PH 102, we did table tennis and gymnastics. The gymnastics, we did the basics of gymnastics. Then we were taught forward row, backward row, cartwheel. Cartwheel is this somersault that they do. That was when I learned that it is cartwheel they call it, not somersaults. We do cartwheel, we do head stand and hand stand. We stand on our hand and on our head. And I'm going to tell you now that majority of the people that were not able to do this, they were not able to carry out these activities were slim people. There was this particular lady, her name is Precious. She looked like teddy bear. She's so soft and thick. The way she was jumping, and she was just doing the forward row, the backward row. In fact, our coach was just commending her like somebody that is as thick as you think that she's lazy. But majority of those people that were jumping, were doing easy thing, I can do it. So slim people, they were not able to do it. Headstand, backward row was the hardest. When they are doing it in your presence, you think it's something easy, but when they tell you to come and do it, you won't be able to do it. So that is the thing about comparing physical appearance to physical fitness. Sometimes it's not always, you can't really compare them together. They were talking about body composition. That one talks about physical appearance actually. The amount of fats that you have in your body, the amount of muscle, how strong your muscles are. Then we talk about health, comparing health to size. It's usually, it pisses me off so much when the stigma towards fat people saying, when you say fat, somebody that is fat, and you just assume that the person is lazy or the person is dirty. It's actually a very wrong mentality. It's a very wrong mentality because I have an aunt, she's actually I can say she's the biggest in the family. And the amount of physical activity she engages in every day, you would think that by doing that she would have lost so much weight. It's a lie, yo. Her diet, she does not joke with her food. She's the first person I saw that will eat white rice and stew. Then she will cut cabbages and lettuce. She'll put it beside it and eat. Yes, she does not lose weight. That is just how she is. That is how she is. But you see people like we that love drinking Pepsi. There was a guy who came back from CDS, hot sun. Also hammer my head that day, and I was feeling very hot. And when I was going home, I just branched one woman in my street and I bought cold, chilled Coca-Cola. When I got home like this, I just drank it. And I was sitting there, I was looking like this. I was like, because I trekked on that sun. Guess what? I went outside to buy another one. Yes. And I want to believe that a lot of people that do that as well. When they go after, it's only me. It's because I've seen people like that. That's why I'm saying it. After small stress, they're going to buy Coke Pepsi. They've drank it. They don't want to know. There's nothing concern them. And like I was saying, health is not by size. Somebody can be skinny and still be unhealthy, and you see somebody that is fat, that is very strong and healthy. There was a time my mom was not feeling fine, and she went to this
mother and child. That's the name of it's a government hospital. Mother and child. They only care for women in that hospital. Women, pregnant women, and babies. So when she was there, she saw this woman. She's a newlywed, and she has been trying to get pregnant. She was not able to conceive. And after so many tests, they found out that she had fibroid. And my mom was like, this woman is slim like this. How come she has fibroid? So why do we believe that it's only fat people that have fibroid? Slim people cannot get fibroid. It is only fat people that get high blood pressure. It is only fat when you see somebody have there are some certain health condition that you hear about, and you just assume that the person is fat, or it only affects fat people. Being healthy is not by size. And also concerning our lifestyle in general, we usually create excuses. There are many times you hear people saying, by next month, I'm going to hit the gym. I'm going to be fit. I want to lose some weight. Next month will come, then we postpone it. There was one trend that was going viral one time. I think it was not a proper doctor that was talking about it. The way young people consume soda, carbonated. The way young people consume carbonated drink, and everybody was posting on their WhatsApp status there that they want to start their zero soda journey. I was among them, me and my sister. But guess what? We did not even last 2 weeks. We did not last 2 weeks. The excuses that we make, I'm too busy. My work is time consuming. I don't have time to go to the gym. I don't have time for this. Gym is expensive. I don't have the money yet. But it's just silly excuses. It is excuses. You can actually create time to go to the gym. You can create time to go to the gym, and also engaging in physical activities or engaging in workout section. You don't have to go to the gym to do that. Simple jogging in your streets in the morning is enough. Those simple 2 minutes walk, 5 minutes walk, or when you wake up in the morning to just do sit up. That one to count. You are doing almost the same thing when you go to the gym. When you're walking or jogging on the treadmill, that evening stroll is almost the same thing as that. You can be in your house, wake up in the morning and decide to do sit up. You can decide to skip. You can decide to do jumping jacks. When I was in school, I used to engage in so many physical activities because it's not like I had a choice anyway. My course was it involves engaging in sports and physical activities. So then I was able to stay away from soda and noodles for more than 2 months. In fact, I cut down my intake, my rice intake. The way people say I cannot go a day without eating rice. I went more than a week without eating rice. And it always makes me laugh when I hear people saying, I don't have anything I want to eat every time. Rice. What else can we eat apart from rice and beans? Apart from yam and eba. What else? Spaghetti. What's the difference? Pap, donuts. All carbohydrates. They're all carbohydrates. Oh, please. And that will take me to my next topic, the food culture. The kind of food that we eat, the kind of food you eat, and the kind of thing you put inside your body will determine your lifestyle. And initially, I was talking about components of fitness. I talked about physical fitness, mental fitness. As well, mental fitness is the ability to manage stress, the ability to stay focused, to think straight. We talk about lifestyle fitness. Your lifestyle fitness include everything that you do to support your physical and mental health, your physical and mental fitness. That is your lifestyle fitness. You being able to get enough sleep, you eating balanced diet, you being able to eat balanced diet. So it's also part of a lifestyle. Telling yourself that in a day I must eat at least 1 fruit. In a day, at least I must eat vegetable. It's part of lifestyle as well. And being physically active. So the kind of food that we eat contributes to our well-being, our well-being as a human. So instead of drinking Coke, Fanta, there are so many things that we can use to replace these things. We can replace soda with fruits. Pineapple contains water. Watermelon contains enough water to sustain you instead of drinking Coca-Cola. Orange. And these fruits gives you vitamin, energy. Eating orange and the inside of that orange, it contains fiber. It aids digestion. These are things that we can replace with Coke and Fanta. And even alcohol. No, stay away from alcohol, or when you want to take it in small quantity. Let it not be too much. Before you know it, become an addiction. Alcohol and drugs addiction will mess with your mental health. It can even mess with your physical appearance as a person. Somebody that is addicted to drugs, you see the way their eyes look. Some of them, when they are walking, they stagger. When they are walking, they talk to themselves. These are the effects of drugs and alcohol. And see, fitness is a lifestyle. It should be a lifestyle of every individual. Waking up in the morning, before going to bed, having enough sleep. There are some people that watch movies till 2 a.m. And even me, I'm guilty of that. There was a day I was binge watching a series till around 4 a.m. And I still woke up around after 6 in the morning to prepare for the day. Imagine doing something like that every day. Before you know it, you begin to develop insomnia. You won't be able to sleep. And even not going to bed early, it encourages late night eating. When you are awake, you are watching a movie, you feel like, let me eat something, let me just munch or something. Before you know, you have entered inside kitchen to turn eba. It's supposed to be a late night snack, but if there's no chin-chin at home, you can as well turn eba or make someone to eat in the midnight. And if we are consuming this much calories every day, how do we get rid of them when our lifestyle is sedentary? We are not physically active, we don't do anything. All you do is eat and sleep. You don't even take walk. To walk to your bus stop, you stand in front of your house to take bike. That's not exercise. You see it as stress. You see it as punishment, and it's not supposed to be like that. Fitness should be part of our lifestyle. During our free time, we should be able to take up a book and read. It's also part of it's part of a healthy lifestyle. It's part of healthy lifestyle. Instead of sitting at home doing, I'm an introvert. Personally, me, I'm an introvert, and it has done more harm than good to me because I grew up without friends. And in fact, one of the reasons why I agreed to participate. Oh, shut up. To participate in this program is because of my lifestyle. Me as a person, I hate talking, I hate speaking, I hate it so much, and that is why I'm here, to be able to overcome that, to be able to delete that out of my life. And so far, I am glad that I've been learning so much from a lot of you guys here. The way you guys speak, it has really encouraged me, honestly. It has really encouraged me, and I've been able to relate well with people, communicate well with people. This is part of our healthy lifestyle as well. It's part of our healthy lifestyle as well. And I'd like to talk about illnesses and diseases. There are some diseases and illnesses that our lifestyle have a major impact on our, or how am I going to put it, that our lifestyle contributes to the onset of these diseases, like diabetes now. Like I said earlier, a lot of young people consume so much carbonated drinks, soda, There are some people that they can't even remember the last time they ate fruits. They don't eat fruits. Vegetable. Some people say when I eat vegetable, I'll be purging. When I eat too much vegetable, I'll be purging. Means when I eat vegetable, I purge. But then that doesn't mean I shouldn't eat it. I'll eat it in small quantity. Then add fruits to it to be able to balance it. We're talking about obesity. What leads to obesity? There are so many things that contribute to obesity. Unhealthy eating habits, consuming so much food. I'm going to commend School of Eloquence, the way they've been feeding us, honestly. But at the same time, recently I was complaining to one of our speakers here that I think they've been overfeeding us. And she was like, which overfeeding? I don't even think they're giving us enough food. So I was like, most times I don't finish my food. Most times I don't finish my food. It is too much. You eat in the morning. Within after like 3 hours, they'll bring lunch. Before you know it, they'll bring dinner. And you eat. Because no, I'm not going to watch all of you eat and I will not eat. I will eat it. But when after consuming all this food, consuming that much calorie, how are we going to how are we going to take them out of our body when we are not even doing it? By reading. By exercising your brain is not going to delete calories from your body. It might even contribute to it because when you are reading, you are in a stationary position, you are seated, you are with your book, you are reading. You can be reading for hours, seated in one particular place, reading without doing any. Reading does not involve any physical activity. You just have to involve you sitting and reading. After reading, how about just taking a walk down the streets? It will even refresh you. You see things. Yeah? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. After spending, there are also people that work from home. There are people that work from home. Most people that work from home, the way they gain weight. Before you see somebody that works from home full time and is physically fit. Yes. You're fit. You work from home. How many hours do you spend working in a day? Oh, please. I'm talking about somebody glued to their laptop for 12 hours straight. That is what I'm talking about. Those people, in fact, when they want to eat, all they have to do is take up their phone and order. This family will bring the food to their house. They will eat. They will put the plate aside. They will continue working. After working for the whole day, what is the next thing to do? They will sleep. The following day, they will repeat it. The same routine every day. Some of them find it difficult to step out of their house. There are people that do not step out of their house for like 3 days. They won't step out of their house. All they have to do is stock their house and work all day. They don't go outside. Working under the sun alone, we understand that Lagos sun is very harsh. But working under the sun, even if it is in the morning, it helps a lot. It improves our health in certain ways because you get to leave your house, you get to see the beautiful sky. It elevates your mood. Sometimes when you're in a bad mood and you just take a walk, just a simple walk alone, it elevates your mind. By the time you get back home, you realize you felt better in certain ways. So our lifestyle has a lot to do concerning our health. It's not just about being physically fit. Some people think that after all, I have flat tummy, after all, I have six-pack. It goes beyond that. Diabetes does not care if you are slim or fat. High blood pressure does not care if you are slim or fat. Cancer does not give a fuck about your body fats. These are diseases that, although I can't really say I know what causes cancer, but I believe that our lifestyle, if we are living a healthy lifestyle, it can help us to avoid getting certain diseases or certain illnesses. Living in a clean environment eating balanced meal, being physically active, having a good social life. Being an introvert is not a flex. Coming from an introvert, it is not a flex. Sometimes you just have to leave your house, make friends, talk to people. Some people find it difficult to relate with their siblings that are living in the same house. They find it difficult to talk to them. And it is very bad. It is actually very, very bad. So I'm going to conclude. Yeah. I'm going to conclude with this. You see, our body is a place we live. Our body is like our home. And we actually need to do better in taking care of it. We need to do better in taking care of it. Eat good food. Eat balanced meal. Eat fruits. Reduce your soda intake. Avoid drugs. Avoid your intake of alcohol. Take a walk. Engage in physical activities. It will help you. Not just improving your physical health, your mental health, and also your social lifestyle as well. Go out, make new friends, socialize with people. And if you can do this, just within a few days or even a week, you realize the amount of change that you experience in your body. And I'm going to appreciate you all for listening to me. It was nice being here. And with that, I would like to pass on the mic. To the next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. How are we doing? We had a long day. I'm sure some people don't know where they were. Anyways, thank you for that very nice speech. My topic for tonight is female gender mutilation. Female gender mutilation. How many of us here has vaginas? Yeah. How many of us that are vaginas complete? This question is important too. I'm driving somewhere. How many of us is our vagina complete? Now, I'll be giving this shape to signify, like for our under 18 children, visual discretion, to signify what a vagina looks like. So I'll be using my hand signals at various intervals to explain the whole dynamics. So now, let me start with a personal story that I heard when I was in university. So I'm somebody that I have a large standing mirror in my room while I was in university. So I usually step in front of it, I will check my body, I will examine my body, my private areas, I will press my underarms. I will just basically do a self-examination because right from a young age, my mom has always put it in me that check your body, like your health is from your body, you would know. So one day, I think we were having discussions amongst my friends. Then I was not asking them that, that I saw a skin tag on my hand. So from there, the conversation started spiraling. And I asked them that, did they go to check their body? They were not acting shocked, like I was the weird one. At that point, I asked them that, do you mean that you are females like this, you don't examine your body at intervals? Sometimes weekly, sometimes monthly, sometimes twice in a year, 3 times in a year, however time you like. So they were telling me that, they don't actually check their body. So at this junction, one of my friends now mentioned that she actually didn't used to check her body before, but recently, about 2 years ago, she noticed that her vagina area was not the same as those ones in the pictures. And so it brought a very interesting turn in the conversation. And I asked her, why? Because at that point, I actually had no idea what female gender mutilation is. So she now said, there was a time ago that they were having an event or a party in the village, like a ceremony in the village. So they traveled with their dad. She and one of her sisters, they traveled down to their village to go and attend the ceremony. While they were there were some aunties that noticed her while she was dressing in the room. That noticed her that when she was not wearing any clothes at that moment. So the auntie began to study her and observe her. Later, the auntie now switched to their local dialect, telling the older ladies in the room that she won't teach a phone. Like, have they not done it for her? This was like about 2018, 2019, 2017, 2020, around that period. So in their local dialect, asking the other women there, why hasn't it been done for her? And take it in mind that my friend, she was oblivious to everything that was going on. She was just changing. She was getting ready to dress for the ceremony. After they made that comment, the very next day, while her dad, remember she went with her dad and another of her siblings who was also a girl. The next day, they called her into the room, they held her down, and they cut her flesh in her vagina. So now, I gave this sign before to represent what I will be talking about. This up part, I want us to liken it to the clitoris. That is the clit. And normally, this clit usually has a hood over it. Now, this down part, or this place here, where my finger is, this is where the urethra is. That's where you can urinate. Now, these places here are the labia minora and the labia majora. Follow me, please. I want us to be clear and understand what I'm trying to say. So they held her down, pressed her to the ground, then they began cutting her flesh. She went into shock. She was bleeding. And take it in mind that the place they were doing that thing was definitely not sanitary, right? So that means she has a high risk of infections, hemorrhage, and also keloid, that is scarring over her flesh. What they did to her, it was without her consent. They didn't explain what was happening to her, and she lived with that reality for more than 16 years of her life, because at the time this occurred, she was just under 15 years when this occurred. She lived with it, not even knowing what happened, but she knew that something had happened to her. And from that point on, she began to have painful menstruation. She began to have headaches, bloating, diarrhea, vomiting before she had her menstrual cycle. So when we now began to discuss all this, I now asked her, well, how come you didn't even know? She didn't even know that was what, she didn't know that FGM was what was done to her. That's the female gender mutilation. She didn't have any idea that this was what was done to her until 2 years ago when she was examining her body. And she noticed that, I don't look like other women. My vagina doesn't look like other women. Why? That's when she now began to research before we now had our conversation that day. So now this story I told you is a real life story of a person, and it's the reality of so many people in Nigeria, in Africa, in the Middle East, and in Asia. This reality is the fact that it has come from a long line of culture, a over-obsession, perversion with children and the female body. It has come from what? Steeped what? Gender inequalities. And it's the reality of more than 230 million girls from infancy to age 15. Now, what is female gender mutilation? So female gender mutilation comprises all procedures involving external female organ genitalia. So this is when there is a cut or a removal. So this removal now, I gave this sign of the vagina, that is the labia minora and the labia majora. For the labia minora, is the lips in front of the vaginal canal, right? So people usually have them left and right side. So now, female gender mutilation can be the partial removal of the labia minora, or let me use lips because English so the English will not hang. Anyways, so of the lips of the vagina. So now, it can be the partial removal or complete removal of those lips. And I mentioned earlier that the vagina has something called the clit, which has a clitoral hood, right? Sometimes while doing this cutting, the injury can be made to that clitoral hood, cutting off the clitoral glands and causing that woman to have scarring. Now, there are many contexts I want to talk about. I want to talk about it in cultural and social context. The medicalization of female gender mutilation, long-term effects. What about human rights? Law and legal response to it. Then the call to action. So first I will be starting with the cultural and social context. I mentioned that this my friend that had female gender mutilation done to her went to her hometown. That means she left a urban area and went to a local environment. And when she went there for a ceremony, it was those people in this local environment that noticed that this abuse had not been done to her, and they notified those they felt appropriate. These are the mothers, the grandmothers, the elderly there, mostly women. Because although her father was aware of something called that procedure, he did not object to it because he believed unconsciously or subtly that that culture is right. Had it been that child had not been taken to that setting, she would have not had this abuse done to her. So now this is a cultural setting to show that those women believe what they are doing can be a sort of rite of passage. Probably before the girl is supposed to start menstruating, this is a rite of passage or a rite for marriageable age. And I said earlier that it begins from infancy to what? From infancy to age 15. Those are the likely times that this thing can happen. And to some women, it even happens in adulthood. And it takes away your body autonomy, where you can say, this is my body, I don't wish this to be done to me. And these children, they are often children when this is done to them, have no idea what is going on. They have no idea they are about to be caught. They have no idea the amount of shock their body is about to go through. While researching on this topic, I was watching a lot of YouTube videos, and I saw so many survivors of FGM saying that they had no idea what was going on. That even when she started growing older, she was 30, she's going for medical checkups, and the doctor starts examining her, she usually faints. And it was until she explained these symptoms to her doctor, the doctor now told her, oh, it's as a result of a traumatic response to what was done to you as a child. This is to show you the long-reaching effects of FGM. Now, I mentioned the medicalization of FGM. In the scenario I painted earlier, these women that did this thing, they were using unhygienic places, they were using unhygienic tools such as razor blade or blunt iron tools. But now, there is a set of people who have begun to medicalize the process, that they believe that because you do it in a medical environment or a medical setting or a sterilized setting, still makes it right, which is wrong, because female gender mutilation is simply abuse, and oftentimes it is child abuse. It takes away the human rights of that person, the person's right to her body, the person's right to her life, and in most cases it can even cause death. At that point, who should be responsible when that child dies for your cultural and social norms? Who should be held responsible for the manslaughter that happened? So now, a society that protects its girls, protects its what? Its people. Another health consequences that is associated to female gender mutilation is infertility. Infertility, irregular periods, and heavy bleeding. Most women who have partial or total removal of their genitalia often find it difficult to actually get pregnant later. According to the WHO classifications, there are 4 types of female gender mutilation. The first one is partial or total removal of the clitoral hood. This sign I gave, this place, this point, there's usually a hood covering the what? Clitoris. So imagine this clitoris here, where are my fingers, it's cut off. Once it's cut off, sometimes these ladies are only left with a stump of flesh that can have little to no feeling. And remember that your clitoris is full of nerves in that region. This means that the damages they are doing is not just to the skin on top of the clitoral hood, but they're actually damaging your nerves, which can have far-reaching consequences. The second type of female gender mutilation is partial or total removal of the clitoris gland. I mentioned before that the first one, they cut away the hood. But the second type, the gland itself is cut off. Some people are not liking this to male circumcision. However, there is a huge difference. Why? This type 2 is likened to simply cutting off the head of a man's penis. Yes, the gravity is likened to it. So imagine that clitoral hood that was cut in type 1. Now the clitoral hood is exposed, the gland itself is cut off, and modern science is likening this to the total, to the cutting off of the male's penis. The head at least, the many parts are still there. Now there is type 3, which is called infibulation. Infibulation. This infibulation is the most brutal of female gender mutilation. You will ask me why. I gave this sign before that this is where the clit, the down part, this place is the urethra where the ladies urinate. Then this place we have the vaginal opening, right? And we have the lips that is by the left and right. Now why this one is the most dangerous and most brutal is because this clitoral hood is cut off. Your lips are cut off and they are sewn together, leaving only a small opening in your vaginal canal. Why this is the most dangerous is that most women, after this type of female gender mutilation has been done on them, find it difficult to go to ease themselves because of the stinging sensation from their urine whenever it hits that fresh wound. At least before the wound heals, it's going to be fresh for a period of time. Now, this small opening that they left can also cause urinary tract infections for that woman, because even though she urinates and she's not able to accurately remove all of the urine from her body. And also, the sewing of the canal leaves only a small opening. Even in a case that the child has grown up and tries to have sex, it will be extremely painful, which will lead to sexual dysfunction. Female gender mutilation is a serious topic that needs to be talked about. Though the UN has plans to abolish it by 2030, but 2030 to 2026 is still 4 years. And if enough people are not sensitized about it, it keeps on happening. Now, the type 4 female gender type is designated miscellaneous harmful procedures done in a non-medical situation. This means this miscellaneous, I think, is something that is minor, is not needed in itself. So this can be burning, this can be using of piercings, this can be sewing, this can be cuttings. For this type 4, I would liken it to the female gender cutting in Malay. Here, it is not exactly female gender mutilation where the clitoral hood, the labia majora, labia minora, or the clitoral hood is cut off. However, their own begins from infancy, and they are one of the most forward people who practice medicalization of FGM. So this means once the child is born, they take us for a minor procedure in a hospital or a clinic, and this female gender cutting is done on them. And most of these children grow up not even knowing what had happened to them. Now, there is something called Sunat Bayi Prepuna in Malay. This basically is their term, their traditional term to refer to these practices. I watched a video where a young woman of 26 did not even know that this was done to her. So they were having a conversation when they were doing the naming ceremony of one of their family members. Then they started speaking in their dialect. So she was not hearing cutting, but she didn't really understand what they were talking about. Eventually, she listened to the conversation and understood that they were talking about the procedure which had just been done on a young baby. Then, the way she acted was so surprising that she acted shocked. She was openly shocked. Then, her relatives now turned around and looked at, oh, why is she acting shocked? Doesn't she know that, was it not done on her? Then the family now replied, oh yes, now we did it for her with 100% certainty. That little moment began to unravel all she ever knew. She began to think that, what do you mean something has been done to me and I'm not even aware and I'm 26 years old? This made her spiral into studying what female gender mutilation is and even writing a paper on it and reaching out to other survivors of FGM. Now, there is something called keloid scars. After these people have been caught, there are several risks, such as overcutting, because most times the environment they do these things are not hygienic, they are not clean, they probably don't even have light, sometimes in a dark room, because of secrecy. So this means there is a risk of overcutting the lips of your vaginal canal, there is a risk of cutting the nerves in your clitoris. All these other risks, all these other things, after they have been done, begin to form what? Keloid scars. So these keloid scars are thick formations of the skin over areas that have been injured and are painful. This my friend I mentioned, because when I was in university, I am very athletic. I love to run. I love indoor sports. At one point, I would do taekwondo, and I regretted it. However, before that point, I loved sport. Like, you could put me in any sports environment, and I really, really loved it. So I noticed she wasn't as physical as the rest of us. Let's say we are playing volleyball, oh, come and join us and play. She say, oh, she can't actually do so long. Right? If she jumps or she moves in a certain way, it's going to hurt her down there. These are a result of keloid scars. So this means that the area where our clitoris healed did not heal. It did not heal smoothly. It did not heal correctly, because after this cutting has been done, they are not giving medical intervention. And most young ladies often die because of blood loss and infections. I remember a story I saw on YouTube of a man who lost his fiancée, Fatima. She had grown up to adulthood without doing FGM. However, by the time they got engaged, it seems the family saw it as a rite of passage, as a thing, as a sign for you to show you are of marriable age, and they did it on her. And this caused her to have infections and eventually led to her death. It was her fiance that began to do sensitization on the topic and began to advocate for the prevention and destruction of female gender mutilation. So now, I even saw a story that the lady said, oh, when she was younger, that it was done on her, but her mother actually paid the cutter less. So this effect will not be as serious as those that had total removal. What this means is that the mother called the cutter because in their society it is expected of them. I'm talking about one of the South African ladies. She said it is expected of their society that it should be done to you. If not, someone will tell you that they can't marry you unless you had it done. I remember that this comes with significant health risk to that woman. So her mother mentioned, oh, she won't pay the cutter less, but she didn't let the neighbors know. But what was done to that woman was a violation of her human rights, was child abuse. Now, who is responsible when there is loss of life? I mentioned Fatima just now, who lost her life to FGM. Who should be taken as the murderer? Is it the person who caught the girl? Or is it the community who turned blind eyes to such practices? So now, how do we prevent or stop FGM? One of the ways that the UN has tried in stopping and advocating for female gender mutilation survivors is actually talking to government officials, community leaders, about how to get the whole community to abandon the practices. However, we live in a world where we human beings are not, we are so dynamic and we cannot stick to one choice. If 50% say option A, another 30% say option B, another 20% we say it is for our good that our ancestors had a reason why they left us with such practices, forgetting that in themselves they are ruining the lives of those same women they were supposed to protect. One of the best ways to stop female gender mutilation is a total abandonment of the practice by that community. My friend that went to the village for a ceremony was going there to have fun, to learn about her culture. But there she was assaulted, she was abused, and she was injured. However, if it was a society where they've all come together that this thing is not helpful to our people, we can't do it no more, nobody is supposed to do it no more. Even if a little minority wants to still do their practices, the majority are going to overwhelm their voices. Also, female gender mutilation is a weird perversion towards children. I mentioned my friend was naked trying to get ready to dress for the ceremony. That was when a family relative noticed her that she had not been caught, and she raised that alarm. That means even people in our societies, all around us, they believe that they have a right to your body. They believe they have a right to your children's body. Her father was in that environment when this was being done to her. When they were taking his child, he had the right to stand up and say, leave that girl alone. She's not going to join your practices. But rather, he turned a blind eye, because maybe even her mother, who created that child with him, was also caught, and he has seen it as part of their normal social structure and norms. Postpartum issues. One of the things we have to realize now is that as technology advances in our world, we now begin to understand more about such practices. And this practice is one that has been existing for more than 500 years in our human civilization. I mentioned that it's also prevalent in the Middle East, where some Islamic people believe that it is ordained or it is normal for them to do so by their religion. However, several religious scholars have come out to debunk that theory, that there is nowhere in the Quran or in their religious text that it supports female gender mutilation. Now, in our society today, you would assume that because you are living in 2026 that female gender mutilation isn't being done. That's a lie. In Nigeria alone, we have more than 10 million girls who will be caught between the ages of 0 to 15 years. That is the alarming statistics. This means that in your rural communities, when you see those little old ladies whispering, when you see them making active decisions to commit abuse on that child, you should be sensitive enough to understand what is going on. This means in communities where local ceremonies are being done and people are being invited back to the community or the villages, these type of practices take place there. Because why? It thrives in secrecy. I even heard another story where a girl was told by her grandma that they were going for a visit to their great grandma's house. So they took a long trip away from her parents, away from the girl's father and mother. And they took a long trip down to the great grandmother's place. And once they got there, the next day, she was sat upon and she was caught. I mentioned earlier that these people don't even realize what has been done to them. They are left in a state of shock, so that they cannot even understand the gravity of what has been done to their human person. In our society today, there are many men, many women who thrive on secrecy. I believe that female gender mutilation thrives on secrecy because once they are about to do it, there is a separation of that child from either parents who are going to object the idea to people who are steeped in culture and archaic traditions. However, there are promising numbers from the UN Development Research that shows that many more people are becoming more enlightened about female gender mutilation. However, it is still a prevalent issue. It is still a prevalent issue. What are the legal contexts of female gender mutilation? I believe that anybody, any adult, caught committing female gender abuse to a child should be arrested and should serve time for that crime. I believe that policies should be strengthened against those who would seek to harm a child, because at the end of the day, a child of 15 is just a child. A child of 0 is just a child. A child of 3 is just a child. Also, to our society, a society that protects its girls, protects its people. And I mentioned earlier that female gender mutilation is steeped in deep-rooted inequality. The belief that the male child is better. The belief that the female child has to conform, has to change, has to become a new image than that she has been ordained to be. How can you, humans who were created by God, try to define what human should mean? I believe that our society should not ignore these issues. We shouldn't turn blind eyes. We should speak up in rooms where we are there and we hear of cases of this being done. We should educate them that the medicalization of female gender mutilation doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it the correct practice. We should tell our aunties and our grandmas that, grandma, though that was done to you, that does not mean it has to be done to me. Grandma, do you know you have painful? Grandma may not be having menstruation at that point anymore, but auntie, do you know you had infertility issues when you gave birth to Zainab? But auntie, did you know how painful your pregnancy was for you? But auntie, did you remember when you had to hemorrhage after you gave birth to Zainab? These conversations needs to be heard. It doesn't have to be awkward, because at the end of the day, we are talking about the lives of human beings. We are talking about the lives of girls. We are talking about the lives of future leaders who tomorrow will be a change to our society. And at this junction, I will leave you with this. A society that protects its girls, protects its people. Even if inequality has been existing from 500, 400 years ago, we shouldn't still let it, at this point and junction, still continue to affect us. Therefore, we should all take a stand to totally abandon such cultures that endorse female gender mutilation. We should take a collective stand. We should be united against heresy and false doctrines which have been left by our traditions. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope you leave today with a better sensitization on female gender mutilation. And at this junction, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening from Nigeria here, across the globe. Good day. To begin with, a question. I would like to ask you all, have you heard of the word challenge? So what does challenge means to you? When you hear challenge, what comes to your mind first? An obstacle. Okay, you said an obstacle. So when you hear of challenge, what other thing comes to your mind? Okay, now I'll tell you this. Challenges are not just obstacles. Challenges are what makes life interesting. Please, I would like us to get it clear. What did I say? I said challenges are what makes life interesting. Then you begin to ask, what is interesting about obstacles? Isn't it? What is interesting about difficult moments? What is interesting about tough times? Do you understand? So, when we talk about challenges, what did I say? Challenges are what makes life what? Interesting. My audience, maybe you need to rise so we can all get this clear. Please everybody rise, please. Aside from the witness, yes, rise. So now, I said what? I said challenges are what makes life interesting. You get? Then, I'm not joking. Challenges are what makes life what? Interesting. Overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. So now, not interesting. Challenges are what makes life interesting. Overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. Did you get it? Yeah. So now, they are not just obstacles. They are not just obstacles. Did you get it? So now, I will tell you a story. Please, listen attentively. Yes. Now, the story I will tell you, everyone seated here, including myself, you are part of this story. But now, I will be telling you this story. I'm not telling you the story in a way that you understand that you are part of the story. But this is where being brilliant comes in. This is where your extraordinary level of intelligence, creativity, and skill come in. This is how we know whether you have sharpened your listening skill. So now, I will tell you a story of a generation. Those watching live and non-Africans, this is not just 20 days of speaking to the world for speaking sake, but this is 20 days of telling the world about different things, different stories, about different actions and the results of different actions. Are you with me? So now, what is this story about? I will tell you about the story and I will name it the story of a generation that complains. Are you getting it? Yes, sir. So now, where am I coming from? I'm coming from where? Challenge. What I said, challenges are what makes life interesting. But overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. So now, the story of the generation that complains. So this is what happened. Here comes the time. There was a generation. That generation is an African generation. I'm not going to be specific. I'm not going to mention any country. But it is a generation of an African. It's an African generation. That African generation, do you know what happened in the generation? This is a generation filled with persons that they don't complain. Do you understand? So when they have leaders, when they have new leaders on seats, maybe for you to understand this story better, I'll be specific. I would borrow the name of my country, Nigeria. I will use Nigeria as a case study. So now, I'm not saying this story is related to Nigeria. It is a global story of one of the states in Africa. Do you get it? So now, I'll be using Nigeria as an example. I would borrow the name Nigeria now. So what happened? So this is a Nigerian generation. The first generation is the generation that does not complain. Do you get? The second generation is the generation that complains. Sure you get? So the one that comes first is that generation that do not complain before the generation that complains. Now this is the story. That generation that doesn't complain is a Nigerian generation. So at that time, everything was going very well. They had stable electricity, they had good roads, few persons had cars, few persons were homeless. At that time, there was struggle. Do you get it? At that time, there were what? Struggle. But the struggle is not as much as the struggle faced by the generation that complains. So now, that generation that doesn't complain, they have one slogan, they have one thing they say. I'm using Nigeria as a case study. They know the slogan. In everything that happens to them, they will say what? Nigeria go better, it go better. Are you with me? So now, this generation has this mindset of, this positive mindset that things will get better. So it's us, our own role is to do what? Is to keep moving. Do you understand what I'm saying? Distinguished guests. So now, that generation that doesn't complain, what they do is, no matter what comes their way, the thing they do, the thing they say, the word they keep saying is, it go better. Do you understand? They are always positive. Now, here comes the next generation. The next generation, in that generation, they don't see anything as opportunity. They see everything as stress. If you invite them for programs that would uplift them, the first thing this generation would ask you is, that program you are inviting me to, how much will they pay me? I don't know if you are getting the story.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm talking about the generation that complains. So, if you invite them to academic programs, they will tell you that academic program that you are inviting me to, will they feed me? Is there going to be item 7? So now, authorities during the generation that complains had no choice but to do what? To make item 7 available. Don't forget the old generation that doesn't complain. They don't need an item 7 to attend an event. The old generation I'm talking about, they had limited resources. If I was using Nigeria as a case study, one of the old generation I'm talking about is the likes of Professor Wole Soyinka. So now, when talking about limited resource on this end, I will mention one, at the level of technology. During Professor Wole Soyinka's time, case study, during Professor Wole Soyinka's time, for them to get information at that time, it was really, really difficult. Because the level of technology at that time, the world has not advanced to this level. Which generation did Professor Wole Soyinka belong to? The generation that doesn't complain. Distinguished guests, hope you are here.
Yes.
Which generation did Professor Wole Soyinka belong to? The generation that doesn't what?
Complain.
The generation that does not complain. Do you get? So I belong to the generation that what? That complains. So the gap between me and Professor Wole Soyinka is nothing less than 80 years. Get it clear? There. I'm using this as a case study so you can relate to the story. Do you get it? So now, at Professor Oloshoyinka's time, there were limited resources. The world has not advanced to this level. So as a man at that time, what did he do? For him to read, for him to gain access to information, he would have to go extra mile. Extra mile in what sense? There's a place in Lagos called Okoko. Do you understand? There's a place in Lagos called what? Okoko. So now, Wole Soyinka, I'm not saying he lives at Okoko, but I'm using Okoko as an example here. Do you get? So now, from Okoko to Mile 2 is about 25 minutes journey if you use a bus, a car, and not a bike. But if you be using a bike, you might spend 20 minutes. It's trekkable, but you want to trek it because if you trek, you will spend at least an hour trekking. Do you see the gap? Do you see the discomfort in that? So now, at this time, Professor Oloshoyinka lives at Okoko, but I'm saying this, I'm using this case study to create an image of what I intend saying. Do you get it? So now, at this time, if Professor Oloshoyinka needs a book so he can make research, he would have to go from Okoko to where? Mile 2. Okoko to Mile 2 is how many minutes journey by if you use a bus, 25 minutes. If you take a bike, 20 minutes. If you be trekking, an hour. So now, at that time, he had to make research on what? Give a research topic. On what? What do you think he was going to make research on? Distance? Vicinity? Proximity? No, that was not the research. That was not the research. The research he made was about how Africans lack documentation. Please, this is to reorientate you. This is to create a new mindset. Get it clear. So now, at this time, the purpose of Professor Oloshoyinka's research was to make people know that we Africans, we have had stories, we have had structure, but the only thing that was missing in Africa was that Africans lack documentation. Are you getting it? So now, for him to make this research, he have to go to the library. So at the library, he will need books that talks about the African origin. For example, the slave trade. And if you be making research on the slave trade, you have to as well look for, okay, now you want to make research on slave trade, right? So now, what is the origin of slavery? How did slavery begin? I can tell you for a fact that slavery started because of sugar. Do you believe? Do you believe that sugar caused slavery? Yes. Huh? Do you believe? Because sugar caused slavery because at the time Portugal were lacking species. were lacking spices, sorry. They had to go do plantation. Do you understand? So one of the major things they were having at that time was sugarcane. Don't forget that from sugarcane we get what? You get? So now, I will give you, in today's word, I will tell you another reason why sugar can cause slavery. Now, let me tell you. Do you know that if the price of sugar increase, everything, all goods increases as well? Are you aware? Are you aware? Are you aware that an increase in sugar price will increase the amount of everything? Now, you had Pepsi today, right? You had Pepsi today, right? Answer as I speak. You had Pepsi today, right?
Yes.
Yes. Was there sugar in Pepsi, yes or no?
Yes.
Now, you had Milo today, right? Yes. Was there sugar in Milo, yes or no?
Yes.
You had 3 crowns today, right?
Yes.
Was there sugar in 3 crowns, yes or no?
Yes.
You had, what do you have? Just tell me things you had today. What? Meat pie. Yes. Now,